too.
And I understand that it's probably like timing or whatever, but that was just one thing. I'm like, this is nice, but we could have seen it, and that would have been, that would have really felt like it sort of rounded everything out.
Yeah.
I kind of didn't mind the conflict being at the end because I was really into just what it was, because I'd never seen this before.
Yeah.
And it really gave you space to just like really connect with them and not even have a conflict for a while, and then be like, oh, this could be, you know, this is something that we lost. And anyways, yeah.
Okay, our next video, how an Indiana high school play resisted LGBTQ censorship.
So I don't know the person who filmed and edited this as well, so I feel okay.
Yeah,
commenting.
if you're comfortable, yeah, definitely. We would love to have your thoughts.
I really liked the intro of the piece. I thought it was kind of a nice quick setup, and I became really invested pretty quickly in sort of how it was going to play out and what was going to happen with the play and the students. And I thought that the reporter got really good access to the students. I liked the structure sort of building up to opening night. I would have liked to, I think some of the scene felt a little disjointed to me at times, but I would have liked to have seen maybe a little bit more of some of the scenes play out. But otherwise, I really liked the build-up. I liked the lead-up to opening night, and I really liked that moment that they were able to capture where the two women sort of hold hands on stage, and then you see the crowd respond. So that, like, I felt really in it and invested by the end of it.
Yeah, I agree. Compared to the first two that we watched, at least, I felt like I had immediate context when in the first, minute or so of this, which was a nice hook. I felt I was in it. So that immediate context I enjoyed. I also thought I felt the editing was smart with the show. Like, we could have probably seen almost too much of it, but I feel like they just picked a really heartwarming moment to share and then sort of wrapped up quickly, and it was more about the audience reaction for me, that to see how the community was responding to them. I felt like that was really smart.
Yeah, I mean, I just really loved being there with them through the process, and yeah, this could have been something that was shot in hindsight, and just the access was incredible, and I think really focusing on the kids. And I mean, I know that some of the directors were involved, but I feel like the kids' voices really came forward and empowering kids in this moment, and I think really came through. So I thought it was really well done.
Had a really nice little arc. I loved the intro. I love intros that grab me from the beginning and make me want to know more, and I immediately was invested in this story. I love that moment. They said something like, "We can do this too," or something like that, and then they rush on stage with swords. I thought that was just so great, and the end got me a little bit. I felt a little emotional when the crowd was responding to them, and so I felt like it's a really strong overall piece.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, our next video, college-bound students navigate affirmative action ban.
This was a really nice idea of following two students, but I think that coming back to kind of the issue of the first piece that we saw of having the subject, but what's the story? One of the students was talking about. I mean, we're getting all the information about the problem, but we're not. I don't feel like I found out enough about their personal stories to be attached to why the problem is a problem, or why I should care. And so I would have liked to have gotten deeper into their stories, into their personalities, into who they are as people. So I feel like that was a little bit missing. But it was nice to be there for those moments and see a little bit there was, I think some surface, presented of who they were, but I would just would have liked to have been a little deeper on it, I guess.
I feel like there is sort of a missed opportunity with a conclusion here.
Mm-hmm.
There's sort of
Yeah.
a natural
Yeah.
end, like,
Yeah.
did you get in? You know, like, and what happened?
That too.
And I
Yeah.
think that would have maybe brought it home in a way, understanding that there's probably time constraints and you're trying to
Right.
respond to a change in affirmative action. And again, I think you're right, Kathleen, the idea is really nice, putting these two together. There was one transition at some point when they go from the first subject to the second, where there's like a certain music shift
Yeah.
that felt almost comical to me
Mhm.
and tonally sort of hit me the wrong way.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that was one thing that stood out to me
Yeah.
about that.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that I agree with everything that's already been pointed out. I also feel like there were some moments where it just felt a little repetitive with some of the scenes that we were seeing and some of the moments, and it felt like you could have just chosen one of those scenes and it would have come across the point that you were making. I didn't really, after a while, I felt like it could have been edited a little bit tighter. It did feel a little long near the end for me.
Yeah. Same, and it goes back to like repeating the same idea. I feel like the same ideas were repeated multiple times when we could have
Mhm.
gone deeper into their personalities instead.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with everything you all said, and yeah, that music, it took me out of the story, and I was like thinking about the music and not what was happening on screen, and so I do think it was a really smart approach to this story, but it wasn't perfectly executed. Like, I did want to know, like, did they get in, and what school did they get into, and how did they feel about it, and so I felt like, I was waiting for that moment, and it never came, and that was really kind of frustrating.
Yeah.
Okay, and our final video in the category, seeing her trans joy is just amazing. Indiana family advocates for 10-year-old daughter.
Really love the parents' perspective on this and getting their part of this story, but I really wanted to hear from her.
Yeah, that was my
Yeah, that was
biggest.
really
Really
the one
wanted to
thing.
hear from her, and maybe
Yeah.
she wasn't comfortable being interviewed on camera. I can
Yeah.
totally understand that, but it did feel like I was just waiting for that moment to happen because,
Yeah.
we're essentially, like, what we're seeing is the parents' story, and I really
Mhm.
wanted to hear more from her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just assumed that they were trying to protect her on some level.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Yeah, but I thought they had amazing access to this family
Yeah.
at a very, very sensitive moment in
Mhm.
history. I loved hearing from the parents. I loved seeing their emotion. It's
Mhm.
very clear that they trusted the reporter who
Mhm.
was telling the story. And I just loved all of the scenes with Kieran. I kind of assumed that that Kieran was probably being protected or maybe didn't feel comfortable going on camera, but that I also felt similarly where I kept wanting to at least hear her speak or hear a nap pop with her or hear some sort of There was that one moment actually where she comes out of the room and her dad have this really sweet moment. And I was like, I don't want to hear the interview. I just want to hear what they're saying to each other. And so I think that any way they could have inserted more of Kieran's voice, even if it was just through sort of scenes with her parents, that would have been nice to have heard a little bit more from her.
yeah.
Yeah, agreed. It was very emotional. It touched me for sure. I think that they for focusing so much on the parents' journey, I do feel like they did a good job of adding in the additional context of the moment that
Mhm.
these folks are in the middle of navigating. And yeah, the access felt really impressive.
Mhm.
Anything else anyone wants to add about this one? No? Okay. So now we have the fun part, where we can choose winners. So I guess the question is, we could go either way. Are there clear ones that stand out to you as like being your tops, or maybe we could even start in the opposite direction? Are there clear ones that you think are kind of out, or at least towards the bottom?
I have a clear top, but
Share.
I really love the play.
Yeah.
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 I just think that it's different, and the access is incredible, and I just think I just want to see more stories of that, of just like hope too. And it gives you, I don't know, hope for the next generation.
Mm-hmm.
I feel the same. I think that was the clear standout for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, same.
It's the most complete story.
That too,
Mhm.
Yeah.
Wow. So yeah, does everyone agree as for number one?
Yeah, definitely. I was gonna say I have a clear bottom.
Okay.
We want to go the other
Yeah.
direction.
Okay,
They're probably gonna
We can work our way into the middle.
Yeah, no, I think that's really helpful, honestly.
And for me, it was the affirmative action.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I feel the same.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a really smart attempt to tell that story, but there were just too many issues holding it back.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is out. Without that one, we have potential for a second, third, and honorable if you all want to. Is there one that you think really stands out as a second place of those three?
Kieran would be second for me.
Yeah.
I think that's
Kieran.
also second for me, the trans
Yeah.
joy, yeah.
Yeah, agree.
I think just because of the access and also sort of seeing the parents' journey felt very, it was just, I felt so emotionally invested in sort of their family and their
Yes,
journey,
for sure.
so.
Yeah, agreed.
So yeah, everyone agrees as a second place?
Yep.
Okay, amazing.
I would do
So-
Cedar next.
Yeah, okay, so
Yeah.
yeah, now we're between Cedar and Reentry.
I would do Cedar next
Cedar
year,
as a
yeah.
third place.
Cedar.
Everyone agrees?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
sorry.
okay.
Just nodding.
No, sure. Okay, so now again, our next question is New Jersey prison reentry, an honorable mention.
I think I
Or
would do
not.
it.
Mhm.
Aside from my one thing that I mentioned before, but
Yeah.
I do feel like there were some really powerful emotional moments, and I do feel like we offered some feedback that I think could be helpful, like,
Yeah.
cutting down on the characters, but following folks through such a journey, especially with that first character, felt impactful to me. But feel free to disagree.
Yeah,
I agree with that. I think, there was a stronger story within that piece, but they did, they got really great access to these characters, and I did
Mhm.
love the little arc that we had with the first character. That was really nice, even though I wanted more from it. So I do feel like the effort is definitely worth recognition.
Yeah, I agree with all that.
Yeah.
All agree on that? It's an
Mhm.
honorable mention? Okay. Wow, amazing. 2 categories done. Okay, so our next category, we're gonna look at, culture, sports, and science team. There's just one entry, so.
Oh, easy.
Cool.
Yeah, this
Okay.
will be.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You know this one.
I'm gonna recuse myself from this
Okay.
one, yeah.
Yeah, and I'll just read the little blurb about this. So, these are feature stories about culture, music, film, art, fashion, food, travel, sports, science, and technology. And we are looking at the team category.
I'm friends with the reporter. Does that matter? I mean,
Um,
not the videographer.
if you feel like you can give like,
I think I can.
yeah,
It's
then
not-
you're.
it's-
I think
it's
you're-
reporting. It's not.
Yeah, I think you are good. So yeah, and then this will be interesting to see,
Yeah.
you know, how you want to judge it. But yeah, we're good to watch.
You set your own limits, your own rules, unscripted, unplanned. We're just capturing life. I had no prior experience. 2.5 years later, 1.3 million active fans, 11.5 million likes, over 16 million in sales. We have the largest OnlyFans account on the platform. I'm gonna record something out here, but I'll be back in like 2 seconds. Hi everybody. All right, you guys have asked, I have answered. I did a poll whether or not I should do something with the gas station guy, and I did. If it misses the mark, I will replace it for something else for free. But trust me, it's not going to. I promise. Figure it out. Love ya. Mwah. Bye. Yee. Super simple. Traditional porn, you are either amateur, you have a company, and you have an agent. When you are an OnlyFans creator, you are entirely in charge of it yourself. Let's just say we go out together and we have a little fun, spur of the moment video, up in the loft in the gym, being the horny girl that I am. It's a hot video. So you get 2 interns and a chair and fun. This is how it works. The mask was born for a little bit of privacy initially, and then it became more of like a center of intrigue. So now it's a conversation topic. Anything public facing I do with a mask or sunglasses. If people want to see full face, I have that available on OnlyFans.
We show our bank account public.
We didn't even have socials until like a year or something ago. Like we never took it seriously. We didn't have personal ones.
Depends on who you ask, but there are like 100 to 200 accounts that have that badge. That's the highest badge you can get. Oh, so let's say there's 100 accounts for fun. We have 3 of them.
I don't really feel threatened.
Yeah.
No, I don't mean that any kind of way. I just was like, no. I don't. They don't do what we do. They don't take it as seriously as we do. They don't have this, and they don't have people on site. Brian, my boyfriend, was like, I think if we went that hard at this, like, we could probably be #1. That's really cool.
Isn't that obnoxious? Can you pose next to it for us? Okay.
I'm 30, he's 31. Started dating when we were 16, 17. From our Playboy shoot. He did my pose with me. We have an entrepreneurial background, and we have an open relationship.
What a life.
Pretty early on, actually. He was like, I want to do an open relationship, and I was like, you know about that. That's been a huge learning experience for me. I don't know how I feel about certain things. Well, let me try them out. Okay, that wasn't as bad as I thought. Oh, I actually kind of like that. Doing some stuff that I thought or interpreted as scary, but once actually communicating about it and being honest about it, was like, I actually got a lot out of this. And now I'm happier because of it. And I get to do it with my boyfriend, who now I feel even more close to.
Get a new friend?
Yeah.
He's got good taste.
He's always been the one who believed in me the most out of anybody, and has always been pushing me to be like the best version of myself. Even with everything that I have here, and I love it, nothing is more important to me than just him. Austin, are you still being posted, or are you just posting? I never pictured being in front of a camera or anything like that. Like I didn't do any of that. As soon as I started doing it, it just felt very natural, very easy to me. He's great on camera too, so I feed off of his energy. He feeds off of me, gets me, going. I get like extra bubbly. It's just fun. We're just having fun all day, honestly. We bought this property 1.5 years ago. It's the farm, so 10 acres of fun in heaven. There's 25 of us, including Brian and I right now. Yeah. The gym was an art project for us. We have a really awesome environment that we can make content in. All of our friends can come hang out. They can do side projects, they can do their work, they can enjoy it. Our content is so not just based around me, or not just based around me and my boyfriend's relationship, it is the entire group.
I'm so excited.
The fans on the platform, they know all of these people, they know all of these characters in our lives. We have an advertising team, 4 developers, 3 or 4 page operators, multiple editors. They do long form and short form, mostly safe for work, and I also have an editor for the not safe for work stuff. The live stream room, aka a bedroom.
Maybe I should take a little bit of clothes off.
That's what I told you, just be yourself.
We have the messaging team. We get thousands of messages a day. We built software in-house so that I could optimize my messaging power. We tell the fans, like, hey, my girlfriends are here, they're trained by me, if they have any questions, they'll ask me, and they answer all the messages on my main pages, and I help out on the VIP page, and they help me out there too, because there's so many here. They spend 60 hours a week here, and they want to be here.
This is VIP.
People are very supportive, very positive, kind of like one of our overarching principles. Along with the authenticity and the honesty, is like we want people to know that this is a safe place. They can be themselves. As long as everybody's healthy, consenting, and everything's above bar and legal, you like what you like. Enjoy, have fun, express yourself, like communicate.
Thanks. Have fun.
Both of Brian's parents found out somewhat early on. My family, that was my fault. I waited. I waited. I was just like afraid of having a hard conversation. I told my mom and dad, my sister and brother-in-law on the same day. They were like, cool, as long as you're healthy, happy, we support you, and we just want you guys to be safe. My mom, she's here multiple days a week. My dad's super supportive. I send them all the articles. They're very proud. Instagram loves to tell me I have no boobs. Most of the time, it doesn't get to me.
YouTube comments are definitely the worst.
YouTube stuff.
For whatever reason, for whatever reason,
Oh,
YouTube's like the
absolutely.
cesspool of humanity.
There's not anybody else doing anything quite like this. Not only just like the page, the concept, and how we do it, but also just the team and the environment. We are a group of people who are upskilled. They have income from us, and they also have this cool opportunity to be content creators themselves.
What triggers a takedown? People reporting it, I assume. So then what are they more likely to notice and report? Like, oh, a girl in bikini moving around. Like, I guess that makes sense. Or they go, oh, she must have had her crotch out right there. You know, that's why it got blurred.
Yeah.
I just don't know nothing. Like, how does this stuff work? You want it out? You want it off?
I would take it off.
I always get nervous for this, but it's always fun, you know?
We just want to work on cool things with our friends. I think we make the best content, like, out there on OnlyFans, like, bar none. I've spent thousands of dollars on other people's content. We make the best stuff, and we care immensely about it. Things are going to change quickly. I don't have, like, a 5-year plan. The platform changes, the market changes, like, the way the advertising works now compared to how it worked 2 years ago, night and day. Personally, in the last 2.5 years, I have grown like a lot. I don't know, I mean, like, eventually I'd like to have a family. There are tons of creators who are, you know, moms and still do this. There's just tons of people in here that are in the 50s and 60s that are making content. The world has changed a lot. There will always be an opportunity if you want there to be one. You make your own world. That's it. That's all we got.
All right.
Oh, this is only.
Yeah, this is the only thing. Somebody else
Anyone
think.
have thoughts?
I thought it was a really interesting look inside these content creators. It felt too long to me. It felt really interview heavy, and I didn't really feel like I got a good sense of who they were outside of this business. So those were the parts that I kind of struggled with in this piece.
I thought it was a fascinating look at something that I knew very little about. The access to this place felt pretty solid. You have to wonder, I found myself wondering at some point, like, they're a media conglomerate in their own making, like how orchestrated are they making sure this access is and feels. I agree, it could have probably been a bit shorter. And when they pull in their parents, I found myself like, oh, this is maybe getting interesting. I also felt like there was probably I wonder why we didn't hear from the boyfriend directly. But maybe that would have just made it even longer. I don't know. But those are some things that stood out to me as questions I had about it.
I'm not commenting.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with both of your all's takes on this. I think one thing that I was super fascinated because I've never seen the inside of, and I only heard about OnlyFans probably in the last 6 months. The one thing that I came out feeling like it was kind of an ad for OnlyFans. And I kind of wonder, I would have been more interested to know like other conflicts that are, you know, what are the, surely there are more like conflicts that they come up against, or, you know, what is the story under the subject? What are the stories inside of what's going on there? But again, that could have been, maybe that's an access thing, and they were, like you said, like showing what they wanted to show, and maybe not kind of letting them in further. But yeah, I think that's what I felt was kind of missing, and yeah, I think it was perhaps a little bit long. And I also would have been interested to know like a little bit more about how they dove, or they even started, like how they got into it. But it was fast. It was super interesting.
So I guess the big question is, does this? Do you wanna place this as? Since it is the only video.
Kim, what was the category one more time?
So
Description.
it's culture, sports, and science. So it's just feature stories about culture, music, film, art, fashion, food, travel, sports, science, and technology.
I think it's worth placing. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's worth
think it's
placing
interesting.
for the access and the interest alone, and
Yeah.
like getting behind the scenes in something like this. I do feel like if there were other videos in the category, it might, you know, there were a lot of
Could be
issues
debatable,
that,
yeah.
you know, a lot of those moments that we saw between this couple seemed to come from their socials and not from
Right.
the videographers, and that really kind of bothered me because it did have that feeling, like y'all said, of kind of being like an ad
felt like
for,
an ad,
for
yeah.
not only OnlyFans but for them, and you know, it felt like they were kind of controlling some of the content in that
Yeah.
way, but.
Mhm.
You know, I have not seen any other team get access to something
Yeah.
like this. I haven't
It's a good
seen
window
anything
in.
like this before.
Yeah,
so.
me either. I agree.
Same.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you want to take a few minute break, or are you feeling good?
I'm okay for now.
I'm
if
good.
you all need a
Okay.
break.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will take 1 minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's take a break.
Then I will too.
Then I will get coffee.
Okay.
No, no,
Totally fine.
Yeah, a little snack. Yeah.
Water would be.
individual. So it's the same category that we just looked at. But there are 8 videos in this category. So yeah, as I said, we might break before we're like finished talking about it, but we'll just come back and continue. So we're gonna do the same thing. We'll watch all the videos and then we will discuss them. So we are ready.
Малчун ч одоо бэлчээрээ хамгаалж ижил мал бэлчээргүй бол одоо мал ямар юу байхгүй үндэслэл байхгүй. Тэгээд одоо өвдөг үйл олон бай зунаа олон байж байна. Тэр бэлэн бол одоо нэг тод хангийн татамж гэх юм уу тийм ээ. Ийм хойдч байна. Үсний доод хуулж байна. Эдгээр бол одоо энэ үйлхийн дулаал одоо энэ маш их өөрчлөгдөж байгаа юм гэж энийг боддог. Тэгээд энэ сүлжчихвээ энэ сайхнуудыг орон энэ сайхан бичээр гэсэн сүлжчихвээ гэж ерөнхийдөө санагдав.
We have one of the world's last continuous grasslands here in Mongolia. So if we look at pastoralism in the way it's practiced today, it uses very little energy, little water, and makes the most of this variable environment. So in that sense, it's very dissimilar to like American-style agriculture, where there's a lot of energy inputs and there's a lot of like additional sort of industrialization around it. So I'd say in that sense, many can learn a lot from pastoralism in Mongolia. In many cases, sometimes herders need to move away from their home territories because of climate change.
Там болсон нөгөө гараагүй гэж яриад хөө. Там бодо 20 онд. Там бодо баян одоо бүрэн баян өнгөрөө тэрчээр ном болоо. Тэгээд юу гэж тавш. Нутгаар хаяад ихтэй хүүхдээ там болсон доктор юм бодоогүй гэсэн дээ.
Одоо бэлчээрийн мал аж ахуй гэдэг чинь нүүдлийн юу юм бол та мал аж ахуй юм та тэгээд тэгээ өвөл бол одоо тэгээд нойр хангалтыг гэж одоо таашгүй юм чинь засаа тэгээд мөлийн шаардлага тэгээд зундаа салхишуулахтай шороо босч байдаг. Өвөлдөө шороо босч байдаг. Үе байж байдаг. Гөөлж очихын булаахан их цас орж байдаг.
Right now we have this climate emergency and we have to find new solutions and innovate. But when I'm here in Mongolia and I observe what pastoralists do, I feel like there's so many ways that actually, rather than developing programs for Mongolian herders to adapt, actually they should be developing programs for us to adapt. It's much more sustainable than Western agriculture feedlot systems.
хоёр эрс хоёр өөр хүн танилцаад тэгээд манай хүн анхч надаас байлаа төдөр амьдрах уу мал дээр амьдрах уу мал маллаад хөдөө амьдрах уу гэсэн. Тэгээд мал сайн мэдгүй учраас тэр үедээ бол мал маллах их гоё юм шиг санагдаа. Хөдөө амьдрах сайхан хөдөө одоо малаа маллаад амьдарч байгаа юм шиг гоё санагддаг байсан. Өөрөө тийм малчин модыг хийсэн учраас тэр амтаа чадах гэж байна. Жил бүр сайжрал одоо гарч өмнө чадахгүй байсан зүйлүүдээ сураад төр мал төлөлөө төл малынхаа дуу сонсоод одоо тэр төл малынхаа одоо тэр дуунд одоо баясаж одоо
the energy and consumption, the inputs needed to maintain feedlot agriculture is very significant. And from that, there's a lot of emissions. Emissions not just from the livestock themselves, but from all of this energy, you know, everything from gas to the fodder that's required, the corn that's grown to feed the cows in the US. Whereas in Mongolia, we have livestock actually contributing to this biodiversity and not having much additional input.
Тэгээ мод модлоо сурцсан болохоор манай болсон дуртай юм та. Богаасан мод модлсон.
Тэгэхээр одоо тэр одоо махан бүтээгдэхүүнийг одоо тэгж өнгөлөгч болох тэгээд үгүй хийж байгаа гэсэн юм.
What happens when people are sick, or people are hurt, or someone passes away in the family? What do we do? Across agriculture, right? We eat, we share food. Barbecue represents that family atmosphere. It represents people coming together and being able to accomplish or overcome things. Ideas are set around the dinner table.
It's part of our culture, and it's the great Texas hospitality, right? If somebody comes to visit, you feed them. There's a great pride in raising cattle, cooking beef. I know there's some things that we, as a beef industry, desperately need to improve upon.
I would describe myself as a punk rock rancher simply because what we are doing flies so in the face of the corporate orthodoxy. People say cows are bad, right? Well, they're absolutely correct that cattle raised the way that we've been raising them the last 100 years is terrible for the environment. I practice a style of ranching called ultra-high density grazing. Let's just say I move my cows a hell of a lot more than my neighbors do. By moving the cattle the way that I do, we graze virtually all the forage off, and then we have these great long rest periods where the grass grows and it's feeding the soil biology. We view the cattle not simply as protein sources, or a commodity to be bought and sold, but an absolutely mandatory part of the ecology.
The cattle graze across the landscape. They invigorate the grasses to produce more biomass. In turn, those grasses sequester carbon into the soil to be locked permanently into the soil. I was at an event at the Noble Research Institute, and a gentleman that worked there, I don't want to be doing this if it's not good for the environment. And so I asked him point blank, I said, is there any way we can measure what my carbon footprint is? The project required an enormous amount of data, but at the end of that, their initial modeling suggests that the way that we operate our ranch sequesters a net 2,500 tons of CO2 annually. The way we do things takes 551 cars off the road every single year. The fact that when I sell my cattle, I don't know where it ends up. And when a person goes to the grocery store and they buy beef, it could be from a person like me that cares an awful lot, or it could be from a person that is a carbon source and doesn't conserve wildlife. And I'd love it if the consumers could have a choice in the matter. What I'm looking to do is to make a major impact and completely redefine the beef industry. We're all the best cooks, of brisket. That's the way of Texas.
Brisket is king in the barbecue restaurants. Beef is what Texas is what made Texas, in my opinion. As far back as I can remember, every get-together we had was at my grandmother's house or my uncle's house. And literally, they're across the street from each other, and all the family would come. And it's always around fire, it was always around either grilling or smoking or barbecues. So to me, that's how I grew up eating, that's just like what it was.
I did not know how to resolve the tension between my ranching heritage and what the cattle industry has done to the environment. When I learned about the principles underlying regenerative agriculture, suddenly the two were able to find a unity.
As a person that lives outside all day, I see climate change, and it's terrifying. It's far more important to me to do the best I can to preserve this little piece of land that's my responsibility, and do the best I can to help change the beef industry for the better and make just a huge national impact for all of our kids' futures.
Being able to draw and create and show what smoke and fire and what barbecue means, and be able to put those into other types of food is the future of barbecue. And with chefs and restaurant owners really getting more involved with the ranchers and with environmentalists to be able to keep doing what they're doing. Food brings people together, and it's really important to be able to share that.
My grandparents had 14 children. 10 of those 14 ended up contracting early onset Alzheimer's. I think last count we had 16 aunts and uncles and cousins that had died, and a lot more are still battling the disease. Our average age of onset is 50 years old. So they've been dying anywhere from age 46 to age 60. The odds are about 98% that if you have that gene, you're going to get the disease, period. And I guess that makes me pretty special.
It's devastating. You know, you essentially have generation after generation that develops these mutations, and people typically start to develop symptoms at the prime of their life. So this is a global multi-center study that's was started here at Washington University in 2008, and what it does is it focuses on these families that have these rare mutations that lead to early onset Alzheimer's disease.
It was within a year of Dad finding out that I believe we had come in for our genetic counseling and got tested. My sister won the roll of the dice, and I lost. So I have the gene and she does not. The number of times people would say to me, I don't understand why you're in a research group for Alzheimer's, you're so young, or you're too young, and then would come out about other families that we know of that are in their 30s and 40s dealing with Alzheimer's. Personally, I can't allow myself the benefit of saying, I'm going to be like my dad and not do anything about it.
Throughout the ages, actually, it's unique individuals oftentimes that really provide us with breakthroughs. We can see, is this just something that is so specific to Doug's genetic background and the exposures and the life that he's had that is, you know, it's unique to him and he is just extremely lucky? Or is it something more mechanistically that we can put a finger on and say, we really think that it's this pathway that's allowed you to resist, to be resilient, to having the traces of the disease for so long?
On the left, we have Doug's scan. On the right, we have a scan from an individual that is cognitively impaired and has been demented for numbers of years. And in here, what you see is these areas that are darker on the scan have atrophied and they fill with cerebrospinal fluid. On Doug's scan, so even though he's well past the age that we would expect him to become demented and shows similar patterns of atrophy, what you see on his hippocampus is that it's still relatively tight on both sides, left and the right. He is kind of 1 in a million chance. We don't know exactly why, but he's got maintained cognition and he's showing resistance to the mutations that he's inherited.
Okay, you wait. When we thought about, we had till 50, that's a pretty good life. I mean, you can have a good life to 50, but it sure is nice to get those extra gravy years, as we call them.
We're heading east of the Cascades through Manson, Washington, to our son and daughter-in-law's house. Being lucky as I am that having avoided Alzheimer's for so long, I don't take it for granted. It's a great excuse to go over there. The family spent so many years of nobody talking about it. We're taking the opposite approach. It's kind time together is what's most important, making those memories and enjoying each other while you can. I've woken up with nightmares of starting to be symptomatic and waking up in tears. Because it wasn't just a bad dream. I sat up in bed and was like pushing myself to think of everybody's name that I could picture. I was pushing myself to say, what did you do yesterday? How long did you do it? Where was it at? To try to talk myself out of feeling like I was there and going symptomatic. It terrified me.
By being part of the research, most of them know, especially people like Brian, those who, or others who are at a stage where they're expecting to develop symptoms, or they may have some mild symptoms and still start the research. They know that them just being part of this actually may never truly affect their disease, but it does have potentially a profound impact on their children.
Emily! Oh, just seeing where you're at. This is for my daughter. It has to be for my daughter. So, my hope is that by the time she comes around to 18 and can get her own genetic test, that there will be some answers, there will be some hope as far as treatments. I'm giving of myself so that she doesn't have to worry about it.
Rain, snore, sleep, these horses have to eat. And that's my motto. The sunrise, the frost on the ground, there's just nothing like it. What do I get from caring for these animals? I get unconditional love. I get joy. I get peace. I get calmness. We believe these are God's animals, these are God's creatures, and He gives us the blessing of being able to take care of them. There we go. African Americans were very influential in the cowboy life back in the day, and people don't know that. I mean, cowboy came from the fact that African Americans were ranchers, and the South called them boys as opposed to calling them cowhands, which is what they called white males who were ranchers. Cowboy is very popular now, and everyone wants to be a cowboy. It was meant as a put down back then, but it's something that's sort of looked up to and admired now, even though there are not a lot of black cowboys that get that recognition.
Believe it or not, amongst the cowboys, there are countless stories of how black and white cowboys would look out for each other. There's a pretty cool story about how some cowboys, their friend wasn't able to sleep in the hotel, so he had to sleep out in the car, and they lowered down some sheets and pulled him up in. But that's cowboy. That's cowboy. You see a lot of people, they'll dress the part, but whether or not they actually live the part, I like to believe that you're born a cowboy. You know, you're born a cowboy. It's got to be something that's in you. The name of our club is Crazy Faith Riders of New Jersey. That name was suggested to us by one of our founders. His name is Keith Brown. And we were at a prayer breakfast that was being held by the Federation of Black Cowboys. Prior to that, we were just a bunch of guys that found out about each other having horses, and we were riding together. they started to make the roll call, Mr. Brown said to me, Anderson, go tell him to announce us. And I said, huh? He said, yeah, go tell him to announce us. I said, well, who the hell are we, you know? And he was like, he thought for a minute, and then he was like, we Crazy Faith.
Relax, Mr. Fast. Go. I'm with her twice a day, every day. It's just something that she gives me from the inside out that you can't even label it, you can't even put a name on it. It's a lot of time, and it's every second is just well spent. It's more than a hat, it's more than a pair of boots, and some days it's even more than a horse. It's how you treat people, how you have respect for people, and in turn, almost guarantee you to have respect for you. We do a lot of riding, whether it be in the woods or in the hoods. These children, they don't see us on TV. They don't hear about us. They very, very rarely read about us in any type of history book. So, if we don't have those venues to show you and teach you, well, we're gonna have to just come ourselves. We're riding, talking to people, young and old. And a guy told me one time, it was about 2-3 years ago, and we're riding, he's in the street, and I just gave him a dab. And he stopped, he was like, you make me proud to be a black man. And that still chokes me up to this very day.
I like to share what I love, which is my horse. And that's what Crazy Faith, that's what we are about. We are about being in the community, taking our horses for people who do not have a chance to get out. What you see on TV, you don't see too many people of color on horses, and history is not shown. So when you see some people of your same color doing something positive, it's like inspiration. To be a beacon light for somebody that think that they have no hope. So we're about giving hope to people who don't have hope. Using our horses is a conversation piece. It's a way to talk to people that have a wall up that otherwise wouldn't talk to you. Then maybe you can help them, whatever they're going through. Horses have a way of connecting people with people.
I spent hours of time as a young girl sitting alongside a tree-lined creek. I went there for solitude. And that peace that came to me from simply sitting and observing the natural world is still part of who I am. Our response to COVID has made it pretty clear that vaccines aren't going to be the answer. That while they are very important, while containment is very important, having a better idea of what's causing the spillover in the first place can play an important role in preventing pandemics.
4 o'clock this morning we were here to catch bats as they return to the roost after feeding at night. We collect information about the bats themselves, their species, their sex, and collect some samples from them like urine and feces to understand their health and what they're eating. Combining all that information, we are aiming to be able to understand why and when and where virus is spilling over from flying foxes into horses, for example, the Nipah virus. Peggy's work, because much of it was unfunded, it was done from her own curiosity. That curiosity sparked the determination to see from year on year what was happening, how consistent was it, and when it was different, why that might be. We don't know how many viruses out there that have the potential to spill over or cause pandemics. Like the Hendra system in Australia, we haven't had a human case for a long time, but we can still learn about the processes that it goes towards spilling over that we can apply to other systems.
I don't know that I'm that unique. I just have a particular, obsession. Oh, it's great. It's wonderful to see them so healthy. It's fantastic. Walking into the natural world, spending time in the bush, in a forest, it transports me. My breathing changes. It really is almost like a meditation for me. And it changes my perspective, so I feel less significant. I think that's important for all of us to feel less significant in the world.
Can we pause for everything for one moment? Is everything?
I think that's important.
It's very hot for me, but
no,
that's really oh my god, nothing is in here.
I watched you like take your glasses up at some. From the top?
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah.
No, thank you for saying
absolutely.
that.
Yeah, I'm glad you said something.
I spent hours of time as a young girl sitting alongside a tree-lined creek.
And can you turn it up just a tiny bit?
Yeah. I went there for solitude. And that peace that came to me from simply sitting and observing the natural world is still part of who I am. Our response to COVID has made it pretty clear that vaccines aren't going to be the answer. That while they are very important, while containment is very important, having a better idea of what's causing the spillover in the first place can play an important role in preventing pandemics.
Four o'clock this morning we were here to catch bats as they return to the roost after feeding at night. Little sweetheart. So we collect information about the bats themselves, their species, their sex, and collect some samples from them like urine and feces to understand their health and what they're eating. Combining all that information, we are aiming to be able to understand why and when and where virus is spilling over from flying foxes into horses, for example, for Hendra virus. Peggy's work, because much of it was unfunded, it was done from her own curiosity. That curiosity sparked the, I guess, the determination to see from year on year what was happening, how consistent was it, and when it was different, why that might be. I have learned so much from Peggy. Every conversation is fascinating. You don't know how many viruses out there that have the potential to spill over or cause pandemics. Like the Hendra system in Australia, we haven't had a human case for a long time, but we can still learn about the processes that it goes towards spilling over that we can apply to other systems.
I don't know that I'm that unique. I just have a particular, I don't know, obsession. Oh, it's great. It's wonderful to see them so healthy. It's fantastic. Walking into the natural world, spending time in the bush, in a forest, it transports me. My breathing changes. It really is almost like a meditation for me. And it changes my perspective, so I feel less significant. I think that's important for all of us to feel less significant in the world.
I'm glad you shared the text thing with us. No, don't apologize.
That it made a difference.
Yeah.
We have a saying, Hishuk is Tawak. Everything is connected. What happens at the top of the mountain has a direct impact on the estuary. When you have a healthy forest, healthy river, healthy water, you have healthy salmon, you have healthy people. Trees protect fish, but we've cut them down.
People are really lucky they don't understand what they're seeing when they come out in their boat, drive around and look at all the beautiful Nootka Sound, because it's really a patchwork of logging roads and new forest plantation with only scraps and fringes of old forest left. So what you're seeing is really a great big industrial woodlot. I'd say less than 10% of the original forest is left.
Once they took us off the waters, out of the woods, we lost the management of our resources. We need change. And do we need solutions? We have to stop leaving scars behind. You know, that takes so long to heal.
For at least 14,000 years, these forests have been able to hold these rivers together. You can't build something like this. I don't care how much money you have. We're at Owastock Creek and Esperanza Inlet in the unceded territory of the Nuchatla First Nation at the Taihatwas Sockeye Stream. This is the last stream in their traditional territory that hasn't been completely logged. What you're seeing around you is really an old growth stream. It's surrounded by trees that have got to be hundreds, if not 1,000 years old in some cases. All this wood and stuff you see, you know, people think it's jamming up the channel. It's not. The little fish live under there and it provides cover for them. And you can see it's absolutely stable. There's vegetation growing on it for bugs to eat. There'll be a little baby coho underneath there, and some of these tools hiding out.
It's such a special place. We started out with the belief that it's owned by our chief, and he's the only one that can harvest the sockeye from that creek. And the logging company was starting to log around Hosta Lake, which we said, no, you can't do that. It's going to impact the creek. But they wouldn't listen again. You know, we had to threaten with court and then go to court.
The Taihatwas here at Nuchatla decided that he didn't want this to be logged anymore and that we should just say no and preserve this place because it's the last salmon stream in their territory that hasn't been completely logged. This is a stream that actually started the concept of salmon parks. It spread to the other tribes. At Mochit Muchlet, the chiefs contemplated and they declared the parks. So in Nechong law, these are salmon parks. The idea that if we protected about 20% of the landscape here, that would preserve 90% of the nation's salmon production. That way they can manage it the way they have managed it for thousands of years.
You know, Captain Cook landed on my beach right here where I'm sitting, and ever since then I got to prove that it belonged to us. He was a visitor here, we welcomed him here, and now we don't own anything. Everything was taken away. They tried to take our language and our culture away from us. There's thousands of us out here. Now you see one family, and we are forced to leave.
This is where everything is for Washington people. Everything is here. A perfect way of a lifestyle of our people living here. Salmon is very important in our way of life. They count on the forest to survive in the river. Because what's being done to our forest. Our people talk about coming home. They talk about wanting to come here every summer to camp out just to be here because it's their home.
I grew up in Uquad. That was my playground. That was my fishing ground, my hunting ground, my teachings. I never ever wanted to move away because that was everything to me. Now we look around us and there's nothing but logging going on. We've always been told only take what you need in the ways of logging to keep our resources so we can have lots for our grandchildren, for our children and grandchildren, great-grandchildren. That was always our plan in our lives.
We were here for thousands and thousands of years, and the forests are proof of that. We did not clear-cut anything. We didn't kill a tree to take 2 planks out of a tree. And we took the 2 planks and the tree survived. And we took the bark and the tree grew bark again.
We're at Boston Point in Nootka Sound at Marvinus Bay in an area known to be the highest recorded density of culturally modified cedar trees on the northwest coast. And if you look around you, this is a CMT, there's a healed scar here. There's one behind you, there's one there, 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 there's one there. Everywhere you look around here, every single cedar tree has been bark stripped or modified to collect cedar bark to make clothing, and this is essentially the garment district of the Moichit First Nation. What does it mean? Well, they managed this forest for thousands of years without killing it. And we don't do that, we just flatten it and move on.
We had data. We had people that were foresters. We had people that looked after the forest. It was always about management for tomorrow, not access for today.
We know how to look after our territory. Let us look after it. We can't bring it back to the way it was before, but we can start it, make positive changes so that, there'll always be something for us here in our territory.
With this concept of salmon parks, the idea is to take industrial extraction at a large scale out of the equation completely and allow these trees to heal as watersheds so that in a couple hundred years ago we'll have restored this mistake. And I know I'm never going to live to see the outcome of this, right? We're all doing this for somebody else's future. It's not about us.
What gives me hope mostly was what our ancestors left us with, the belief that we can do better. The chaplain is not going to change the world, but what we do is change our little area, and people will see that, and it'll grow. 500 years from now, here's this strange little creek that's healthy, with lots of salmon in it. We won't see the benefits, but we have to start down that road. Once we get people to understand how we're all connected to the forests, I think they'll start to understand that we need to do better, all of us.
When you're making YouTube videos, how does that make you feel?
Makes me feel like I'm already famous. When you first get on YouTube, sometimes you feel so excited, your mind's gonna blow. That's what happens to me.
There's a camp in Katy, Texas that teaches kids how to be YouTube content creators. According to YouTube, 1 billion hours of videos are watched on the site every day. And a recent study in the US found that 85% of children surveyed watch videos on the site. With all that screen time, I thought these kids might be able to help me improve my skills and get more clicks. What do you think I should do to make this video stand out?
You should make it pop and add in a background where it's like you have your logo on it and then flames coming out of the sky. Viewers are gonna watch it because who doesn't like flames coming out?
What do you think is important for people to know about YouTube Creators Camp?
It's important to know that you never give up. You cry, but you never give up.
That's really good advice.
Show the building, like give a little tour. You could go into each class and say, hey, can I borrow one of the teachers?
Hey, can I borrow you?
And like they could do like a little dance off or like dance party.
Do I have the right internet connection card?
You should film like the people that are creating stuff. Don't film people that are just like playing for fun. You should definitely video like what they're doing right now, editing or making a video even. We're gonna be doing some funny stuff today.
Why do you want to be a YouTube creator?
If you watch a YouTube video, you already know it's gonna be entertaining. If you didn't have any videos, then you would be bored eating. I honestly don't know why I want to be a YouTuber. You make a lot of money.
How do you think I should end my video?
Pretend I'm doing like an outro right now. Oh, well, that's the end of the video. Well, I hope you guys liked it today. Make sure you like it and subscribe and hit the bell. See ya.
This place has a celestial aura to it. It decides who the winner is, people always say.
It's hollow ground to a lot of people, and it's tradition. You go anywhere in the world, the 500 is what people know when you say you're from Indiana or Indianapolis.
Being an athlete on this stage is a lot of pressure, and there's only 33 of them.
Is Indianapolis without the 500? Absolutely not. This is what Indy is.
So IMS was built in 1909. The four founders were Carl Fisher, James Allison, Arthur Newby, and Frank Wheeler. Carl Fisher was an early automotive enthusiast. Fisher was appalled really by how the American cars fared compared to the European counterparts. So he had this mission to build a test track to test automobiles and really make them on par, if not better, to their European competition. That first 500 was pretty interesting. No one knew what was going to happen. You know, the track was built in 09. There was races throughout the summer of 09 and 10, smaller races. The management wanted to have one major race a year, draw everyone in. It was a success from the beginning. They had 40 cars that qualified for the race. Conservative estimates on the spectators were 80,000. Some numbers go up to 100,000, which was at the time the largest sporting event. The 500 is still the single day largest sporting event. It's the world's largest sporting arena, and then when you pack everyone in the infield, you know, you can look at years that are over 350,000 people in here. This track is so rich in history, and it's what separates it from other sporting events, really.
We meet a lot of people across the world, obviously, and certainly our schedule, we have 17 races all across the country and in Canada as well, and we've obviously, a lot of us have raced all around the world. One thing remains universal, is that when you say Indy 500, everyone knows what that is. You know that the moon is up there, and you know that there's a sun in the sky. Like, everyone knows that the Indy 500 is the Indy 500. They might not have been to it, they might not know about it, but you know what it is.
When it's the Indy 500 and the month of May is upon us, it almost becomes an international excitement that our city is so privileged and honored to host. For us, it's, you know, inviting the world to our front door, and I think our Hoosiers hospitality does an outstanding job of that.
You know, I think one of the things that makes the Indy 500 special is just the way all of Central Indiana, and frankly at some level, all of the state embraces the event and embraces May. So even if people don't come to the Indy 500, or maybe they just watch it on TV or they listen to it on the radio, you know, people decorate their yards, they've got their checker flags out, they've got their IMS flags, their colors.
It's really interesting. The Travis Speedway is small, like 11,000 people, small town feel, small town community, and then it grows to like 400,000. So we like to welcome people. I say it's my little corner of the world, and once a year the world comes to me.
Sorry, fried potatoes,
I have worked here at Charlie Brown's restaurant since 1987 here in Speedway. Everybody knows everybody that comes in, so it's just a nice little neighborhood. I think the track makes it, and everybody's proud of the track. We have customers that we only see once a year, and they're like friends.
Just we cry on race week, we powder our face and go about our day. Debbie will cover us. She's the non-smoker. Put it this way, there's a line from this door to the roundabout. Land down on Fulbright. That's how busy we are. Yeah, seriously. And if somebody says they've never cried race weekend, you're a liar. They're lying. They're lying.
Been in Speedway for almost 19 years. My kids grew up at Speedway High School. Living here, you're so close to the track. We've met so many people that love going to the track and love to park. And our yard becomes a parking lot. And family and friends know that you really don't park your family because they know that the money that we're generating goes to our kids' education. It's the month of May. And if you're in Speedway, this is what you do in the month of May.
Our fans treat the Indianapolis 500 as a tradition in their own family lives. So as a kid, you grow up with, seeing your grandparents or your mom and dad or, friends and family go to the race and experience that year after year, and that story evolves as your family evolves.
The fans here are just as special as the event, right? Because they show up. And that's why over 100 years, it still is the largest event in the world.
The best day ever is being at the track. That makes me happy. I live to be there. It's something about it gives me goosebumps. It makes me just love being there. I go by myself a lot. I don't care because I'm there. I live for May. That's my month. Well, I grew up at 34th in Georgetown, and my dad and the neighbors, all us little kids, they would take us to practice. And Dad just kept taking all of us each year. I have actually been at that track at least once every year for 58 years, consecutively. All this was in my bedroom, and my son did this for Mother's Day. I got all the shot glasses. I used to have all the ashtrays. I got tons of pins. I just collect a little bit here and there. I'm just the Indy 500, just that day, that whole month of May. That's all I care about. And there's 347 days till I go to the track again.
I'm Joe Malia, and I've been coming here every year since 1981. I haven't missed a year. Even 2020 I was here. You might remember me from 2020. I was that crazy guy that paid somebody to build a tree house so I could see the race. I wanted to keep my streak intact. That was my 40th in a row. 20 years ago, 2001. The guy who I started going with in 1981, we both been coming here, he passed away. And he was just he was a guy that would give you the shirt off his back. So in that mindset, every year we bring a rookie. We get him a ticket, get him a shirt.
This is for Birdie.
It's a Birdman ticket. My sister's getting a Birdman ticket this year, and every year, a lot of times, the rookies keep coming back. This race is more than just a race. It's just something that people do every year.
What we're doing is so difficult at the highest speeds of any humans on the planet right now on a racetrack, certainly on an oval track. There's no one else going faster on the planet. So, to be doing that for 200 laps around 32 of the other most talented drivers in the world is tough to try to compete for a win there.
Having been here at Indy for so many years, every day that I play a different role, it's a different moment that's my favorite, but I think the one thing that's been consistent is the start of the race. That's kind of, as an athlete, when you feel like, okay, it's time to be in my zone. It's time for me to do my job and to really focus and hone in. So being an athlete on this stage is a lot of pressure.
say singing Back Home Again in Indiana. Those 90 seconds are the most powerful 90 seconds of the entire year for me. I'll literally stand outside the car and with tears running down my face singing Back Home Again in Indiana. I'm getting chills right now thinking about it because I'm so proud to be a Hoosier. I'm so proud of this community. I'm so proud of our state. It's that moment where if you're here at the Speedway, no matter where you're from, for those 90 seconds, you're a Hoosier. And when that ends and the command of fire engines happens, I'm almost a little depressed because you have to wait a whole year again until you can feel that moment. I love the race, don't get me wrong, it's awesome. But it's that 90 seconds that, and we're on this international stage in Indiana as Hoosiers, and it is nothing like it, just nothing like it.
Okay, so we're gonna actually break for lunch, and then we'll come back and we'll have fun.
Sounds good.
Okay, great. So welcome back.
Thank you.
We are continuing to look at the culture, sports, and science category for individual. We have just went through all of the videos, but just as a refresher, first I'm just going to read the description. So feature stories about culture, music, film, art, fashion, food, travel, sports, science, and technology. So obviously a lot can fit into this category. And the videos that we watch, just as a refresher, also let me know as we're going if anyone wants to like rewatch a video or part of a video, we can do that. But this first video we watched was called A Traditional Future, and it was the one about Mongolia.
Cool.
The second video was how to make beef better, and it was about Texas cows and cattle farmers and barbecue. The third video we watched was Clues to Escaping Alzheimer's, and it was about looking for the gene in a family history regarding Alzheimer's. I should just read the description. Okay, this one was You're Born a Cowboy, Black New Jersey trail riding group rallies around love of animals. The Crazy Faith Riders are a black trail riding club in New Jersey. They share cowboy culture and love of animals with others. We then looked at this scientist tracked bats for decades and solved a mystery about a deadly disease. And it was about wildlife ecologist Peggy Eby. We then looked at To Heal a Forest, the fight for salmon parks. Yeah. About Nutuka Island. We then saw aspiring YouTubers helped make this video, which is cute. And this was about the YouTube camp class for kids. And the last one was More Than a Race, and this was about the Indy 500 and how the city prepares and responds and reacts to this event in history.
Cool. Great.
So, does everyone feel good to talk about things? Do you want to like rewatch anything or review anything? Or we can just start?
I feel good.
Okay.
I feel good about starting. Yeah. Cool.
So let's start with the first one that we watched, which was A Traditional Future about Mongolia. So what y'all think?
I thought the cinematography in this was really beautiful. And it felt very atmospheric. I especially liked the moment that they brought in the wife to sort of like round out like what the whole experience is like for a family that's facing all of these changes. I felt almost like the biggest takeaway happened in the very last line, like literally the last line cut.
Yeah.
I was like, wait.
Yeah.
And so I think while I felt very immersed in the place, I didn't really have a strong sense of what. I understood that climate change was happening. I understood that these folks were facing significant changes, but I couldn't quite get at the real why of it. Probably not until the very, very end. And I had just wished that maybe that had been a little bit set up closer to the top.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I loved the filming of this. I loved the characters and the voices. I think structurally they should have led with that final line and had that higher up so that you got sort of a better sense, like, yes, climate change is changing their way of life, but also what else is at stake and what do we stand to learn from this practice, especially considering other forms of practice that are more extractive. And so I think it was really beautiful, but I kind of was left wanting more. And then at the end, I just felt like I was kind of grappling for like, oh, like I wish that this had been set up higher up.
It was really beautifully filmed. It had such a strong sense of place to it. I felt like I was in that place. I absolutely agree. The end was just jarring to me. It was like, oh, great, yeah, that's great. Oh, we're done. And I wanted to like keep going, or I wanted that earlier in the piece, which really kind of was unfortunate because I felt like this piece like had all of the elements together, but the storyboarding was a little bit off on it. And I also felt like, and it might just be the volume in here or whatever, but it felt like the gnat sound was a little bit low in some scenes where it almost like I couldn't hear anything. And so I felt like that could have been brought up a little bit.
Okay, so the next video was how to make beef better.
I thought it was interesting to see this one back to back from the other one, which was also about climate change and livestock, to see the different approaches. You know, I kind of wish they'd gone more into some personal stories, like the mother and son. I felt like that would have been something interesting to explore a little bit more, to give me a little bit more of an emotional connection to the characters. There's a lot of good information in it, and I appreciated bringing in the barbecue guy to kind of like show the culture around beef and its importance in this region. So I thought that was an interesting add to the piece.
Yeah, I definitely felt, especially coming off of the first one, that I had immediate context with this. I think the first line is like, beef is ruining things, but also like we really like it. And so I felt like there was that sort of like immediate context and a little bit of conflict that kind of hooked me in. I agree, it would have been lovely to see more. I felt really compelled by the ranchers and what they were experiencing. It felt like the woman was especially so conflicted and really tortured almost by like what they were dealing with, and I was really captivated by that. I also felt like they did a really nice job of, especially in one moment, she's explaining some sort of number about their carbon offset. And I was like, I have no idea what that means. And then the next line, she's like, it's like 550 cars just disappeared. I'm like, perfect, Right. So I feel like there were some like kind of complicated concepts that were thrown out that they then did a really nice job of bringing back down and understanding and keeping me sort of engaged with. I felt like the transitions between each of the characters were really smart and smooth. And I agree that like having the barbecue guy as like this is where this all ends up moment, but I also found myself thinking like, is there like a really clear connection between all three of them? And I kept waiting for that, and when it didn't quite come, and maybe I missed it, but I feel like I didn't quite get that. And it made me wonder almost if it was a little superfluous. But anyway, that would be my only quibble.
Yeah, I agree with everything you guys have laid out. I also was looking for the connection between the three of them, and I felt like I was kind of confused a little at times of whether they were the suppliers for his food. Like, it just was kind of unclear to me, but I did like the attempt to sort of show from, like, the farm to actual table sort of the impacts and why it's important to sort of look at every angle of it. The only other quibble that I would add is that I found myself wondering about some of the numbers they were throwing out, and they did have a line in the piece about critics of this, but I think I almost wanted to hear a little bit more about that, because I don't know, I guess it's just maybe the skeptic in me. I wonder if this actually is a sustainable way of raising beef, and I think I just wanted to hear someone who wasn't as involved in the industry to weigh in on whether this actually is a sustainable practice or not.
It's the cow-to-cow price of like raising them this way, But one more thing I did want to add that I appreciated about this is I felt like they had really smart drone footage, and I feel like they used it really well. I feel like sometimes it's really easy to just throw it in because it's so beautiful, but the few examples that they used here I felt were smart.
Yeah, great.
Okay, so our next video, clues to escaping Alzheimer's.
I really liked this piece. I thought the way that it was set up at the very beginning, where you're seeing photos of the family, and he's saying how many generations have struggled with Alzheimer's, and then he's sort of the one example of someone who's managed to make it to 70 and still has most of his memory intact. And then you sort of offset that with his son. Like, I really liked the intergenerational story of this. I really liked how personal it was, how we got to actually spend time with the family. We got to see them actually being a family together. I actually wish we could have let some of the scenes play out a little bit more, just because I wanted to see some of that interaction with each other. But I feel like you really got the stakes pretty early on. And I feel like Alzheimer's is a really hard visual story to tell, but I thought they did a fairly good job of it, especially going to the clinic and being able to see them go through that together as father and son. And seeing the brain scan. So I liked it. But yeah, I just wish we could have let some of the scenes breathe a little bit more.
Yeah, I found this deeply moving. And again, like you mentioned, for a story about Alzheimer's, the hook here was just so fascinating and kept me engaged in a way that I've seen so many stories along these lines, but never this exact story told in this exact way. And I felt going about this with someone who has not had Alzheimer's but has been affected by it so much, and then who is then the father of someone who is very likely to be affected by it, is just like such a heart-wrenching approach to this piece. And I thought it was really well done. I felt like I really got to know this family. I got to know each of them. That scene where the son is talking about waking up from his nightmares, like, crushed me. Just like there's this impending doom, it feels like, waiting over him, but then they're still trying their best to really come together. And I just thought it was visually strong, technically strong, and a really compelling story.
I agree with you all. I think that this was a really strong piece. The really smart storyboarding was starting with the elder member of the family who had somehow dodged this, and then moving on to the son. One thing I was wondering at the beginning of the piece, because we were examining this guy who had dodged this, and it was talking about how devastating Alzheimer's is, and I'm like, but I'm not seeing it, I'm not feeling it, until we got to the son.
Yeah.
And that I could just feel that, like, devastation of knowing that you have this gene and that it's very likely that you will have early onset Alzheimer's, and it's very unlikely that all of this work you're doing with these studies is going to make a difference for you, but it might make a difference for your kid. And then we see the kid in this really beautiful closing moment. I loved the close of this piece. I thought it was so strong. And the fact that, like, this family is so strong together, and that they all support each other, and that the father, the son are doing this work, working in this study to hope to help the next generation, and then we see the next generation. It was just really smart and really beautiful.
Agreed.
Okay, our next
I thought the cinematography in this piece was absolutely incredible. I really loved the layered compositions. I thought they were really smart. It was some of the strongest cinematography I felt like we've seen. I really liked the characters, but I did feel like there were a little bit too many. I felt like some of them got a little bit repetitive, and I wanted to see a little bit more of how people in the community react to them. They were talking a lot about how they use horses to help people connect with people, but I didn't see a lot of that, and I
Yeah.
really wanted to see that.
Yeah.
I had the exact same note. And I also feel like once it's, I think, almost halfway through when the crazy Faith Riders idea comes up.
Yeah.
And that's where it felt like the story started for me. And I wondered if just leading from there on would have sort of helped with the hook a little bit.
Yeah, no, I completely agree though. I thought it was like a good package. I thought they had some really beautiful shots, some good voices, but it did feel a little long. It did feel a little repetitive. Some of the transitions were kind of strange to me. It felt more just like little vignettes that got pieced together than an actual, I think, story arc. And so I think I would have liked to have stuck with maybe just like one or two main voices and then, right, seen more of that community interaction of how people are responding to seeing them.
Our next video, wait, I think, right? Yeah, the scientist tracked bats. This scientist tracked bats for decades and solved a mystery about a deadly disease.
I feel like this was really beautifully shot. I loved starting with a really strong environmental portrait of the main character. I found the character super compelling. It felt like it walked a line of something that felt very specific, like studying bats, but also felt completely relevant and really tied to a moment. I loved the last line. I loved the close. I think she says something along the lines of, "We should all feel less significant." I thought this was beautiful.
Yeah. I also really appreciated, I think there's a tendency to sort of be really literal in the B-roll shots that you use when someone's speaking, and this was one of the few examples where I felt like it was actually quite poetic, and like the framing and sort of that dusk and sort of being in between night and day. Like, I just thought this was really poetic and really beautiful, especially with the ecologist and some of what she was saying. So I really appreciated that a lot of times it felt like they were also just showing us her and her environment without being super, super literal about some of the things she was saying as well.
This piece had a lot of room to breathe, had a lot of room for those quiet moments and to think about what was being said. I really appreciated that this was an informational story to tell us about this study, but it also gave me a window into the main character's motivations and who she was as a person, and I thought bookending that with the environmental portrait at the beginning and then going back to her in that same way at the end was really smart. I love when somebody can deliver information but also like tell me about a person and tell me about their motivation, so it's not just purely an informational piece, but there's more to it and you get a better sense of who this character is and why they do what they do.
The next video, to heal a forest, the fight for salmon parks.
I thought this piece was beautifully shot. I mean, it was just a really beautiful, beautiful story. I think that it was a little long. There were times where I felt like the characters were maybe saying, it felt a little repetitive, or they were sort of saying similar things, and it could have done with a little bit of tightening. I also felt like after a while we were just seeing a lot of drone shots or sort of shots of trees, but I wanted to see more scenes of the actual people in their community, in their lives, interacting with one another. So there was a little bit, I think, of disconnect for me at a certain point where I felt like even though it was a really beautiful way of showing place, I wanted to get more of a sense of who are these people and how are they living their lives. And I think there was only really one character where we got to see him moving and sort of in the environment and doing something very active, and I didn't feel that with some of the other characters. But I did appreciate the archival photos. I thought that was a really nice way of showing the difference between then and now. And I really liked how up high in the piece they tell you pretty quickly what's at stake.
Yeah, I have the same notes about it. It was beautiful, but it needed a tighter edit. It got a little long for me and a little bit repetitive in what the characters were saying. And I loved when they went into the community briefly, but I didn't get a sense of who those people were or what their lives were like, and I wanted more of that. And I also felt like I saw the same drone shot a couple times. I might be wrong about that, but and so I feel like this is a good piece, but there was a stronger piece within it if the edit had been a little bit tighter.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think there was a lot to work with here. It was beautiful, but it left me feeling a little lost at times. I also wonder if maybe the music didn't help. That just it felt like maybe it even felt like it slowed things down even more. That perhaps a different track would have changed the vibe a little bit. But
Maybe
beautifully
something-
shot.
If the music was like faster or just different.
Yeah, I feel like it just felt slower, and yeah, it made me curious, like if I could hear it with a different track, what it would have felt like.
Amazing. Aspiring YouTubers.
This was so sweet.
Yeah.
It was so sweet. And I think it took things from just being like a cutesy story to like visually interesting. I loved how they incorporated the kids' suggestions into the actual animations. I loved how meta, like how to make a video about how to make a video, was a fun concept. Yeah, I just thought it was smart. Made me laugh. And used all the techniques, I think, in a meaningful way.
Yeah, no, I feel the exact same way. I thought it was really engaging. I thought it was the right length too. Like it actually left me wanting more, which is, I think, really successful when you can do that with a video. Yeah, it was really engaging from start to finish.
It was pretty apparent to me that like this filmmaker knew exactly what they were going to do, knew exactly how they were going to tell this story. Everything was done with intention. Made me laugh, which is like humor is so hard, and it was just, I felt the same way. Like I wanted more. I wanted to keep watching. I wanted to stay in this moment and have these kids just absolutely crack me up. So it was a lot of fun, and it was really smart.
Okay, and our last video for this category was More Than a Race.
My favorite part of this was when they went into the community and showed how this race impacts this small community every year and how into it they are. I felt like the piece almost tried to take on a little bit too much of like, here's the story of the Indy 500 and here's this driver and now we're going into the community. I felt like they could have zeroed in more on some community stories.
Yeah.
It just felt a little long and like they just took on a little bit too much.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like some of the interviews felt a little almost like a commercial. Like, you know, it's like a they're on the press junket for the Indy 500. Like, am I watching just an ad for the Indy 500? But once we get into the community, to your point, like when meeting those like diehard super fans, I'm like, I would have just watched a diehard superfan film, because that would be a really interesting way to approach this. And to your point, I think we were just trying to do a lot here, and it ended up making it feel a little bit more of like a. I could have used a little bit of conflict, I guess.
Yeah. I think that's the only other note that I have was why now? I mean, I really loved going into the community, and I really loved seeing this snapshot, this portrait of how everyone comes around this one race. But I was a little curious, just, I think a little bit of conflict or a little bit of placing in time or just some sort of reason for why we're going into it for a race that's been around for so long. Maybe some way of rooting it into some sort of present day context would have been helpful for me to feel a little bit more invested in the race.
Okay, I feel like now is the hard part. So, how are people feeling about these videos?
I have probably some, like, I'll just throw out this to help us get through the like, I have some that are like clear top. I don't know where in the top, but that feel like the top for me. And that's how I was sort of like trying to take notes with these. The Alzheimer's video being one, the bat video being another, and the YouTube camp being my other one, to just sort of throw up the list.
Those are my top 3 as well. I am leaning pretty strong to Alzheimer's at the very top. But I felt like all of those pieces were definitely the strongest in this category and deserve a place.
Yeah, I agree. I think for me, if I had to rank those 3, Alzheimer's would probably be at the top for me, with BAT coming in at the second and then YouTube at third. And I think that's more just because I really liked the way that Alzheimer's and BAT sort of approached these 2 different issues and made it so intimate and really, really brought you into the lives of these individuals.
I agree with that completely.
Yeah, I agree with that ranking too.
How do we feel about an honorable mention?
I feel like there could be one in this category.
Yeah.
I'm kind of torn right now between. I like the Cowboys piece. I felt like it was lacking in some aspects, but I was really just moved by how beautifully it was filmed. I really appreciated the strong visuals there. So that's kind of the one that's surprising for me, but I could really be convinced of a couple of the others.
Yeah, I feel like some of the things that were mentioned a lot when y'all were talking was just like the way some videos were storyboarded or edited, as well as like the connections between, like how characters were connected and the through line between stories. I don't know if that's helpful in any way.
No, and I do feel like with that framing in mind, the Cowboys one felt a little weak to me in that way. It was really beautiful, but it felt like it was trying to tell me that these animals are helping people connect to each other, and I don't think I saw people together. Like, I saw a lot of beautiful imagery of people with their horses or like riding together, but very little like person-to-person interaction, I felt like. And so I've sort of struggled with that element of this, for how beautiful it was.
Yeah, and I heard that mentioned, I don't know if it was you, Becky, that mentioned it before, but the same thing, that they're talking about that, but it wasn't being shown. What about, maybe let's just go through them. What about better beef, or, beef?
Yeah, I think for me, the 2 pieces that stand out the most for potentially honorable mention would actually be probably a better beef or a traditional future. And I think I'm leaning a little bit more towards a better beef just because I think structure-wise, the narrative felt tighter to me and clearer. And I thought it was beautifully shot. I thought the transitions were really smart. I appreciated how they tried to include just different perspectives and kind of just voices I haven't really heard as much, I think. I really liked the guy who called himself like a punk cowboy and the mom and her son, and seeing that conflict that she feels about being in this industry and wanting to make it better, and trying to make it more sustainable. I felt like, I just think the piece was really strong, and the only thing that sort of was hard for me, or maybe kept it from being ranked 1 through 3, was just I wanted to hear that outsider perspective, maybe fact checking some of what they were saying, but otherwise I really liked it.
I feel similarly about these two being the beef videos basically being
so a traditional future and
these two being, and I agree with what Alice is saying about the to make beef better piece. Lauren, how many honorable mentions are we allowed to give?
I believe it's just one.
Just one.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah. So
You have to
Guy,
draw a
do
line.
you? I know you said cowboy. But do you agree with these? Or do you feel the same way, I guess, about a traditional future,
or convince us about
how to make beef better?
No, you all make really great points about cowboy. I think I really love layered compositions, and those really just spoke to me. But I do agree that the fundamental part of the story was that they were talking about using this as a vehicle to connect people with people, and you didn't see that. And so I can totally let go of that as an honorable mention consideration. I think I would lean more toward the how to make beef better. It had some issues, but traditional future was so beautiful. It was just so disappointing to have that end moment and then just have it like stop when that was the moment when I was really like, oh, this is the story. It just, I felt like there might even be a place in this video, like a first, second, or third, if the story structure had been done differently.
Totally.
But that it hurt it so much that I think it just falls out of contention for me.
So how to make beef better as our honorable?
I'm good with that.
Yeah,
I feel good about that.
Okay. Amazing. So I just want to double check. So our order is Alzheimer's is first. Bats second. YouTube third, and then our honorable beef better. I always want to say better beef. Amazing. Great. Y'all are amazing.
All right, should we get Kathleen?
Let's bring her back in.
Break.
And I'm going to take a really quick bath.
If we could pause.
I stayed up at my mom's, but I came in this morning, not thinking, well, when all this was over with, not thinking, what I was going to walk into. You walk into something, you don't expect to see what you see. This is what I walk into.
I started crying. I was upset. I was really upset. This ain't my first time losing. My bedrooms are still intact. Material things can be replaced, but it's just the point. I was just getting my stuff together. I was getting it together, putting it together, and it's done. That's it. It's gonna take a
Okay, so we are now gonna look at the news and issue individual category. And I'll just read the blurb. So these are serious stories about national and local news events and issues such as climate change, immigration, healthcare, education, economy, gun control, abortion, infrastructure, politics, and policies. So a lot can fit in this category, but it falls under something that is a news or an issue. So we have 4 videos in this category, and we can start watching.
They're on the plane.
All right. You have to just get in your zone and just think about, I've done thousands and thousands of operations. This is another operation. But somewhere in the back of your mind is the enormity of what you're doing. Right now, if you're waiting on the list for an organ, there's only a 1/3 chance that you're going to get an organ. So 2/3 of the people either die or get too sick to receive a transplant. Those aren't very good odds. So we have done, 4 transplants, 2 pig kidneys, 2 pig hearts in people who are whole body donors, who were brain dead. But they were for very short periods of time, 2 to 3 days. We learned a lot from that, but we knew that really, in order to really have a big impact and to get xenotransplantation closer to being a clinical reality, we needed a much longer period of observation. So we're hoping that the decedent work is going to kind of supercharge things and get us to that point where, the FDA feels that we've answered these questions and we're ready to, do the first living human trials. His renal function will be completely dependent on the xenotransplant, so there won't be any confusion about where the urine is coming from.
Also, I think emotional. We've been preparing for that day in this setting for this procedure for so long. To finally be able to do that was just really exciting. Be able to open up the box and give the kidney to Dr. Montgomery was great.
How you guys doing? Bob, where do you want to grab this from? You want to just...
What kind of solution did you use? Okay, let's bring it this way. This way here. So I can look down the barrel. Hold that, Jeff.
Sewed it in and made a hammock for the kidney exactly the way we would do for a normal human kidney transplant. We used all the same sutures. Everything was as we normally do it.
Pretty looking kidney. It even looks better than a human kidney, I think.
I think so too.
It immediately started making urine, which is an extraordinary thing because you're standing there. The kidney, you take the clamps off and the human blood comes into the pig kidney, turns this beautiful pink color, and then a couple of minutes later, urine starts squirting out of the ureter. It's crazy. I never get tired of seeing that.
All right, we got urine.
Oh yeah, it's pouring out.
Thank you, everybody.
It's huge.
That's
it's
what we
beautiful.
have for
That's what we were going to do.
and then this is the EM.
And this is
So we're trying to maximize how much information we can get.
It's a kidney core biopsy. It's for the Xeno research.
We're doing all of these things quite regularly to see when we see the earliest signs of change, and so far we haven't seen any changes or any increased response from any of these currently.
Okay, so these are 2 fragments of biopsy tissue.
Empty. Like there's
no inflammatory cells filled inside. Looks very good, actually. Now today's
14.
14.
We're at 2 weeks now.
2 weeks.
Right now our protocol is till 28, but if things are continuing to go well, then we may try to extend longer.
Wow. Wow.
Hey, how's it going? How are we doing?
Good. Everything's very smooth.
Good.
So, looks good.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're 3 weeks into the 1 month study, and things have gone extraordinarily well. When we and others came up with this, concept of testing pig organs in humans that were brain dead, that was like a new frontier and a new way to get across that barrier. All right, so that looks good, Billy. And there's no 2 feeds right now. I think it's given everybody a real renewed sense that this is going to be our reality in the future, and it's going to be great.
Time has a strange way of changing things. I wouldn't say time, I would say people over time have a strange way of affecting things. And that's primarily due to progress.
There was a time we can walk even this road and pick blackberries from both sides. We'll fill up a 5-gallon bucket and go home and there's a pie. And then every yard just about had some type of orchard. And we knew where all those trees were, so on a hungry day, we could go fill up on fruit. But I can't find one tree that's still alive.
Good morning. Good morning. Today is Saturday.
If the income is limited, you basically have to eat what you can eat. And so that's one of our main struggles, is that they can't get to what they need to reverse the problem. They have no other choice but to go to a place like the store in Chula or to Dollar General. But then they're limited because now they have to go and just get the stuff that I just talked about, the cans that's high in sodium and that's high in sugar content. Because that Dollar General allows you to use your EBT card, that's for the people that's on low income, they would just stock up right there and then take it back home because they cannot get to a major grocery store. There are quite a few people that are still down in Mileston that are using their land to create produce, and it's being sold in other areas. We literally need it here in our community.
I'm the director for Mileston Cooperative Association. I'm also a farmer. Well, it was originally founded in 1942, part of the Roosevelt New Deal. And so when I came in, my task was to help them to get organized, get a structure, and start working together as a group of farmers to carry on the co-op mission. We're not really keen, we don't understand the importance of eating healthy food. It is literally killing people. So we're praying and hoping that the stuff that we're growing, that we're trying to stay away from so many chemicals, that we can feed our community. And we're hoping that that will kind of balance out all the health-related issues that's associated with terrible diet.
Obesity, hypertension, and diabetes are the major three that kind of have affected the whole state of Mississippi, but yeah, it's more prominent here. You know, if we're saying that young 36-year-olds are dying from, you know, cardiovascular disease, you know, what does that do to their family? Because it's almost like it's hereditary. Grandma got sugar, so I'm gonna get sugar, so it doesn't matter what I do, I'm gonna get sugar.
I had been having problems with my eyesight, and everything was getting like fuzzy. At first it was fuzzy, and then all of a sudden got to the point where I couldn't eat anything. Everything I ate would come right back up. When I went into the hospital to check myself in, they came out and they looked at me, and he didn't say anything. And all of a sudden they put me in a wheelchair and they wheeled me into the room and they started hooking tubes up to me. And that's when I knew I was in trouble. That's when I knew. But I didn't know in the beginning, because I knew of diabetes, but I didn't know exactly what it was. And so I learned a lot. But you know, that's what caused me to start looking seriously at my health. And a lot of things that I used to do, I don't do. A lot of food that I used to eat, I don't eat anymore. But the food around here is mostly fast food and unhealthy food, let's put it that way. You know, being in a rural area like we are, this is what you have to deal with on a constant basis. And so you see why some of the time that the young folks say, there's nothing here, I got the lead. But we can take what we know and we can better it.
There's a lot of hopelessness, apathy, and people who just feel as though if you don't get out of Holmes County, you're doomed. And so we're taking some of those people and saying, okay, you may not be skilled, but here's something that you can do that don't require very many skills, but it's an important piece of our work and it can pay you a competitive salary. Yeah, the system has been earmarked against us, and there's been racism, and the deck has been stacked higher for us. I understand all that. Our opportunity is also here if we take advantage of it and create more.
I don't know of anything that makes me feel more like a Yurok man than coming to the shore with a boatload of salmon. Their genetics have been feeding the Yurok people's genetics for thousands of years. To take that away, I think that's a travesty in itself. 300 years ago, you know, what was this river like? It was pristine, it was beautiful. This is the Creator's country.
All the nutrients and all the great things that come from the upper basin were deposited down in the lower basin and out in the ocean. Fish came from the ocean and they brought with them these marine-derived nutrients and all the great things that the ocean provides to the land. And that was abruptly ended 100 years ago. When those dams were put in, it cut the river in half. The shock to the ecosystem was immense, and we're still feeling it today.
The reliance on salmon as a staple was substantial. They pretty much extinguished the spring run in the Klamath, the one that was everybody depended on the most.
I think dams, particularly in the West, they're sort of these vestiges of manifest destiny. It's sort of this idea that you'll go west and conquer the wilderness, people somehow romanticize. But in a lot of cases, like on the Klamath, the dams really aren't worth keeping. Their harm is far greater than their benefits.
Our spirituality, our way of life, and who we are depends on the health of the Klamath Basin. We know that the river can repair itself with the removal of the dam.
Dam removal is a massive project that will reconnect the lower and upper Klamath River. We need enough water for the aquatic resources, whether it's fish or insects, ecosystem services. And if water is constantly being diverted to agriculture or for other needs, we're going to have a hard time restoring the river. Just being a tribal member fisherman and subsisting off the river and having my family here, relying on the river, that's a major part of who we are as people. Lamprey is an ancient species of fish that lives here on the Klamath River. It's a very important food source for Yurok people and tribal people throughout the Klamath Basin. We've subsisted on lamprey since the beginning of time, and so we're trying to continue that tradition. They are born in the river and they go out to the ocean and grow to adulthood and then come back to the river to spawn. But now over 50% of their spawning habitat has been taken away by these dams. Lamprey rely on a very specific type of habitat to rear in, and they need real fine sediment. Because dams block sediment transfer, there's a large section of river downstream of the dams where there's not enough sediment for lamprey. Those reservoirs have terrible water quality, whether it's low dissolved oxygen, toxic algae, high temperature, and that poor quality water is released downstream into the river, and lamprey and everything else has to swim in that water.
Dams, diversions, our agricultural practices were all developed assuming the hydrology of the early 20th century would last forever. And that has not come to pass. We can't manage water in the 21st century like we did in the 20th because there's simply not as much water.
We have had to spend a lot of money and time to get the government to do what's right and to live up to their trust obligations to the resource and the people. Who was protecting fishing, hunting, gathering rights for us was the federal government. And they failed to do so in every era. They failed to do it when the dams were placed. They failed to do it when they created the reservation and our lands were stolen. Each generation has had an impact by bad decisions being made and by the government not living up to its responsibilities to our people at every stage.
In 2001, pretty epic drought, the farmers had their water shut off to protect fish. It was the first time in the history of the Klamath Irrigation Project the government had not diverted water to the project. And people were really upset. So in 2002, they made water deliveries. And against the warning of downriver tribes, we had very low flows. It was really hot, water conditions soured. And when the fish returned in September, there was a massive fish kill, and as many as 70,000 adult salmon died on the Yurok Reservation in the week leading up to California Indian Day.
I knew in my heart that the temperatures were going to be high, and with extremely low flows that we were going to have a fish kill. It was very horrific because there were thousands of fish that were coming down the river.
Fish they'd swim along and they would gulp for air. They'd swim a little bit further and they'd just flop over and, be dead.
If you can imagine 70,000 dead adult Chinook, you're talking about fish that are, this big and this wide, lining the river 5 to 10 deep. It was horrible. We actually took 500 pounds of salmon back to the Department of Interior and laid it out on the steps to draw additional attention to What occurs with flawed water policies?
It's a traumatic event, and there's sort of nothing in the oral histories of these tribes that describes something like this. But I think that galvanized tribes to build a coalition to make a change. Tribal leaders took all of that, kind of that despair that people felt after the fish kill, and kind of turned that into something positive, which was a 20-year campaign that's resulting in the biggest dam removal in the history of the world. As a colleague of mine used to say, that eventually the Lord calls all the dams home.
On this side we have Prairie Creek flowing by, and it's not an ideal channel for a stream to be in just because it's really confined. There's not a lot of complexity. There's no point bars, there's no turns in the stream, there's nowhere for fish to spawn. What we've done here is create this new channel, which is more like what the stream used to look like. So it's more like a natural functioning stream. This is a really important project. It's not on the Klamath River, but it's within our ancestral territories. The Yurok Tribal Constitution dictates that we restore and protect the waters and the lands within our ancestral territories. This is a piece of a larger puzzle where we're trying to restore as much riverine habitat as we can. By removing the Klamath River dams, we're going to open up 400 miles of additional spawning habitat. That'll have benefits for everything associated with the river, whether it's salmon or lamprey or bears or eagles or even killer whales out in the ocean. Everything will be impacted in a positive way. There's a lot of restoration work that's going to go on here for salmonid habitat and just trying to get the ecosystem back to where it should be.
Wolves just showed back up on the Klamath Basin. Condor was just reintroduced in the Klamath Basin. And we're pulling off the biggest salmon restoration project the world's ever seen. So we're starting to put the Klamath back together, and I think, if nothing else, I hope this inspires people everywhere else that you can do these things, you can win against long odds, and you can fix things.
If it weren't for tribal people, our ceremonies, and traditional knowledge, those dams wouldn't be coming out.
When you lose somebody you love, alive, even a pet, that's what hurts. And a lot of people lost everything.
The morning, it was just so windy. I was in the apartment with my family, my mom, my little boy, and my brother. And then we hear all the neighbors, they was leaving already. So I turned to the left and I see the apartment complex in the corner of my street already starting burning. So, but that time I just told my mom, just grab anything. Right now, we gotta go right now. We gotta go, we don't have a choice.
I took my dog, my two dogs and my bigger dog. I was just calling him all the time because he couldn't see me and I couldn't see him. I said, man, please don't run. 10 minutes, that's all it took. It was so smoky already that I couldn't even see the way out. By the time I got to the highway, everything was stopped. So the only chance I had was to go down towards Front Street.
So we go back and we ended in the front street.
A local guy started screaming, get off the cars or you're gonna die.
Ya no pude salir de la jaina, güey. Estamos aquí, mira, en la orilla de la playa porque no hay otra, era.
I jumped from the wall to the rocks and I turned around and I still remember telling the lady that was behind me, get out because the fire is right behind you. And she did get out. She did get out of her car and follow me.
I grabbed my son, my 4 years old, I carry him, and then my mom, me and my brother, we jump, we go to the rocks underneath in the water.
Sergio. I tell him, hey, dude, don't go in the water, bro. Don't go, don't go, don't go, don't go.
If I go to the water with my baby in my arms, it was gonna be like almost impossible to make it. So I think our decision to stay on the rocks saved us too. The buildings start collapsing, cars started exploding.
I saw when the whole thing really just ate everybody that didn't come out of the cars on time on Front Street.
It was getting hot.
That was like around 5 p.m. in the afternoon, and then we stay in there all the way to almost 2 o'clock in the morning.
All I really felt was to keep my dog safe, man. Because we got burned, the ones that got into like really close to the wall. I had burns all over, small ones locally.
To be honest, it's a miracle we make it.
Everything that I love is okay, except for my pet that didn't make it. I did everything I could, I get him out, but one of the little ones inhaled too much smoke and died 2 days later. I'm sorry. They're my babies, you know. I used to live with them. Just them and I.
We lose everything, like we don't have a house, we don't have cars, we don't have a job.
The only thing that I recovered, which is broken, was a watch that I had on my safe. So, but this one I will keep, I gotta say, I will keep it. To remind me that I'm living on a new chance, on a new opportunity. Cannot waste it. Cannot waste it. I've been hearing a lot of people saying, you know what? We've been working and working and working, and look, we lost everything. Now I understand, and life is not about getting things, but about putting memories with the people you love. We lose everything, yes, we did. We lose everything, but everybody that is still alive should be happy. So hopefully we can get up soon to rebuild the buildings, let's say, of the Lahaina town, because the spirit it was never been broken. It's never gonna be broken.
We could talk about the videos. The first video we watched was the latest step towards animal-human transplants. What did y'all think?
I think it was fascinating subject matter, and so I was interested, but I think it could have been a tighter edit.
Yeah, I agree. I thought they got really great access, and it was really remarkable to actually see them in the operating room and being able to see that transplant, but I think the second half of the video struggled a little bit, I think, because it seemed like it wasn't as structured as the first half, and so it sort of lost me a little. So I think a tighter edit would have benefited the piece overall.
Or even just leaning in. It felt like it almost took everyone off guard that it was so successful.
Yeah,
maybe.
right.
And I think maybe if they had leaned into the surprise of it a little bit more, that would have helped me. I mean, I think I left the operating room wondering, like, so are they... like what's happening now? Like it wasn't totally clear to me that we were following the same person at first. I mean, got there eventually. It also made me wonder, it feels like this would be maybe a little controversial. And I wonder, I don't know if it would have made sense, but I did have a moment of wondering, like, what would it have felt like to hear from someone who was like, or hear from a family who had, you know, said that they were giving their loved one over to this research, like that sort of like outside the medical realm feeling of it would have been interesting to me. I don't know if I needed someone who was like opposing it necessarily, but just hearing a little bit more of a non-medical perspective might have been interesting.
Somebody with a personal connection to it would have really helped, I think.
Exactly, yeah.
And yeah, a tighter edit. There was one point where he left the operating room and I thought it was over, and then it just like kept going. And it's like, oh, we're continuing to go. It was really interesting, but because of the lack of just like personal emotional connection to the importance of this research, that it had a hard time landing with me.
Right.
Okay, our next video that we watched, Mississippi Farming Co-op provides fresh produce in food deserts to address diabetes.
Really wanted to see the people in this community living their lives and, you know, living in this food desert, and what does daily life look like. A lot of people talking about a really important issue, but I didn't see it playing out in their lives, and that's what I really wanted from this.
Yeah, I felt like the character who was running the farm co-op, I think, felt like he was really strong, and I was really interested in the people who were working with him, and I wonder if that would have been a way to almost just focus on the farm co-op and just focus on the people that are working there, volunteering there. There's one moment where he's like, you know, folks around here think that if you don't get out, your life is over, but I'm trying to help them realize that it's not. I'm like, but what is your life like here?
Right.
I think that would have been an interesting approach, because I did feel like I was getting a sense of the scene. Like I was almost completely there, but it would have been helpful to see a little bit more of their regular life.
Yeah, I agree. If it was more character driven, it would have been, I think, a better window into the whole story. And I feel like I didn't really know what the story was for a long time.
Yeah, when the minister starts talking about their experience with diabetes, I was like, oh, okay, now we're gonna get like, and here's all the ways that my life changed, and I feel like I didn't even totally get that.
Yeah.
And
the story, it felt like it could have started in the middle or something.
Right.
Yeah.
And like the radio host, we never really went back to the radio host, and so I feel like there were some superfluous, or just, yeah, I think it would have benefited from just working with maybe two characters versus quite so many voices. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, our next video, bringing the Klamath River, I think.
Klamath, yeah.
I kept hearing climate. Yeah, what y'all think about this piece?
This is a really nice story. It's a good story. I feel like this one, and there might have been some others where we could have taken out the white guy, and what he adds to it is just like information, and I feel like the information that he provided could have been like inserted in just text and very, very like concisely, and then just kind of allow the video to be, the voices of the indigenous people. We can really connect to them and their experience and their connection with the land and the water. I think it would have benefited from that, because there was a lot of, sometimes, when there's a lot of like talking about information, you just kind of, you get less connected and you just kind of drift off. But it was really well shot, it's beautiful, and it's an important story as well.
Yeah, I agree that it was so beautiful. I thought it was really, really beautifully shot. It did feel pretty long to me. I felt like that the fish die-off moment was really gut-wrenching, and I felt like I was emotionally connecting with the characters at that point. And I almost would have wanted to start around there, maybe, to just show like how impacted and how personal this community feels these losses that they're trying to avoid. And I also I thought it was over at the dam. You know, there's like that beautiful last line, like, you know, the dams are gonna return, whatever it is, I don't know. And then you're like, okay, we're done. And let me give you like one more beat. And I feel like that threw me off a little bit.
Yeah, and I think what you're saying with like those powerful moments, I think they would have been more powerful if there could have been some space and pacing with just like providing the information and then just letting those really sad, hard moments kind of live a little bit and give us space to feel them.
Yeah. The fishing scene I thought was also really lovely, where you see this sort of, you know, interesting fishing rod that I didn't know much about, and this sort of, it really felt like I was getting a sense of the place and the people.
Yeah, I thought they did a good job. I appreciated that we kept coming back to Barry as a main character, but I almost felt like even though they were building out scenes with Barry, I still didn't feel like I knew his personal story. Like, he was talking a lot sort of about the cultural importance of the Klamath and how it provides this really important ecological home for all of these different animals that they depend on, but I wanted to know more about sort of him and his family and their place there. And so I felt there were moments where it was really touching to see people sort of react to these moments in time, where sort of this big moment now that's happening with the dams coming down, but I just felt like I wasn't quite connecting as much as I wanted to with some of the characters.
Yeah, and I think that's what we keep coming back to, is that like we went in connection with the human beings, and you know, we need information, but just making it as concise as possible, and you know, relying more on like connecting with the people who are impacted.
How did you all feel about the environmental portraits?
I didn't love them. I didn't feel like they were necessary really, and I struggled with the opening of this, which was like, here's this person and this person and this soundbite and this soundbite. There were like 4 or 5 in the first like minute and a half, and that was, I didn't really know who we were focusing on, and it felt a little bit all over the place to me. It felt too long. I definitely agreed that when they had that beautiful shot and they were pulling back from the dams, that's such a closing shot, it's such a closing statement. I was really shocked that we were continuing to go, and I really felt like the fish die-off needed to be pushed up. I wanted to understand the stakes and the damage. I mean, this is a really big story in California right now that a lot of organizations are working on, and you know, I'm sure we'll see a lot of stuff on this in the next year. And this felt like kind of a preview of what's going to happen, but I do feel like there were opportunities to dive more into these characters, to select a couple of them maybe and tell me their stories, instead of, it just felt like a bunch of sound bites to me, and none of them really connected. Right?
Okay. And our last video, how 2 men survived Klamath flames.
I'm not really sure I understood the connection between the 2 characters. Like, I know they both survived the fire, but I didn't.
Were they like father son? I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
like,
I don't think so. I think
they're
they
just unrelated.
both hid behind the same rock wall.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think they were just in the same.
But it was it was really unclear.
Yeah.
It was very unclear. I appreciate that it's really hard when people are recounting a moment and you weren't there to capture it. So I did appreciate that the filmmaker tried to incorporate as much footage from the 2 men. It felt like I wanted to start, because at the end you see actually all of these original shots of the men, and I wish we had actually started with where they were at that present moment, and then kind of went back into time for how they survived the fires. So it felt kind of jarring to me a little, actually, going from the interview shots and then suddenly at the end there were seemingly these random portraits of like the community, but I didn't really feel connected at that point to any of it.
I found their first person accounts very compelling. I felt like they really were sharing a traumatic moment with us, and you know, using the cell phone footage was a smart way to try and take us there with them. But I agree, you know, some of that connection that I started to feel towards the end would have been nicer a little bit closer to the top. I also didn't feel like I totally understood the situation. Like, I've read a lot about this, but I wasn't totally clear to me like what had happened to them. Like, they were there for a long time, but I would have liked to hear more like, and what happened while you were there, and what, even if they could have just said like what they saw or what they were seeing. I don't know. I wondered if there was a little bit more to get into about those like 8 hours or whatever. Maybe some, even like we've talked about like using some text in places to like bring a little bit more context. I wonder if this would have benefited from a little bit more context on screen in some way.
Yeah. And also, like, how are they living now? I mean, you know, I think the quotes at the end were, you know, hopeful, and we are looking to the future. But like, is he in a trailer? Like, where is he living? What does he envision for the future? Maybe. And I wasn't sure about the ending visuals. I think I would have rather seen them in the ending visuals, as opposed to the kind of scenes. Felt a little disjointed, but I did, like you all said, there was a lot of very, you know, intimate moments, and you can tell that the reporters had really built a connection with them.
What did y'all think about like the footage that they used?
I think it was really smart. I mean, it is really hard to go back once an event has happened and really put people in that place. So I'm glad that they had that footage, but I agree that some more context would have been really good. Like, how many people died in the fire? How many people died on that street that they, you know, jumped out of their cars and down on the rocks? Like, to understand more of the stakes and how many lives were lost and how fortunate they were to survive this, I think would have added a lot.
Okay. So now for our ratings. Your ratings. Is there one that like really stands out to anybody?
I was a little, oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, I was a little surprised by this category. News and issue is usually a pretty strong storytelling category, and I felt like the entries weren't as strong as I was expecting to see. Definitely some interesting stories that I felt like there was a lot of potential for to really dive into a character-driven story, but a lot of what was presented was just very informational about, and I wanted more story, really.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like compared to the other categories, like it was very clear to me which one should be ranked first, second, and third, and this one I'm really struggling. I can say that the one that I probably would not rank is maybe the last piece. I don't know if anyone feels differently, but maybe working backwards, if that can help narrow things down.
So the Lahaina.
But that's just how I feel. I don't know if people feel differently about that.
I think I agree, compared to some of the other things that we've seen, I don't feel like these were as strong as some of the other things that we've placed.
Yeah.
Even some of our like second, third honorable mention pieces.
Yeah.
It would feel to me a little bad of place to give one of these a first place compared to another category that we've done a first place caliber for. But I don't know if that's a right way to be thinking about this.
Yeah, I guess the thought is, are you comparing it to other categories,
Or are you just
or
comparing
just
it
comparing
within?
to what is here.
Right.
And I think that's something that, you know, the four of you can figure out. And I mean, you don't need to choose anything if that is the way that you want to go.
Yeah, I do think it's a good point that they don't seem to meet the standard of the rest of the categories, and we've seen the standard of places that we've given. Like, nothing here really feels like it meets that bar for me. So I am really struggling with that. You know, I do think, like, it's important to judge what's in front of you, but at the same time, you have to have a certain standard that those places have to meet in order to be placed. And, I do agree if we were cutting one out, like the fire for me, and honestly the Mississippi farming, I really struggled with that.
I would say they both are, yeah.
Freeing the Klamath, I think, had the most beautiful cinematography.
Yeah, and the information. I mean, it's there, but I think it's in the edit, honestly.
And they did have, for the animal-human transplants, there was good access.
Yeah, and there was some,
And it was
surprising
interesting.
moments.
Yeah. We can't just give like an honorable mention, right? We have to give a first place
I'm
and a
pretty sure we can't skip, like, yeah.
Right.
What if we did like a first place and then an honorable mention?
I don't.
Would that be weird, or first and second place? And
I think it needs to be first and
Should we
second.
do that, or what do y'all think? Or not?
So yeah, I guess this is the question.
It's hard.
It is hard because I've been on the other side when I've been in a category and then like they didn't give a first or anything, and there was like an honorable mention. I was like, really? So it's like it is tough, but
Okay, so it seems like if there was to be a first, it would be between these top two.
No.
Sorry,
Klamath
the
and
top, the river
Klamath
and the
human
transplant.
Can we do 2 honorable mentions?
I don't think.
No, I think we have to, if we do a first.
I think you can't
pick
skip
one, it has to be a
anything.
first.
it has to
And
be
then
a
it has to be a
first.
second.
and we can't- Yeah, because I'm.
Or you could
thinking
just
that
do
way
a
too.
first
I just
and
don't
then
feel
leave
like
it
it's
at
at
that.
the
Yeah.
standard for a place.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that's. This is the question.
I guess also, I'm reminding myself that these are the best of that whole category that probably first round judges went through and watched, so.
Right.
And trying to think about like how we would want, I'm trying to think about like how this, if I'm someone on the outside looking at the results, and I come to this category and I'm like, if there's nothing, I like don't learn anything about the category.
Yeah, that's very true.
That's a good point.
And if there's something that I'm like, oh, I can do that, you know?
Right,
Like,
right.
Maybe, I don't know, maybe that's the wrong way to think about it, but.
No, yeah, I think that's right. And I also feel like even though we're seeing all of this within the context of all of the categories, like it does feel more fair to just judge it against the pieces that are within this category. Yeah.
That's fair.
In that case, I would do river first.
Correct.
And then
Yeah.
transplant second.
I feel the same.
Everyone agree?
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, okay. All right. We got a first and a second.
Can I take a real quick break
Yeah,
before we
let's
move on
take
to the
a
next
pause.
category? We just need a couple minutes.
Okay, so we're now going to look at the 24-hour individual category. And just a reminder, these are videos on any topic that have been filmed, edited, and published within 24 hours. And we have 6 projects in this category. Yeah.
Sandra Day O'Connor has always been a bastion for women's professions. That she was able to be on the Supreme Court as a woman was a big deal. And I appreciate so much her work and her rulings, and that she worked for women, but also worked to have justice for everyone.
I used to teach Pilates to Justice O'Connor, and because I'm an attorney.
Whoever's on the bench is really important to me. She was the first. She broke the glass ceiling, and because of her, Justice Ginsburg, and then it all followed. And so having a trailblazer as the first justice was really quite something, and it was important.
I'm currently reading a book called The Nine by Jeffrey Toobin, and I didn't realize, I knew she was the first female justice, but I didn't realize what a powerful justice she was. She was, and very fair. I mean, she was conservative and she went with the right side of the court, but she also believed in things like, you know, civil rights, things like that, so.
There was a cartoon in there, and it talked about Lady Justice, and Lady Justice had her scales, and she says, "I've been waiting 146 years for you." And I thought that was beautiful, because there she was, 146 years it took for the first woman justice.
Currently, we are in Section 64 of Arlington National Cemetery, and today we are conducting what's called Flags In. It's where all the units are designated certain sections throughout the cemetery, and we go ahead and place the flags at the tombstones. First time I went through and did this, it was I almost didn't have words for it. It was a very honorable thing I felt like I could do. All of us coming out here with the old guard, I feel like it's the very least that we can do for these hundreds of thousands of service members that paid the ultimate sacrifice.
Personally, so I'm a second generation. My father served as well. He's still alive, but he's had soldiers that's passed. That's tombstones are here as well. So it makes me feel that I'm giving back as well. You know, giving back some time, respect, and gratitude towards these fallen warriors that's standing here before us.
I think, you know, with Memorial Day being here, it is, you know, everybody thinks of it as the long weekend and things like that, but just to kind of reflect and take time back to be like, wow, this is why we have this 4-day, or this is why the cookout's happening or whatever. It's not something that's just given, it was earned. Everyone out here that's buried in the Arlington National Cemetery, it's because of them, so don't forget the true meaning behind it.
We're here on the first day of the 2023 Seafair. This is a pretty important year for hydro racing in Seafair because it's the first year that the Gold Cup, which is the oldest trophy in motorsports, is coming to Seattle for the first time in 38 years. So to experience a little bit of that history, we are going on a ride-along in one of the vintage hydroplanes. hydroplanes are really fast race boats that skim over the surface of the water. I've never been in a motorboat at all, so I have no idea what it's going to be like or feel like to be going 120 miles on the water. And I'm really dying to know exactly how these cranes work and put the boats into the water. Hydro and Boat Racing Museum in Kent manages all of the vintage boats that are here today. It looks like there's 4 or 5, and they're generally kept in the museum. But I was also told earlier that almost everything in the museum has been repurposed and is actually functioning. So even though most of the time the boats might just be sitting there, they are actually functioning boats that you can take out on the water. That's the one I'm going to be riding in, the Pay and Pack. It was built in 1973 and won a gold cup in 1974 and 75.
You'll love it.
Okay, that's encouraging to hear.
It will be loud, so I'm sure my brother will tell you a set of earplugs. Right. And the helmet too. Right. And it'll still be loud because you're sitting right behind the engine.
So before around the 70s, the hydroplanes were made out of wood, and if there was a collision, it would basically break apart and there would just be an engine left. And so at the time, the safest thing was to have an open cockpit and no seatbelt, because it was actually safer to just be injected as opposed to sinking. Luckily, that is not the case anymore.
Apparently the Budweiser guys went down and they were met with a manufacturer, whoever was making the canopies for F-16s. If it has one little defect or whatever in the canopy where that might affect the pilot's vision, they throw them away. Well, we could use them. The Budweiser guys did it first. They put an F-16 canopy on it, and then they put a roll cage inside of it too.
They're going to start up the engine. It's going to be loud.
Okay, should I step back? I don't have earbuds or anything. So luckily, someone I met warned me that the boats would be firing up, but it still made my heart jump a little bit. It was just really loud, really intense. The sound of the engine is very overwhelming, but still, I'm excited. I think it's going to be fun. So, are there any hand signals I need to know, or?
They will say faster, slower.
Faster, slower. It's pretty crazy. It looks like the drivers get in after they lower into the water, which is good news. I honestly had no idea. I was slightly worried about that.
You excited?
I am really excited. Almost happening.
It's fun. You'll think it's cool. It's unlike anything you've ever done. It's awesome.
Do I need to know where the kill switch is?
No, because it'll happen if I fly out of the boat.
Okay.
So if I start to go, just kick me out.
Clear to go.
I started getting actually nervous once I got into the cockpit, and I was like, oh my gosh, we're taking off. It's hard to describe the feeling, but it felt like almost we were more on a jet than in a boat, which makes sense because we are gliding 4 or 5 inches above the water. So there were some bumps, but when we were going straight away, it was really cool. I was just looking at Mount Baker in the distance. The turns were not as fun. The turns were kind of scary. The driver and I were really packed in there, so we were just getting thrown side to side against each other. Felt like I could kind of fly out if I was not holding on. wild. Oh my gosh. I liked going straight. The turns, I was like, oh my God, I was holding on so tight. Oh my gosh. I can't believe there is no cockpit. Like when we were turning, I don't think this is an actual safety concern, but I definitely felt like I would have just flown out if I was not holding on so tightly. That was crazy. Did you notice how fast we were going? I forgot to look.
I never looked.
Yeah. Well, it felt pretty fast.
I mean, we were literally feet away from our house catching fire. It's about rebuilding at this point, and we're rebuilding from ground zero, and this is ground zero.
We are in the Leali'i Hawaiian Homes complex in Lahaina. So these are all Native Hawaiians that live in this community. This community has self-organized.
Okay, I take the water. Take the water.
So this house has become ground zero for access to resource. The roads are closed. The beaches are pretty much closed. So people who live here are stuck here.
Our government sites are not fast enough in getting communication, and the one thing that's good about Hawaii and our community is that we are always on top of it with helping people and sharing information and letting everybody know, you know, Uncle so-and-so, Auntie over here, she needs this, she needs this. And because our community is so tight and everybody loves each other so much, like there's no hesitation.
You know what really scares me right now is the families, regardless they're Hawaiian or not, that has been here for multi-generations, deciding I'm giving up, I'm throwing in a towel, we're moving on. What we need them to do is stay here, stay home, and rebuild, because we can rebuild together. We cannot lose the heart and soul of Lahaina, which was once the capital of the Hawaiian Kingdom, and which has so much historical sites, so much Hawaiian history. We're beginning to take baby steps into what we're left with.
I was here until that house started burning right across the street. And then I knew it was gonna come across and get my fence. So I packed up my cats that I have in the house, put them in a carrier, and I took them up to my sister-in-law's house, and I could see, I had a shed in the back, a metal shed, and I could see something burning, and I thought, oh God, it's my house. I want to cry when I see all my neighbors gone, everybody that we grew up with. It's a horrible feeling to know that there's no one left, and I don't know where it's going to begin or where it's going to end, how we're ever going to get back to any kind of normalcy. The most eerie part is not hearing cars going by or people talking. At night especially, it's so lonely and sad. It's so hard to wake up to this and to think of what it was. And it's really hard.
I'm 83 years old. My whole family, we're all Trumpers. Trump won! Yeah, sure did. I was eating my dinner, and they said, that he was indicted. And I said, oh, that's so politics. It's so much political stuff. This DA said, he's going to get Trump, and they bring it all up because he said he was running for president. That's the first thing they want to do is indict him. They're going to find out. It's going to backfire on him because what happens, he's going to be president. It's going to make him president.
I feel really bad for President Trump that he has to go through this. I mean, leave the man alone, for God's sake. What is the issue? I never knew people could have such hatred for a man that loves this country.
Donald Trump is a pathological liar!
I am the lone celebrator of Trump's indictment. I'm celebrating our justice system doing the right thing, and I'm celebrating it finally not being bullied and manipulated and corrupted by him to evade consequences for his misdeeds. This may be the turning point where Trump is finally being held accountable, and maybe our country can find its way back to a less divided, less angry, less violent place.
Hey, Mike, that's the Trump, baby. Man, get off the car. That's your last warning. Thank you.
Trump.
Just remember, as we're, talking about these, that these were all done in 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So the first one, mourners honor former Justice Sandra Day O'Connor at the Supreme Court.
I thought it was a fairly smart approach to sort of overlay interviews of people there with the funeral footage. Like, there's not a ton to see, so it was an interesting way to sort of give you a sense of the scene. I could have used a little bit of, like, maybe a few Sandra Day O'Connor facts.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe would have been nice.
Yeah.
Just to make it feel like a complete package.
Yeah, I agree. There was, I think after maybe that first soundbite, there was a really long shot where you see the casket. And I felt like that could have been a really nice moment where they could have put maybe a text or two just providing some facts or just sort of giving the viewer, we all know her name, but just a little bit more context and sort of why this is so important, why she's so significant. But I thought they did a good job with the sound bites that they did get. I thought they did a pretty good job of actually letting the piece breathe in certain parts. Like, it didn't feel, like the pacing felt good to me, actually. This is very, very nitpicky. I wish they had the wire under, because that seemed really simple. So that was the only thing that kind of jumped out to me, just from a technical standpoint. But otherwise, I thought it was a pretty well-contained piece.
Yeah, the one thing that just jogs for me hearing you talk about that was like not the wire part, but the interview parts, the sound bites, because we don't hear from any. These were like sort of random Supreme Court fans.
Yeah.
Like they're not experts. Like they kind of know her, but like don't really know.
So the woman who taught her Pilates.
Well, one of them, she's like, I taught her Pilates. Also, I'm a lawyer. Also, I need some fact checks.
I want her story.
I think, and they're like, she's done a lot of good stuff too, like civil rights. It would have been a nice moment to like throw in, like, here are some things that she's done, or here are some things that she's known for. Yeah.
I do think that the casket clips were well filmed.
Yeah.
And I really appreciate it. And, I felt like a videographer that was sent out there to find a story.
Right,
and,
totally.
That's, they did a good job of finding some people for some sound bites, but I do agree some context and adding a little bit about her importance would have been nice.
Yeah, I think actually it could have been a little bit shorter, and some of the sound bites could have been taken out. And I think we could have leaned into the woman with actually the knitted hat a little bit more.
Oh, she was great. Yeah.
She was really good.
Okay. Our next video, flags in ceremony, places flags in Arlington National Cemetery ahead of Memorial Day.
I think this one was well shot, but I would have liked to have had more like personal, intimate stories from some of the soldiers, and even if sometimes you don't have time for it, but if you could figure that out pre-reporting, find out who's going to be out there and if they have any stories from like one of their media relations people, maybe doing that digging ahead of time, I think would have been really good.
Yeah, I agree. I kept sort of waiting for that
Yeah.
personal connection to come in, and I thought it was a really well-shot piece, but it felt like the three people they spoke to all sort of said a same, like an iteration of what the person prior to them had said.
Yeah, exactly.
And so I wanted to hear maybe that more personal connection to, their story or someone that they know who maybe they're honoring in some way.
Yeah, and I think in order to place, and I think in this contest, you would need it. You would need something like that, honestly.
Don't really have much more to add. I agree. It was well shot, but lacked that personal connection. Something as simple as finding someone who has a relative that's buried in Arlington to talk about that might have been nice. Something to add just a little bit more to it.
Yeah.
It reminds me of a piece we watched earlier today where we talked about like how remarkable it felt that some soldiers were being so emotional on camera, and I feel like that's we're experiencing the piece in a way,
right.
Which makes sense. It's like, talking to the media relations folk, like you're saying, would probably have helped some sourcing a
To
little
find
bit.
out, yeah. That story.
But you're gonna get a pretty generic.
Yeah, it's hard to get deep in the moment when people are doing their job.
Yeah.
Okay. Our next video. What it's like to ride a hydroplane.
I felt like this piece was way too long.
Yes.
It could have been like 2 minutes.
Yeah, or less. It could have been a really cute, like 30-second funny quick thing.
Because the producer was great on camera, but I think there was just too much information. It was a little stream of consciousness for me. And I wanted to get to the part where she was just in the hydroplane.
Totally. Yeah, I felt like it really started for me when she like zipped up. Like, start here. Get on the boat. Give me some facts about boats and like get out.
There could have been some like fun, quirky surprises like popped in. If it was a little faster and like much tighter.
Yeah, it felt like a lot of build up for not much payoff.
Yeah, this was the longest video in this section. Okay, the next video, so we had 2 videos back to back that were both about Lahaina. This one was Lahaina residents create supply network out of their homes after deadly Maui fire.
I really liked the scenes of the community jumping in to help each other through this disaster, and I really liked what the man at the end was saying about what they were left with and what's been lost. It really gave me a sense of what this fire could take away from this community.
I think it's hard to talk about this one and not compare it to the other because they're right next to each other.
Yeah.
But I will wait to the next one.
Does anyone have anything else to add to this one?
No, I agree with what Guy said. I appreciated the perspective they were able to capture. And I know it's hard because it's a 24-hour turnaround and it's really difficult in a breaking news situation. I almost wanted a combination of this piece and the next piece because I wanted to hear from a family that was benefiting from the aid, or at least to hear a more personal story of the people who were putting the critical supplies together hear their survival story or their connection to that place. That was the only thing that I felt like was missing for me in this.
Okay, so our next one, Lahaina resident lives on edge of wildfire destruction.
And that was to the point of what I was going to say, that this is kind of what's missing from the other one, is that you have that personal connection. You feel like, even in a 24-hour period in this short span that they've had, you do feel that connection with this one in a very short piece.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure, how long, can you tell us how long this piece was? I think it was a minute, or like, a minute 10.
Yeah, 1 minute.
Yeah.
Wait, did they say her 20 cats?
Yeah, which they didn't say that in the piece. I know, I just saw that somewhere and I was like, I don't remember her talking about her 20 cats.
That feels like a big.
Wow, that would have really changed.
Yeah.
I want to see her with the cats.
Where are the
Where are the
cats?
cats?
I remember
That
seeing
is
one of
true.
the cats when she was sweeping, but that was one cat.
I would have loved for it to have been just about that.
Yeah, her cats.
Yeah, because she's talking about
Where are
missing
they
her
now?
community, but like she still has her cats. Like,
Yeah,
I would
and
have
20 of them.
And
Like-
20 cats out of there.
Yeah, that's wild.
Oh wait, it looks like her house was spared. Like she was like the one. I assume that like she's the one spared in the neighborhood, which is why she's there and they're gone.
Yeah.
But like getting her to talk about that would have been so cool.
Yeah, and I did wonder about that because I feel like we had shots of her cleaning up. We had shots of like her backyard that had been burnt. I feel like I almost just needed a like across the street.
I want to see. Yeah.
Just put that house in context.
Totally. Yeah.
Would have done a lot for me.
And it would have showed her alone, her like isolation.
And maybe her 20 cats.
And her 20 cats, hopefully.
Okay, and then our last one was the supporters rally at Mar-a-Lago after Trump's indictment.
I liked this piece. I would have liked to have the surprise of the protester, the lone protester, a little bit further up, just because I've seen so many pieces of Trump supporters talking in this way. But I think it was edited in a way where that surprise was popped in a little bit sooner, I would have been more engaged. And then I liked the little surprise at the end. It was cute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that this had some conflict to it. You know, so many of those Trump videos that I've seen like this and rallies like this, it's just Trump people a lot of times, and it's nice to see that one person there against all the other people. And, you know, it brought some conflict into the piece. And, I thought that was really important for it.
I wonder if there was a different edit where they could have like contrasted something that Trump folks were saying to what she was saying. So it could have been a little more surprising, a little bit more of like a little down that pops in.
Any other thoughts on this one?
No, I agree with everything.
Okay. All right, so now for judging. Are there any pieces that really stick out?
I feel most connected to the cat lady, but knowing that she had 20 cats, I also have a hard time. It feels like.
Yeah, it almost would have been better to just not put that in
Right,
the description
don't
if you
tell
don't
me.
have it, because now I'm like,
Now
oh,
I'm
you
like,
missed something.
yeah. I'm having a hard time with this category as well.
I am too. There's nothing that immediately jumps out to me as the first or the second.
It's a tough one.
And working in this way in this 24-hour period is really hard. So I'm trying to recognize that, but I agree. I'm struggling too. I think of this grouping, the Trump piece or the Lahaina resident.
Yeah, those
both
are
are
the
what's
two that
kind of
come to
rising
the
for
top.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel thinking about that 24-hour constraint. Finding a character like the Lahaina piece that is willing to talk with you like that, to really emote with you, to like
absolutely
let you into her life and her loss in such a short amount of time.
I agree.
Feels probably most challenging of the group.
That's true.
Yeah.
Maybe that would be one, and then the Mar-a-Lago maybe second.
Yeah, the twist of the other of the other person really made that.
That really made the whole thing.
So does everyone agree with the Lahaina as being first place? Yeah.
The resident.
And then
Is that the second one
with the woman?
resident,
Yeah.
The 20 cat.
yeah, the second from the bottom.
Yeah, that one.
What do you guys think about the Sandra Day O'Connor as like a third?
or honorable mention. We can't do that. We have to
We
do
have to do a third and then an honorable mention. I know.
It's hard just because they don't give any information.
I know.
Yeah.
I think if they had, like you had mentioned, like if they had provided the context or
Just
like
one text
something.
would have
just a
been-
couple
yeah.
of facts
Yeah.
about important decisions she was a part of, or just something would have been
Right.
would have thrown it up there for me, but I just don't feel like it's there.
Yeah.
Fair. Yeah.
And I think thinking about the conditions in which you're working, I actually would, like thinking about sort of that, like that to me feels like a very standard kind of, you just show up, you see who's there.
Yeah.
I think if we were to give a third place, I would actually advocate for the second Lahaina piece.
Okay.
With the community members rallying together, but we also don't have to give a third place either.
These are also really short. Like, does anyone want to watch either of them again, or you feel?
Maybe the third. Do you want to watch the third one?
The Lahaina.
Like the second Lahaina.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Can we watch the Lahaina Residents Create Supply Network?
For this, like, at the end, for some reason it's like not letting me do this.
Oh no.
So which one did you say? You also like clarify at the end. Like,
Yeah. Let's
Absolutely.
clarify.
I mean, we were literally feet away from our house catching fire.
It's about rebuilding at this point, and we're rebuilding from ground zero, and this is ground zero.
We are in the Leali'i Hawaiian Homes complex in Lahaina. So these are all Native Hawaiians that live in this community. This community has self-organized.
Okay, I'll take the water. Take the water.
So this house has become ground zero for access to resource. The roads are closed. The beaches are pretty much closed. So people who live here are stuck here.
Our government sites are not fast enough in getting communication, and the one thing that's good about Hawaii and our community is that we are always on top of it with helping people and sharing information and letting everybody know, Uncle so-and-so, auntie over here, she needs this. And because our community is so tight and everybody loves each other so much, like there's no hesitation.
You know what really scares me right now is the families, regardless they're Hawaiian or not, that has been here for multi-generations, deciding I'm giving up, I'm throwing in a towel, we're moving on. What we need them to do is stay here, stay home, and rebuild, because we can rebuild together. We cannot lose the heart and soul of Lahaina, which was once the capital of the Hawaiian Kingdom, and which has so much historical sites, so much Hawaiian history. We're beginning to take baby steps into what we're left with.
Video, we should place that one.
Yeah, because they actually do manage to fit a lot of information, and they get pretty good access to some of these folks.
Yeah.
Third?
Yeah.
Okay, so first is.
Second,
so
First is
it's hard to wake up to this. Lahaina resident was on edge of wildfire. Second is Mar-a-Lago, Trump. And third is Lahaina Residents Create Supply Network.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Is it working?
We're just, we're fine.
You're
keeping
good?
track of it in a separate spreadsheet.
Okay, cool. How's everyone feeling? Want to move on to the next one?
Yeah.
Okay, so our next category is the news and issue team category.
How many entries on each one of these?
There are 6. And this is actually our last category before, this is our last single video category before portfolios.
Okay.
Wow. Yeah. Let me just pull it up. Issue team. No, wait, that's not right. Is it news and issue team? Okay, and then just a reminder. So these are serious stories about national and local news events. Yeah, pretty much that's it. It's a broad range of topics. So yeah, I think we are ready.
What we're seeing is disaster capitalism, and we see developers just trying to use the emergency proclamation to push developments down our throat.
The reason why it's contentious is because you have other entities that come in that are looking at the water source as a commodity, as an opportunity towards development and making money.
In ancient Hawaii, Lahaina was known as the breadbasket of the Pacific. We had these beautiful breadfruit groves that were miles long. They called it the Venice of the Pacific because you could powder around Lahaina town.
It was in a place of abundance. That's why there was an existing population. There was abundant water, agriculture, shoreline, ocean resources, and a thriving society existed here.
As fields of cane spread across the islands of Kauai, Oahu, Maui, and the Big Island of Hawaii, the land that was watered by nature was soon fully developed. And sugarcane needs water. It's a thirsty crop.
But when the sugar plantation came, they basically turned off the lifeline to Lahaina, which was water. They diverted all the water to plant sugar.
The planter's solution? Burrow tunnels through the mountains, build siphons, raise flumes, and dig ditches, miles of them. Drill wells deep into the porous volcanic heart of the land.
Plantations were a major impact to eliminating that vast, extensive food system that once existed here. Well, the plantation doesn't exist anymore, and it's now coming back into the hands of the community to be the leaders to bring back that sustainable ecosystem, watershed, livelihood. We just want to grow food. We want to grow food for our community, do it sustainably, do it the way that our ancestors did. What comes with that is a whole lot of life back to our native ecosystems, our native aquatic species, our reefs, our way of life, and our staple food of kalo.
The developer has literally waited for years, itching to get zoning changes. And they've been successful in some parts of their land, which they've built million-dollar homes, gentleman real estate that your typical local person will never be able to afford.
We're seeing some interesting shifts from our politicians, specifically our governor, whereby he has suspended the interim in-stream flow standards for the West Maui communities, and yet we know that there is no direct connection to the diversion of specifically Kauaula Stream to the Maui Fire Department's fire hydrant system.
We have to have a much more honest discussion about water. And I know some of the people who are water rights folks, who I have been one over the years, are probably rolling their eyes and raging right now. But look, guys, we just lost lives because we don't have a water policy or a statewide plan that protects the land from burning.
Which means that corporations have free rein to divert, again, whatever it is that they want from these streams, under the guise of fire protection, to try to undo all of the work that our communities have fought so hard and advocated so hard to restoring balance.
We need the water. We need the water to be available for fire suppression. But we also have to factor in that we're tapped out in resources in West Maui. They keep building and building. We're an island community. Our resources are limited, and what we're failing at is making sure that we reserve enough water for situations like this.
сталося?
А?
Розкажіть, що сталося.
Ну, обстріл був день. По дворах кров. Кругом кров. Все в крові. Кров має запах. Особливо свіжа кров. Ну, під'їжджаємо до ворога на метрів 500-600. Буває. Забираємо поранених. І швидко відкатуємося, тому що підуть зразу приходить.
По вас безпосередньо стріляли, поки ви...
Стріляли. Сьогодні стріляли. Кажуть, є 300, це поранені. Є 200, це не живі.
З які загинули сьогодні, ви їх знали?
Ні. Їх не знав.
Ви бачили своїх побратимів, які були поранені?
Ну, своїх бачив.
Що відчуваєте, коли ви маєте надавати допомогу своїм побратимам?
Ну, важко, ну це не об'ясню. Зараз буду вбирати кров. Молоді хлопці лягають. Вони в житті не бачили нічого. Ну, складно ж дивитися, коли. Буває, плачеш тихенько. Не розумію, для чого ця війна. Це, мабуть, гради падають. Жорстко обстрілюють. Тут важка лінія фронту, важка. Ну, коли сильні обстріли, страшно. Страшно, коли танк робить по тобі. Міномет робить, міномет чутно куди йде, куди летить по приходу. З танка не чутно. Виход чуєш і зразу приход, моментальний приход, ти не знаєш, куди воно прилетить. Воно зразу. Чуєш Бог, воно може швидше прилетіти, як і почув виход.
Що найстрашніше, що ви бачили за цю війну?
Ну, я не скажу це. А що воно?
Чому ви не скажете?
Ніхто це не пойме. Хто був тут, той пойме.
For over 100 years, this family portrait held a secret, a fourth figure that had been painted out. Now, the Metropolitan Museum of Art has just acquired the painting, one of the few 19th century portraits to realistically portray an enslaved person. Its incredible journey to the Met tells a story about the erasure of Black figures throughout American history. And it might have been lost forever, if not for Jeremy K. Simeon.
My ancestors, people of African descent, are a part of this United States. And we've got to be able to see ourselves in a historical context. The paintings that survive are incredibly important because so few remain.
Simeon, an art collector, first stumbled across the painting in an auction record. The painting was unsigned, but Jeremy thought it looked similar to the work of renowned portraitist Jacques Aman. Then, he found another auction record from a few years prior. But in that image, the enslaved child had been covered up.
The fact that the boy was covered up, it haunted me. I had to find out where he ended up.
The story begins with a relative of the white children in the painting, Eugene Grasser.
The family story was that there was a favorite slave they had, and he was painted in the picture. And then for whatever reason, sometime later, he was painted out. No idea why.
Eugene's mother, Audrey, inherited the portrait. For decades, she kept it in the garage. But in 1972, she donated the painting to the New Orleans Museum of Art. Eugene's mother told the museum the family story about the fourth figure. But instead of displaying it, the museum placed the painting in museum storage for 32 years.
I think that the story of this picture is really a story of institutional neglect.
Mia L. Banneries is a professor of art history and Africana studies at Tulane University.
This is what the work looked like when NOMA acquired it. And you can clearly see the spectral outline of the figure.
When it came in, it was not in exhibitable condition.
John Bullard started at the museum the year after NOMA acquired the painting.
And you could see the shadow, but still, it's not attributed to a particular artist. And the children were not identified.
The justification that the museum has given is that we didn't know who the artist was, we didn't know who the sitters were. Those things are often unknown for images that feature people of African descent and may never be known. And yet, the objects themselves are still worthy of critical scholarship.
There are very few museums that can exhibit everything they own. One solution is to go through and decide what might be appropriately deaccessioned and sold.
In 2004, NOMA sent the painting to be sold at auction. An antiques dealer bought the painting for $6,000 and had the painting restored. The missing figure was revealed.
I think in hindsight it was a mistake. Yes, but mistakes happen.
After years of searching, Jeremy finally acquired the painting in 2021 and brought it back to Louisiana.
I didn't realize how important it was that I own pieces pertaining to my history until I realized how bad of a job some of these museums were doing.
The first thing he did was hire Craig Crawford, a painting conservator, to do a second restoration.
Well, hello. We want to get that retouching off. I would describe my mission as to get the painting as close as one can to the original intention. So I'm just taking off layers that were added in the past.
I really wanted to find out about the boy of color in particular. So I started talking to Katie Shannon.
I wanted to show you this list.
She has a skill of finding enslaved people.
I specialize in the people that are seemingly lost to history, but I've never tried to go from a painting backward.
Katie looked back through the Grasser family line to try and find someone wealthy enough to commission the portrait. Finally, she found someone, Coralie Donwa Fry. Census records from the 1830s revealed who was living in the Fry family home. There was only one possible candidate for who the boy could be.
And then I thought, oh my God, he's of mixed race, he is the exact age, and he was a domestic. And I said, I found him. His name was Belisaire.
Belisaire.
Now that they had a name, Katie could dig deeper. Using Louisiana property records, which at the time included the enslaved.
There are 45 million records here that date back to the 1730s. Okay, so here it is.
Sure enough, Katie finds what she's looking for. Belisaire's bill of sale at the age of 6, which brought him into the Fry household in the French Quarter.
Belisaire was sold with his mother, Sally, in 1828. Frederick Fry was a merchant, and what I found was that Belizaire accompanied Fry on several voyages. So clearly he was a domestic that was close to the head of the house, and perhaps the caretaker of the children.
Belizaire was about 15 years old when he was painted in the portrait. It's a picture of domestic tranquility, at odds with the truth.
Here he is seemingly valued as if he were a family member, and yet could be sold away at any time.
After Frederick Fry died, Coralie sold Belizaire to Evergreen Plantation. It was Christmas Eve, 1856. And sometime after he was sold, someone had him painted out.
It was covered up with lighter colors to match the skyline.
Craig found remnants of that skyline in the craquelure pattern. They became clues to solve the mystery of when Belizaire was covered up. Over time, paintings expand and contract, creating cracks.
It would have taken 50 years or so to have this level of cracking. The cover-up is visible within the craquelure patterns. That would give me the impression that the cover-up happened around the turn of the century.
Turn of the century New Orleans. You're talking about a world that had created Jim Crow laws to separate the races, to make it very clear that the two did not belong together. Whether it was Coralie or one of her descendants, I don't know.
Documents show Belizaire was enslaved at Evergreen up until 1861, the year the Civil War began.
Did he survive and live long enough to experience freedom? We don't know because the trail stops.
But we know his name, and we know about his journey. I think that's incredible. My plan's to find a permanent home for it. The painting has to end up somewhere where it can be seen.
In the spring of 2023, a dealer who represented Jeremy called a curator at the Metropolitan Museum of Art to tell her about the painting.
I was completely drawn and taken in by the story. In the past, we weren't asking all the right questions. We weren't looking for depictions of enslaved people in a more naturalistic way as an actual portrait of a person because we didn't think they existed. I had never seen one. They're incredibly rare.
The dealer included a report with all the work Jeremy had initiated, the name of the artist, Katie's research on Belizaire's life, and Craig's conservation report.
That made it possible for us to move forward.
And so, the museum acquired the painting for its permanent collection, for an undisclosed sum.
I'm afraid to say that far too many pieces have been deaccessioned or not taken in by these museums. And we've lost a lot as a result of this sort of negligence. I can't say how many works there are like the painting of Belizaire, but I think that everybody should start looking at storage.
This is an area in Gaza where for weeks civilians fled to find safety. These are 2,000-pound bombs, one of the most destructive munitions in Western military arsenals. When a 2,000-pound bomb detonates, it unleashes a blast wave and metal fragments thousands of feet in every direction. Sometimes, 2,000-pound bombs leave giant craters in the earth, like this strike in South Gaza in November. Munitions experts say 2,000-pound bombs are almost never used by the U.S. military anymore in densely populated areas. Israel says it must destroy Hamas above and below ground to prevent terrorist attacks like October 7th, and claims it's taking extraordinary measures to protect civilians. But a Times investigation, using aerial imagery and artificial intelligence, found visual evidence suggesting Israel used these munitions in the area it designated safe for civilians at least 200 times. Our analysis indicates 2,000-pound bombs were dropped on a routine basis in South Gaza during the first 6 weeks of the war. And it suggests that even for those who followed every Israeli evacuation order and advisory, there was still no safety to be found in a war zone that's more dangerous for civilians than any in recent history. Amplifying the danger are many factors. Hamas intentionally uses dense civilian areas to position military personnel and weapons. Buried underground are vast tunnel networks used by Hamas fighters, but no bomb shelters for civilians. When the war started, Israel completely sealed off Gaza's borders and claimed it was going to keep civilians out of the crossfire by establishing a safe zone and issuing evacuation orders. By air, phone, and social media, over 1 million people living in northern Gaza were told they must move to the south to be safe.
The IDF is calling for the people of Gaza to evacuate to southern Gaza,
to go south of this river.
Move south. For your own safety, move south.
But the evacuation routes and the safe zone were anything but safe. How often the attacks were launched by Hamas is unclear. But visual evidence indicates Israel was dropping 2,000-pound bombs in the area it was ordering civilians to go. The Times programmed an artificial intelligence tool to analyze satellite imagery of South Gaza to search for bomb craters. The AI tool detected over 1,600 possible craters. We manually reviewed each one to weed out the false positives, like shadows, water towers, or bomb craters from a previous conflict. We measured the remaining craters to find ones that spanned roughly 40 feet across or more, which experts say are typically formed only by 2,000-pound bombs. Ultimately, we identified 208 of these craters in satellite imagery and drone footage, indicating 2,000-pound bombs posed a pervasive threat to civilians seeking safety across South Gaza. It's likely that more of these bombs were used than what was captured in our reporting. Because of limited satellite imagery, our analysis omits parts of South Gaza, and military experts say that often, depending on the target, fuse, and type of soil, a 2,000-pound bomb may not leave a crater at all. Even bomb craters that are visible from the sky do not convey the destruction unleashed on the ground. This crater in central Khan Yunis was from an airstrike in October. More than a dozen people were reportedly killed. Scores were injured or buried under the rubble. Hours later, Israel took responsibility, posting video of the strike and a photo of the alleged target, a top Hamas official they said was key in planning the October 7th attack. Israel has said it must take out Hamas leaders no matter where they're hiding.
Our goal, and we're taking extraordinary efforts to achieve it, is to minimize civilian casualties. This is our ethos. And here's the problem. We're faced with the most vicious kind of enemy who not only attacks civilians, but commits the other war crime of deliberately hiding behind their civilians. They use them as human shields.
In response to questions about the use of 2,000-pound bombs in South Gaza, an Israeli military spokesman told The Times that Israel's priority is destroying Hamas, and, quote, questions of this kind will be looked into at a later stage. They also said that, quote, in stark contrast to Hamas's intentional attacks, the IDF, quote, follows international law and takes feasible precautions to mitigate civilian harm. But the US says Israel must do more to avoid civilian casualties. The Pentagon recently increased shipments of a smaller bomb called the GBU-39, which U.S. officials say can strike underground targets and is better suited to urban environments like Gaza. The GBU-39, one of the smallest bombs in Israel's arsenal, has the explosive power of 37 pounds of TNT. Compare that to the Mark 84, a 2,000-pound bomb which has 25 times more explosive power. When a GBU-39 detonates on impact, its blast wave can injure or kill people in open areas over 1,000 feet away in every direction. The danger from a Mark 84's blast wave stretches almost 3 times further. For both, even more danger comes from the fragmentation. The metal shards of the bomb casings that can shoot out hundreds of feet from the point of impact. The GBU-39 is still deadly, but overall it's much less destructive. U.S. officials told The Times that the IDF has many more 2,000-pound bombs in its arsenal. They said Israel is heavily relying on them because they're more effective than the smaller bombs at destroying Hamas's tunnel network as fast as possible. The officials also said that in the Gaza war, Israel has demonstrated a higher tolerance than the U.S. military for causing civilian casualties. But the U.S. has not stopped supplying weapons to Israel. Since the war in Gaza began, the U.S. has sent more than 5,000 2,000-pound bombs. In December, Israel announced it was expanding combat operations to South Gaza and started issuing a new kind of evacuation order targeting neighborhoods, including some in areas previously deemed safe, like this one in Khan Yunis. Hours later, 2,000-pound bombs were raining down.
Every morning, I write on the group, please, are you all okay?
مرحبا، لا يمكن الوصول إلى الرقم المطلوب حاليا. بإمكانك ترك رسالة صوتية من خلال الاتصال من جوالك على نجمة ثم الرقم الذي تحاول الاتصال.
لا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله. هذا نشوف ماما. This is the 4th day. I'm trying to reach mom.
جوال مرحبا، لا يمكن الوصول إلى الرقم المطلوب حاليا.
You know, I come from a relatively small family. Father, mother, Muhammad, Rima, Riham, Mahmoud, Rula, Ruwa, Shayma. My childhood memories, I smell the food that my aunts and neighbors were cooking. And when the summer comes and the breeze of the beach. But now, every day since October 7th, my body's here, but my heart is connected to each one of my family. So far, they are alive, but they are not okay.
فيش حياة يا أحمد، نصحى، فيش كهرب، فيش مية، فيش حاجة، فيش دنيا، فيش حياة. فيش إشي، الحيوان زي الزفت.
أنا عاجز يا أختي.
كلنا عاجزين والله، عملنا بأمر ربنا بس.
Shushu is the youngest girl, and I am the youngest boy. I kind of helped raising her. We'd always play together, and we were kind of the spoiled in the family. So Shushu and I and my mother were always inseparable. There's not a single safe place in Gaza. Whenever I read that they bomb a house in Nusayrat or bomb the house in Maghazi or in Zawaida or Dir al-Balah or Rafah, I immediately think, is it my sister's house? Is it my parents' house? I never thought that this chat group is the most important thing in my life. It breaks the news if my family is alive or not.
And what happens when you can't get in touch with them?
I keep trying and praying. Trying and praying.
فاضية المنطقة.
I lost my house. The place where I felt safe. I lost my books. I lost my writing desk. I lost my family's garden. I even lost the moments that I loved when I could go out and take a photograph of the sunset. Everything was lost. Building a house is easy, but building your memories, it's impossible to rebuild this. They asked us, they ordered us to leave Beit Lahi because it's a dangerous city.
Don't worry, Dad. I'm here with you. Yes, Mustafa.
But it turned out that every place is dangerous. There was an airstrike that killed about 30 people. We didn't know where the explosion was, so I just went out of the house. There are just corpses on the ground. And there was a mother and a child about to fall from the floor because there were no walls. So this is the problem with us in Gaza. Every time, every moment, you think that you are the next target. Children lost their childhood. They are now taking shelter at schools, but they are not learning inside the classroom. They are not learning how to draw, how to paint. They are learning how to survive. I started to walk with about 100 or more people. There were Israeli soldiers pointing their guns at us. I heard the Israeli soldier saying, "The young man with the black backpack and the red-haired boy, put the boy down and come to us." And it was me. He asked us about our names, and then he asked us to undress. So I took off my pants and my shirt. And he said, "Continue, take off your boxer shorts." I said, "I'm a teacher." And he said, "Shut up, son of a..." And then he said, "You are a Hamas activist." That was the first time in my life I see an Israeli soldier. Before that, Israel was like a ghost. They bomb our houses, but we don't see them. I learned that the Israelis look at us not as human beings. They had no proof, no evidence that I did anything wrong, but they treated me as if I was an animal. They could take my wife, my children, my clothes, my wallet, my passport. But the fact that I was born in Gaza in a refugee camp and that I'm a Palestinian could not be taken from me. We are houseless, but we are not homeless. Because a house could be rebuilt, but home cannot vanish. It continues to exist. Even in your heart, you carry your home with you.
I propose that we take a little time. Let's take a break. That was a lot of heavy videos. So Ready to start? Okay, so just a reminder, we're looking at the news and issue team category. We just watched all the videos, so we're just going to talk through them. So the first video that we watched was After the Fires, Hawaiians Worry About Protecting Water. Which I know feels like we watched it like a long time ago. But yeah, what were your thoughts?
I love that they took this disaster and they dove deeper into an important issue for the community that's been an issue for a long time, and they used the aftermath of this disaster to talk about that issue. And I loved the archival footage that they brought in. I thought it was really great addition to the piece.
Yeah, I agree. I thought it was a really interesting angle. Like a ripple effect of the fire that was really interesting. It did at times feel a bit repetitive to me, especially visually. That would be my one.
Yeah, I felt like it was a little repetitive, and I also, actually, what I thought was the most interesting kind of came in too late at the end. Like, that conflict between needing the water to fight the fires, and then also needing the natural flow of the ecology system. I feel like that's really interesting and could have been brought up a little bit higher, and then maybe dove into it a little bit more.
Yeah, definitely. Like if we had had that direct connection to the fire stuff sooner.
Yeah, because that seems like a really big issue, and it seems complicated.
Definitely.
Any other thoughts? Okay, so we could go to our next video, which was I Cry Quietly, a soldier describes the toll of Russia's war.
I just want to, so one of the reporters that did additional reporting, I don't think that she was super involved in this, I've been working with, but I would feel okay, like,
okay, yeah.
Are you okay?
Yeah, sure.
That's fine.
Totally.
I thought this was beautiful. I loved how intimate this was. I loved that even though they weren't on the most active part of the front line, where you would traditionally think of seeing battle fought out, I thought that doing it through the perspective of this one medic and that kind of quiet intimacy as he's going through and doing his job, it was just so unique. It was so different. It was really poetic. You could really see his emotion playing out, and I don't know, I was like really hooked in from the very beginning. I loved this, and I thought it was really, really beautifully done.
I would have to agree. I think the cinematography was gorgeous, but just like kind of living in the silent moments and just letting us kind of exist, and there's no music, and the audio, the sound design was like incredible. All of that just really brings you to the place and the experience, and when asking and letting the reporter ask the questions, it worked in this case. It doesn't always work, but you're almost like in the shoes of the reporter, and his inability to answer some questions was almost more powerful than actually hearing what he would have said. And there's just like so much symbology, symbology, like just the water pouring on the water as he's talking about crying, and it's really beautifully done.
This is a piece I'll be thinking about for a long time.
Yeah.
The quiet, even though they were in right by the front line, the quiet moments, the way they let us just breathe, and they let us just be in this place with this person, and I don't know, it was just so smart to me, and it really put me in this place and really made me feel.
Mm-hmm.
He was so candid in his answers, and they were so poetic, and it was just, it was remarkable.
It was very experiential. Like, you know, usually we see just like those high moments of like chaos and fires burning and explosions, but this is what war really is, and I think it was incredibly effective in bringing us there.
Yeah, and the sense of foreboding behind all of those quiet moments, right? Like you would hear, you know, you're not far, you know, that, and just watching that play out, like you're saying, it's like, it feels rare to see this raw emotion in the literal midst of a war. It's really powerful.
It's reminiscent of Restrepo a little bit, just like being there.
Okay. The next video, the rare portrait of an enslaved child arrives at the Met. His name was Belazaire.
Beautifully executed. Really just untold, interesting story, surprising, really well done. I love the use of animation when they use it in a very smart way, and really thought it was great.
I totally agree. I feel like this was an example of a really well scripted story.
Very well scripted, yeah.
You could tell that they storyboarded. I didn't feel like this is one of those rare instances where I was like, every single person in the story is important to the story. Right. I didn't feel like there was one stray character. I want to see like an HBO miniseries done on every single person in this. Yeah, it was just so fascinating, and even though it was complicated, I think they did a really good job of bringing the viewer along and sort of showing you how they were able to figure out who this
on the journey.
On the journey. It was really smart.
And there were a lot of like really nice reveals and
Yeah, I appreciated how they played up some mystery, that intrigue, but like they delivered right away. You know, like I didn't feel like I was being drug along. And to your point, Alice, about the scripting, I felt like the narrator was really successful in like pulling me through the piece.
Yeah, I usually am not kind of turned off by narrators, but I think it worked.
I don't have much more to add. I just think it was so well done. Like you all said, the storyboard was incredible. Every part felt important. And I really loved just following this investigation through, and all of the people we met along the way.
Can we give multiple first places?
I know. I was like looking at my list like, oh no.
I do feel like this might be the hardest.
Yeah. It's gonna be the hardest. Toughest category we've seen today.
Yeah. Okay, so this next one, visual evidence shows Israel dropped 2 K-pound bombs where it ordered Gaza civilians to move for safety. And so this was the first of 3 videos about Gaza.
Yeah, I thought this was an incredibly powerful visual investigation that smartly used satellite imagery, drone footage, existing footage from people who were actually on the ground documenting when these strikes happened. I can only imagine the sheer amount of hours it took to comb through everything and geolocate everything and get all of the time codes correctly. And despite how much information was in it, I think this was also an example of a really well scripted video. I never felt, I felt like even though there was so much there, they did a really good job of bringing you through and clearly laying out all of the evidence they were able to uncover through the reporting of this piece.
I agree, and I feel like their use of like data viz infographic, when they did utilize it, was really effective in keeping me in the piece, and provided some helpful context.
I really loved that, you know, it really showcases the importance of data-driven journalism and you know, I haven't quite seen it done this way in the midst of a war, to really examine what's happening on the ground and have that mix of on-the-ground footage that really puts you in the place and the data to back up what they were saying. Was really well done.
Anything else to add? So the next video, Surviving War in Gaza, one text message at a time.
Yeah, this piece was so gut-wrenching. I mean, they all are incredibly gut-wrenching, but I think what I particularly loved about this piece was, even though you never get to see, even though the filmmaker was never able to film with the family members, I felt like I knew them so well, just through the use of family photos, family videos. I thought they did such a great job, despite some really real constraints on access, of being able to show that intimacy and the love and the closeness that he has with his family, and then subsequently just how gut-wrenching it is that he's not with them, and trying to keep in touch with them through text messages. And I thought the use of text on screen was really effective and very sparingly but strongly used. This was just beautiful.
Yeah, I agree. The text messaging was brilliant, and like having him in the scenes of like he's trying to do what he can, like at the protests, and having it kind of happen in real time, it creates like incredible tension and stress, and you're really putting yourself in his shoes as much as you can. And then the use of the family photos was pretty crucial, and the way they wove it together was really powerful.
I felt like even though I never met her, I knew his sister through these text messages, and I was really invested in her and her safety, and it was just so devastating at the end. And the use of the footage showing the happier times, like how, you know, his childhood home had gone from this like dream to this nightmare. And the helplessness of being so far away from them and not being able to do anything. I thought it was that part where we're introduced to him and he's like trying to call and keeps getting the message that the call can't go through. I loved how quiet that moment was, and they just let that breathe. It's really effective.
I also appreciated how I think we often see relationships between parents and child, or vice versa, or partners, and to feel like I got such a sense of this sibling relationship that was so powerful and so meaningful, really made this stand out to me too.
And I think the most powerful aspect of visual storytelling is that, you know, humanization, human connection, and yeah, our siblings, they say, are the closest people to us because we've experienced life with them. Many of the most defining experiences of our life, our siblings also experience them. So I think in this case, you just really put yourself in their shoes, in his shoes, thinking about, you know, if you have a sibling, how it would be.
Okay, and the last video in this category, You Carry Your Home With You, a Palestinian poet's journey out of Gaza.
was really gripped by this journey. I found myself having to remind myself that he was talking to me, that we knew how it was going to end. But it didn't lessen the tension that I felt as we were experiencing and what they were experiencing as they were trying to make their way out. I thought the use of footage was really interesting. I'm really curious about that that shot from like the Israeli, like you said you feel like you're behind a gun on the Israeli side.
Yeah.
Very curious like how that how they managed that. It's like strange to say this was like a hopeful story, but in a way for this conflict it felt like like as positive an outcome as could happen for a character, and that was an interesting approach to this. I mean, and technically I thought it was, of course, very good.
Yeah, I thought I really appreciated how the last, I think 3 pieces that we watched, including this one, is really just told through the perspective of one person.
Mm-hmm.
And I think in a conflict that's so complicated and all-encompassing, this is sort of when the power of video really comes through, where you can just spend time with one person's life and really get to know them, their family. So I thought this was a really great example of that. I also appreciated at the end being able to see his children and his wife, and just that little note of hope, at least for their outcome, being safely evacuated. So yeah, I thought this was just a really beautifully crafted story.
Yeah, I really appreciated, you know, his testimony of how he was treated also. And I was, once we did see the family, at that point I was like, oh, are we going to see the family? I was really wanting to see them together. So I appreciated that. I do wish there was a little bit more of it. I think it would have added his humanity a little bit more. And maybe even heard from either his children or his wife in some type of way, little interactions or whatever it may have been. But other than that, it was very powerful and really well done.
It felt like we went on this journey with him, you know, and the use of that footage from on the ground and the horrific scenes, and you know how he recounted how he was treated when he was detained. And then that relief when you see the family at the end was, like you all have said, a rare moment of hope in this conflict, and it's really well done. I do agree. I wish I would have seen a little bit more of the family and gotten to live in that moment a little more. That might have just been a result of all the stuff we watched in this category and just wanting to stay in something that was hopeful and beautiful.
Yeah.
Just really well done.
Yeah.
Do we have to?
This is going to be tough.
So hard.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Maybe from the bottom?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like maybe it might be easier from the bottom.
Man.
If there's anything you think maybe just doesn't
Yeah, I
rise.
think even though it was very well done, I would probably put Lahaina on there.
Yeah, me too.
Agreed.
Same.
Yeah, everyone agrees. Okay. So one thing.
Dear God.
Oh, this is so hard.
We get just one less.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, we can only give 3 places in an honorable mention. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So one of those that it's still up there has to go.
Right.
Yeah.
Gosh, that's so
I think,
hard.
Can I say what I think went between the 2 ones?
Yeah.
I think surviving war in Gaza, one text message at a time, and then I quietly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's really powerful for this person.
Yeah.
I think I lean toward I Cry Quietly at the top. It's just so unique in all of the war footage I've
Sure.
seen.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen something like that, and like I said, I'm going to be thinking about this piece for a long time. Just seeing the humanity in the midst of so much inhumanity was just...
And the authenticity of it is...
Mm-hmm.
It was so real.
But both of them are just so...
I know. This is really hard.
No ties.
No ties.
Be a tie?
Yeah.
I would tie them for first.
I would too.
Oh, yeah.
Me too.
Absolutely.
I mean, could we possibly?
I don't believe so.
AJ, let's change the board.
Where's AJ?
Let's get the board in here right
Yeah,
now.
just bring him. Yeah.
Okay, what if we leave those two at the top for now?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the others.
Yeah, we know that we're going to be...
About others.
All right, so
I think a question for me is whether or not the painting makes the cut.
do you mean inside the category or just like
content-wise?
Content-wise, yeah.
Does it place over anything else that's left?
Yeah.
It's so hard. I feel like it should be in a whole nother category.
I know. I feel like it should have been in culture.
It should have. Could we do what? Can we move it?
We cannot move it.
What?
Or like race and identity. This would have been a great.
Oh
race and
my
identity
God,
story. It's hard.
We cannot move. We can't move it. Are you sure?
Yeah.
It's hard because I feel like what I love so much about this piece is how unique it is. I feel like it's really rare to see a piece like that, which I know you can say about probably all of these, but yeah, I don't know. It was just, yeah,
It's just not as emergent.
Yeah, it's just not as emergent.
It's done so well, and for the subject matter, like if it was in a different category, it would probably be first.
Yeah.
Easily. But when you're in the mix of like life and death, it's really hard.
It is really
to
hard.
make that.
It was such an important story, and
Yeah.
you know, it's
100%.
I really wish it wasn't in this category, because how do you compare a story like that to
I know.
the others that we've seen? I mean, it's just, you can't. They don't belong together.
Yeah.
So, you know.
We really can't move it.
I just asked AJ.
Let's all text him.
Like, we just like keep texting him. He said no. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that sucks.
It is really hard because it's such a different kind of video.
Yeah. I mean, it's
doesn't belong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It feels like such a bummer to like.
Yeah.
So it absolutely
That should
deserves
have-
to be recognized.
Yeah, honorable mention maybe. Can
We
do-
can.
Yeah, and then, but then what ends up happening is we have a third. Like either
We have three
these,
and then-
the visual evidence and the Palestinian poet have to compete for third.
Oh.
Right. And so then do you give the honorable mention to the one that doesn't win third, or do you give it to
Right.
the
Doesn't make
portrait?
sense either.
Deep breath.
Well, I guess between the visual evidence and the Palestinian poet, is there one that feels like it stands out more as deserving of third place?
Can I talk about this once we're to this point, or no? What do you think? I've been working with people who were doing the visual evidence thing a lot, so that's why I didn't talk about it. So I don't know if I should recuse myself from here on out or what. Because I have opinions about it, but
Yeah.
what do y'all think?
I mean, but you weren't involved with the
I wasn't
production.
involved with the reporting, no,
Yeah, you
but I just know all
the
about it
people.
because I was
Yeah.
working with them at the time.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
I just don't want to influence,
Yeah, can we-
because I
can
do
we
have
take a break
specific
first?
thoughts on that.
Yeah. All right. So, do you maybe actually, Alice, want to talk about? Should we continue talking about potential third place, or do you want to talk about your thoughts of first place?
Sure. I think mostly, I guess one of the things that I'm curious about in as we're thinking about these pieces and we're thinking about the categories that they're competing in, is there a factor of impact too once the piece is published, and is that something that we should maybe factor into how we're awarding some of the pieces and ranking them? I think sort of thinking about similar work that I've been a part of and that I've seen when it comes to visual forensic pieces, I think that the reporting and the sheer amount of work that goes into verifying this information, gathering this information, putting it together in a cohesive piece, it's really not only just an amazing feat of reporting and visual reporting, but it's also really important to the overall story that we are telling about this war that's unfolding right now. And the fact that there aren't that many reporters who are in Gaza. The reporters who are in Gaza are being killed. And it's really hard to tell accountability pieces when you're not actually on the ground. So the fact that they were able to use all of the tools at their disposal in terms of satellite imagery, drone footage, the footage that they could verify, crowdsourcing, really. And I'm sure it took them hours and hours and hours to verify where those videos were shot, geolocating them, making sure they match up timing-wise. I just think that sort of thinking about the amount of work that went into this, and also the importance of having this piece on the record as we move forward, to me, that almost bumps it up to first place, actually. Just because I think that it's such an important, it provides they all provide a public service, I think, in very different ways, but this one in particular, I think this is something where you could take this to Congress as evidence. That's just how I feel about it. And I just think that sort of knowing the amount of work that kind of goes into those types of stories, it's really incredible.
Yeah, I'm curious how other people feel.
I mean, I feel like that's a very valid point, and that it is kind of performing the mission of journalism, is to inform and to create impact. And after the points you've made, I was originally torn between the surviving the war in Gaza through text and I Cry Quietly as first, but now I'm torn between I Cry Quietly and the visual evidence for first.
I think one thing that would sway me is thinking about something you said here, Alice, and then knowing that, like, when we're thinking about impact with conflict stories, it's like the Ukraine, the crying soldier and the text message one are the, like, gut emotional impact of war, which is so critical. And the visual evidence piece somehow does both for me. It's not as emotionally connective and powerful, but it still moved me. I was still emotionally impacted by it, and there was this accountability factor, and there are things that I learned from this piece that I didn't know, things that I learned about our government that I didn't know, things that left me with questions about what's happening now in a way that the other two didn't. So I would say I've now moved over to first also.
I mean, that is a really good point, that it does both. It both informs and had the emotional impact to make you feel like you were on the ground. Yeah, it might be rising to first for me, just overall.
Okay.
This is a real turn.
That's what's great about these discussions.
It's actually really amazing because that didn't really come up the first time. You all kind of felt the same way. Conversations are really important. Okay, so let's say, in theory, hypothetically, let's say that's one. Are you now deciding between I Cry Quietly and One Text Message as two? And how do you decide between those?
Yeah. I think so. I mean, I think for me, I would probably rank visual evidence as one, personally speaking, and then I think I would be caught between I Cry Quietly and Text Message for 2 and 3. But I have no idea how to rank those.
Yeah, let's give it a second. Think about those.
They're both unique in their own way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think I Cry Quietly was so beautiful and haunting. That it just barely edges into second.
Can we watch them both? How long are they?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Is it super long?
I feel like
4 or 5 minutes, and the other one's probably about 5.
Yeah, they're both, I think, about 5. So why don't we watch them?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that.
Every morning, I write on the group, please, are you all okay?
جوال مرحبا، لا يمكن الوصول إلى الرقم المطلوب حاليا. بإمكانك ترك رسالة صوتية من خلال الاتصال من جوالك على نجمة ثم الرقم الذي تحاول الاتصال.
لا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله. هذا نشوف ماما. This is the 4th day I'm trying to reach mom.
جوال مرحبا، لا يمكن الوصول إلى الرقم المطلوب حاليا.
I come from a relatively small family. Father, mother, Muhammad, Rima, Riham, Mahmoud, Rula, Ruwa, Shayma. My childhood memories, I smell the food that my aunts and neighbors were cooking. And when the summer comes and the breeze of the beach. But now, every day since October 7th, my body's here, but my heart is connected to each one of my family. So far, they are alive, but they are not okay.
فيش حياة يا أحمد، نصحى، فيش كهرب، فيش مية، فيش حاجة، فيش دنيا، فيش حياة، فيش إشي، الحيوانات زي الزفت.
أنا عاجز يا أختي.
كلنا عاجزين والله، عملنا بأمر ربنا بس.
Shushu is the youngest girl, and I am the youngest boy. I kind of helped raising her. We'd always play together, and we were kind of the spoiled in the family. So Shushu and I and my mother were always inseparable. there's not a single safe place in Gaza. Whenever I read that they bomb a house in Nusayrat or bomb the house in Maghazi or in Zawaida or Dir al-Balah or Rafah, I immediately think, is it my sister's house? Is it my parents' house? I never thought that this chat group is the most important thing in my life. It breaks the news if my family is alive or not.
And what happens when you can't get in touch with them?
I keep trying and praying, trying and praying.
Розкажіть, що сталося.
А?
Розкажіть, що сталося.
Ну, обстріл був день. По дворах кров. Кругом кров. Все в крові. Кров має запах. Особливо свіжа кров. Ну, під'їжджаємо до ворога на метрів 500-600. Буває. Забираємо поранених. І швидко відкатуємося, тому що підуть зразу приходить.
По вас безпосередньо стріляли, поки ви...
Стріляли. Сьогодні стріляли. Кажуть, є 300, це поранені. Є 200, це... Ні, їх не знав.
Ви бачили своїх побратимів, які були поранені?
Ну, своїх бачив.
Що відчуваєте, коли ви маєте надавати допомогу своїм побратимам?
Ну, важко, ну це не об'ясню. Зараз буду вбирати кров. Молоді хлопці лягають. Вони в житті не бачили нічого. Ну, складно ж дивитися, коли. Буває, плачеш тихенько. Не розумію, для чого ця війна. Це, мабуть, гради падають. Жорстко обстрілюють. Тут важка лінія фронту, важка. Ну, коли сильні обстріли, страшно. Страшно, коли танк робить по тобі. Міномет робить, міномета чутно, куди йде, куди летить по приходу. З танка не чутно. Виход чуєш і зразу приход, моментальний приход, ти не знаєш, куди воно прилетить. Воно зразу. Чуєш Бог, воно може швидше прилетіти, як і почув виход.
Що найстрашніше, що ви бачили за цю війну?
Ну, я не скажу це. Нашу нову.
Чому ви не скажете?
Ніхто цього не пойме. Хто був тут, той пойме.
Did this help? Very.
I know, they're both so
I feel like it's like political, like, you know, at this point it's just picked a civil war because they're both so powerful in their own right, of telling the story of that war.
Mm-hmm.
And just different approaches.
Right. Right.
Very different, but very unique
Very
approaches.
unique, very different.
Mm-hmm.
They both hit me for different reasons.
And one relies on just like beautiful simplicity.
Mm-hmm.
And the other one, yeah, it's more woven together. I mean, are we going to decide, dependent on like what we feel like people need to see right now? Like what, you know, I was about to ask you if we're having any, if there are guidelines about decision making now.
No, but you can decide, you know, as a group.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Can you read the category description again?
Yeah. So it's really honestly vague. It's just serious stories about national and local news events and issues, such as climate change, immigration, healthcare, education, economy, gun control, abortion, infrastructure, politics, and policy.
Trying to call back to our like impact conversation, and it's like if there's something in there that we were touching on that could guide us here too.
That's what I'm saying too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I think in that, I don't know. I think the humanization that happens in the text messaging film is something that we need to see more of.
Mm-hmm.
And it could be argued that the media has, and as a whole, hasn't gotten it right for the most part, and this is a shining beacon of getting it right.
Yeah.
So, but I'm still very torn because I think they're both first place contenders.
In some ways, I feel like as someone who creates film, I'm drawn to I Cry Quietly because of that. But as a journalist,
right,
I feel like the text message piece is more important.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I also feel like what you were getting at with the humanization. I think that so rarely do we actually get to see the full complexity and wholeness of people who are surviving something. And I think what they do so well with that is that you really get a sense of what their lives were like before the war, and the sheer amount of love. And yeah, I think it's really effective, and it makes the loss at the end that much more gutting, when you learn that he does lose his sister.
I think sorry.
No, go ahead.
You know, I think at the beginning of the war in the Middle East, it was very shocking, but I think over time some people have just gone back to their lives. And I think that the text message film, you know, really reminds us that we have people walking next to us whose families are in great danger and that are dying. You know, being in the subway with him, and he's like texting with his sister. I think that that could really elevate this piece. Yeah. And it reminds me of like, you know, the war in Afghanistan and veterans coming home and then walking side by side with us on the street and not having any idea of what they've been through. I think this is just really effective at bringing us into that reality.
It's tricky because I feel so much of that. The bringing us to that reality is very much how I feel about the I Cry Quietly as well.
That's right.
And in a different way, it's almost like I feel like because I don't know very much about this person or what their life is like, or there's no real like personal touch with them. Like I don't know their name. There's no card of someone they have from home. They sort of become a stand-in for everyone who is like going through the horrors of war, and that particular war, which is sort of an interesting thing that I'm just noticing about it versus like other things where like we wish we knew more about them, but I think not knowing so much about him sort of makes it all the more powerful for me in a way. But I do think text message is just like edging a little bit for me also because of that all the things that you just mentioned.
Yeah. And I Cry Quietly, it does really, I think it like sinks into your soul of just the horror of war.
Yeah.
You don't really even need to talk to me. You actually feel it.
Yeah.
But yeah, the texting, it's more about the humanization, right? And I think we have a big problem with that in general, in this arena, and then I think that this piece actually attacks that really well.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Agreed.
Is everyone in agreement
We've got 2
with
and
that
3
for number 2?
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's the next question. So is I Cry Quietly third place, or is...
Definitely.
Yeah,
I think it's
Right,
third
okay.
place.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so we
honorable
have a
mention.
first, second, and third.
Oh my God.
Which is amazing.
We're not done.
So we're not done. Yeah, and I feel like this is also not easy.
Yeah, I wish
What
we
is
could
the honorable
move
mention?
Bellazer to a different category. It like really pains me not to recognize
Holy
it in some
Moses.
way.
Should I text AJ again?
I mean, can we not? We can't have 2 honorable mentions. Absolutely not.
Yeah. Only one.
What if we just put it in and see what happens?
Oh man.
Okay,
Yeah.
here's one way to do it, maybe. We have 3 war
I was already thinking what you were going to say.
that we felt like have really knocked it out of the park.
Totally. And I feel like in some ways, giving an honorable mention to Bellazer, it's like, it's a nice rounding out because it's about the erasure of history, right? And the
Correct,
erasure
yeah.
of
Here's
the
the Chelsea
horrors,
narrative, yeah.
of history. And so, yeah, I like that they still bring I think it's easy for people to think, oh, well, that happened. It's in the past. We don't have to worry about that. And this kind of shows just the perniciousness of that, and right, the narrative and who controls the narrative, and how do we tell the stories of horror, and how do we remember that?
Mm-hmm. So,
I don't know, what do you think, Guy?
Yeah.
It's hard, right? It's really hard.
It's so hard because they both absolutely deserve to be recognized. They're both really important to see. I mean, we're talking about humanization, and like they both are humanizing these horrific events.
Yeah.
I think your point about looking at this as a group of what we're recognizing, and the importance of not only recognizing the horrors of war, but the horrors of the past and how they're being erased, and there's an effort, throughout parts of this country to erase that history. And so I think maybe it is really important that we recognize this piece for the importance of that, of us not allowing that to be erased.
What's the name of this category one more time? Sorry.
News and issue.
It's in the wrong category.
Yeah.
It is. It is in the wrong category. It would be a first place in pretty much any other category.
I mean, here's the question: do we not award it because it is miscategorized?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So I'm worried about that.
Yeah, despite the fact that it is truly excellent.
It's definitely a possibility.
It's an issue.
It is an issue.
It is an issue
That's happening right now, and I mean there are school systems that are trying to stop teachers from talking about slavery.
This is a huge issue.
I mean, I think this is an issue, in my opinion.
It is an issue.
I think it's just
it's
the emergence,
like life and death.
Yeah, and to be fair, they don't know what
they weren't thinking about it anyway.
But yeah, they're.
Well, they should have, because they're often more time.
Well, that's
and everyone should have been coordinating.
That's true.
They have to be.
Yeah.
I'm leaning toward the honorable mention for
Belizaire.
For Belizaire, for the rare portrait. Just of the importance of talking about this in this moment and how well it was done. Is what's kind of elevating it for me, because Palestinian poet is very powerful and very important, but it is hitting some of the same notes we've hit in this category, and this is hitting something completely different, which is also a really important issue. And part of the importance of these contests is to provide an archive of what was happening in our time. And I feel like this is something that's very important for us to elevate and talk about in this time, in this moment, in this country.
I agree. When you compare the text message to you carry your home with you, you carry your home with you is not as emergent. It's not as he's out, and so it's I think it's not elevated to kind of like the same level all the same. And like you said, it tells a similar story anyway.
I think each of the ones that we've awarded so far have some sort of surprise to them in a way, where it's either a new approach, or just how quiet and impactful it is, or just the sheer brilliance of the journalism.
Right.
And You Carry Your Home With You is excellent.
Yeah.
But it's also exactly what it is.
Right.
You know,
Storytelling
it's Whereas
talking
the others
about the past and like
to me feel like they're a little bit they're pushing on something new and different. Or have done something in a
and things are
unique
unfolding.
way.
You're there with people as things are unfolding in a way, or it's being done in a different.
Right.
Something's being revealed that we didn't know. So.
And do you think Belizaire fits into that?
I do. Yeah. Okay, I think we did it.
Honorable mention.
Change this.
So hard.
Jesus.
Good work, team.
Good work.
Y'all
You
did
got
it.
there.
That was tough. I wasn't sure how you were going to get out of it.
And I think,
That's
hard categories like that produce really interesting discussions.
Yeah.
I really
Yeah.
appreciate the discussion
That was
we're
really good.
able to have around it.
How's everyone feeling? We want to move on to our next category? Okay, we're going to look at portfolios.
Okay.
I'm trying to get to it. I think I have, is this individual? Yeah, portfolio individual first.
Can I ask, Lauren, do you know, are we going to be watching, or do folks have the option of submitting either, are they like reels, or are they going to be like individual?
They're not reels, yeah. So like this entry, for example, submitted 4 separate videos. So I'll read the thing.
Okay.
Okay, so for a portfolio, it's 4. No more, no less. So if anything doesn't have 4 or has more, it's out. So 4 stories of any topic by the same individual or team. Team will be the next category, but they're judged as a whole. So we're not judging like the individual videos. News organizations are limited to 1 team video. There's no limit on how many individuals can submit. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. So it has to be 4 videos. So the way that some of these work are they put them all kind of in one.
One file.
Yeah,
Got it.
right.
Okay,
Whereas
cool.
like that Washington Post entry just submitted 4 separate videos.
And these are individuals or this is team?
This is individual.
And if we know the individual super well and they're a part of our team,
Then-
do we recuse ourselves?
Yeah, you
Okay.
should probably
So I'll
recuse
recuse.
yourself.
I'm gonna go get a snack for
Yeah.
this person.
So as I said earlier, some of these we most likely have already watched, so we don't need to watch them unless you want to. You need to watch them. I don't, off of the top of my head, remember what each one is. So let me just open it. Portfolio, online, individual. I guess, do you want to maybe start playing one, and then as judges, you can decide if it's something you want to continue watching.
Sure.
Or if it's like good in your memory, we can move on. OnlyFans.
Okay. I'm okay to skip
I do
this.
feel
Yeah.
it's okay skipping that.
Okay.
I feel like,
Every president in recent history has promised to overhaul immigration policy.
So can you pause it
The
for
issue
one
of
second?
immigration stirs intense emotion.
Every president in recent history has promised to overhaul immigration policy.
The issue of immigration stirs intense emotions.
Hello, El Paso. Our immigration system is broken. Build that wall. Build that wall.
Safe haven for refugees and asylum seekers.
Yet the problems remain. Now, as the 2024 race looms ahead, how will candidates tackle the legacy of the southern border, family separation, and the end of Title 42 border policy? Presidential elections are shaped by key issues. To better understand how immigration could impact the next election, we set out to El Paso, Texas, a city that has among the highest number of illegal crossings along the border. It's a place that has seen a spike as the pandemic-era Title 42 neared its end, leaving people on both sides of the border confused about the future. I'm in downtown El Paso, outside of the Sacred Heart Church, and sleeping outside the church are hundreds of migrants that have crossed the border, some illegally, some legally.
La ley 42, entonces se está rodeando eso y nos están advirtiendo más que todo, ¿cierto? Que nos entreguemos pacíficamente y voluntarios porque ellos van a venir a recoger a todos. Entonces el proceso no va a ser igual.
They woke up this morning to a flyer that had been distributed by the Border Patrol, giving them vague instructions on where to go, where to check in if they had crossed illegally. With no identifying information on the flyers, many of the people we spoke with were worried it was a trap and that they would be deported before Title 42 expired.
Me vuelvo a regresar. Uno busca la manera cómo conseguir plata, cómo pasar otra vez por el mismo lado donde pasó uno. Pero esto lo hace uno la desesperación.
We just crossed into Mexico this morning, and we're driving east of Ciudad Juarez, where it appears to us that migrants are being directed away from the city center and towards some of these doors that are along the border wall. We could see hundreds of people lined up on the Mexico side of the border at door 42. Here they waited for Border Patrol to assist them onto buses bound for processing centers. Even though they were being helped by Border Patrol, it's still considered an illegal crossing. Hola, señor. ¿Cómo te llamas? We just talked to a gentleman from Venezuela. He had first come up and tried to enter through Matamoros, and he wasn't allowed entry. He had a friend, he said, in Ciudad Juarez, and so he came back this way, and that's where he's been ever since. These are the kinds of scenes GOP candidates vying for their party's nomination have pounced on.
We have to reestablish the rule of law in this country.
Stop, catch and release, and go to catch and deport.
Put back into place the policies that worked under our administration.
Because if they don't paint it, bad things are happening.
But photo ops at the border and campaign promises are far different from real immigration policy changes, something that neither party has found a long-term solution for. I went to speak with Professor Ernesto Castaneda at American University, who has spent his career studying immigration policy. What does an immigration system look like that you think both parties can agree on?
It's actually not that hard, Jorge. If there was a political will, there could be a good immigration reform that could be done. It would make sense for everybody to pass a DREAM Act to expand guest worker programs. It became a bad word in certain years, but an amnesty is just people that have been living here for, you can say, the number of years. But you can regularize the 10 million people that are here and not going to go anywhere.
I can't even imagine a politician saying the word amnesty at this point. I mean,
either side. No, exactly. Right. So it's not going to be a campaign issue, but it's something that Congress, in a rational sense, they could, as part of an immigration reform, they could easily do, and then it will solve the everyday lives of millions of people.
In hopes of stemming the flow of individuals crossing the border, President Biden's new policy encourages migrants to apply for asylum in a third-party country. It also enacts harsher punishments on anyone apprehended entering illegally. But many Republicans and even some Democrats have criticized that plan, saying it isn't enough to reduce the pressure on border states. Now, cities thousands of miles away are starting to feel the strain on resources that border states have been dealing with for decades. Now, since last summer, Texas Governor Greg Abbott has been busing many migrants from the southern border to some of these so-called sanctuary cities, like New York, like Washington, D.C., and like Chicago. In May 2023, Chicago's City Council voted in favor of spending $51 million to house and care for migrants. I met with Alderman Nick Sposato of the 38th Ward on Chicago's northwest side. Sposato represents a district housing hundreds of asylum seekers, but he voted against the funding.
It was Donald Trump's second best ward, so it's pretty conservative, a lot of city workers, a lot of police, a lot of fire. We have our own problem, we have our own homeless, and if this $51 million was for all homeless, then I'm all in support for it. But it was only for the asylum seekers, that's it. I blame this whole thing on the feds, first of all. So the feds are letting them in, and not letting them work. They're here to work. They're not here to live in police stations, live in colleges, live in shelters. They just want to come here and work.
Housing the migrants in Sposato's ward was always meant to be a temporary solution. The city's long-term plan was to house migrants in a vacant high school in a middle-class black neighborhood on the other side of the city. But residents and former alumni, like Terry Hardy, have been trying to get the school reopened for years to help revive the struggling neighborhood. What were some of the main disagreements with using this space for that?
Well, first of all, this is a school. This is not a hotel. Aside from that, it also brings to the surface that others have been put before people who already live here as it relates to the resources that are being allocated to the migrant issue. I hate to say it, but man, that pissed everybody off.
After a contentious community meeting in May, followed by a lawsuit, the city dropped the plan to house migrants at the school.
We're not against asylum seekers. They are humans, and they do deserve to be treated humanely, first and foremost. But we do too. There's a humanitarian crisis already here in South Shore.
Back in Ciudad Juarez, there is a small tent village near the international bridge that connects the U.S. to Mexico. People here have been camped out for weeks, some for months, waiting to make an appointment to apply for asylum legally.
Anoche no puedo dormir en realidad por el frío y pensando las cosas y pensando y esperando y confiando en Dios de que nos den la oportunidad, de que Dios meta su mano y nos ayude a todos. Yo apliqué ya a la página, ya aplicamos, estamos esperando a las 10 a ver si somos opcionales para una cita.
Carla Arias is a mother of 2. She left her children behind in Venezuela, waiting until she secures their papers to spare them the dangerous journey.
Yo prefiero hacerlo por la vía legal, hacer las cosas bien porque no sé si más adelante por hacerlo ilegal me regresen y todo el trabajo que hice, todo el esfuerzo, todo el frío, el hambre, todo lo que pasamos sea en vano.
According to U.S. Customs and Border Protection data, there's been a significant drop in illegal entries since Biden's new border policy went into effect in May 2023. Though it's too soon to predict the lasting effects, the policy is now facing legal challenges. How do you talk about this issue and not get people angry?
Politicians of both parties should be less afraid about being labeled weak on immigration because immigration policy is not that important for most Americans.
Castaneda isn't wrong, but while immigration isn't the top issue for most Americans, it's a flashpoint on the campaign trail and ranks very high among Republicans. But decades of bipartisan inaction has a way of rearing immigration back into the minds of voters when they cast their ballots on Election Day, especially when the crisis remains visible on the southern border.
In the categories or in the submission. Do they list them? It's
so Alzheimer's?
Yeah, so it's Alzheimer's. Let me just open up all these video links. It's pretty much Alzheimer's, Mongolia, beef, the better beef,
Oh, both of those were those same person.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, interesting.
And
oh, the organ.
Oh, the organ. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Interesting. Okay.
So, yeah. So Mongolia better be the kidney.
Mm-hmm.
And what am I missing?
What?
Okay, it's Alzheimer's,
Mongolia, better beef, and organ donor.
Yeah. So that's all one person's portfolio.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so the next one.
Oh, have we seen all of? Maybe we haven't seen.
We have
the
only
last
seen
two.
the first. So I actually wrote down the times to help.
nice.
I was just figuring that out. So we did see Tehillah that's the Salmon Parks one.
Okay.
But we haven't seen the others. So the first time starts at 9:42. And then we could probably just watch all the way through because it's 3 videos.
In the night there was a storm there at the beach where she was born. And she could feel the feeling wrong, and so she walked there in the dawn. And on her flute, the magic horn, a tune so passionate and strong, she played for them the orca song to ask them where they all had gone. When I was asked to come here and do an exhibition here in the Pacific Northwest by the Scan Design Foundation, there was a big wish that it would be about water quality, which is obviously a big topic when you're here in Seattle with the sea and the Puget Sound. I tried to take that topic and have that be a part of my fairy tale. I've actually made 125 trolls in 17 countries all over the world. All of that is fueled by scrap. Pallets and scrap wood and fences and posts and like all types of wood that's just offcuts and things that people don't really want. There's just mountains of that there that all gets like either scrapped and burned or it gets landfilled. I like to just make them a little bit wild and a little bit crazy, and then they have the aesthetic a little bit rough so that many people can partake in building it. It's more about everybody coming together and that bigger message than it's about one perfect sculpture. This troll is called Bron Idon. She is like the orca that grew up on the shore. One day she realizes that all the orcas are gone and there's only one orca left. And then she plays her flute and communicates with it.
When we initially engaged Thomas through the Scan Design Foundation, we also wanted to be sure that we were honoring the ancestral homelands of the native communities here in the Northwest. It was equally important to ensure that Thomas was educated about the history of tribal communities here. In Seattle, we reached out to the Muckleshoot tribe. They selected an artist to represent their tribe to then go to Denmark and work with Thomas in his workshop in the spring of this year.
What I found was their culture and our culture are very similar. They really deeply care about taking care of our planet, which closely exactly aligns with the tribal values that we have. Thomas learned about Coast Salish culture, and I painted a mural of a killer whale on Thomas's house. I have a traumatic brain injury, what has made me legally blind. But I had a phenomenon of wanting to do artwork. So I started painting. My artwork is based off of what I believe are spirit helpers, animals that help people. We call them a tamanwas in our language. When I discovered that I could do art, it was a sign of life. It was a ray of hope to me that maybe I could show other people that a disability doesn't have to be a life sentence. You can be a part of greater society and overcome and achieve.
He also helped design a flute. John here is going to help us like decorate the flute today and put some little decorations on them to just make them extra nice.
We're going to have cedar bark from our grandmother's cedar tree. We also have abalone shell on there, which is traditional to decorate things.
Yeah. Okay, let me see how much do you have over there?
We put these things on the troll to show that we are welcoming it.
What do you guys think? It should be this hand or the other hand, the bracelet?
It's up to you.
This one? The beliefs that I have in reusing material and trying to just be a good steward and leaving the world a good place, you know? That's all the same ways of the Native Americans. I feel good about this.
Yeah.
You feel good about it too?
Yeah.
That looks great, man. I'm really happy with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks great. Okay. Boots.
The hair is made of a madrona tree. It was sick and had to be cut down here in the park. So I told them to save the branches because they would look great for the hair. The trolls is a big part of folklore and the religions that were before Christianity in Denmark and the Nordic countries where I come from. It just happened that they were just a super good vehicle for telling the stories that I like to tell. So now I use them to tell like modern folklore stories, like the story about the troll and the orca, and then that story then says something about us humans. Now it's just taking this life where there's just so many people who join in. More than 10 million people have went to visit one of my trolls. 10 million people who have come and stood in front of one of those and had that experience made out of scraps. That tells you like something about like how important it is that we don't empty our world from resources and then use those resources to drown our world with trash.
We want to take care of this land. We want to take care of this water. We want to make sure that these things are still here for children in the future, 7 generations from now. Now we have an ally. Now we can work together on things and know that we're working hand in hand with each other and that we have the same goals.
That kitty is ready to go. This cat is going to be a holdable cat. Camera time. Give me all the press, please.
Cats have energy. They have some kind of spiritual energy. I don't know what it is.
Oh, that is so cute.
The way they move, the way they show love, their body language. They're beautiful. This made me realize how crazy we are as cat people. Like, going to the cat convention, like how obsessed we are.
Oh, hello, kitty.
Oh my God, you're Cat Illuminati.
Yes.
Wow.
Hello.
Did you recognize his voice?
Yeah, I've been following you for like a year on TikTok. I absolutely love your videos.
Thank you.
You're Cat Illuminati, right?
Yes.
I watch your videos all the time.
Thank you.
Can I take a picture of you?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. All right, y'all, I'm at See Me Alcon and I'm in Seattle, but now I'm about to go and do a catwalk in some of the neighborhoods. So if you're in Seattle, let me know which neighborhoods has the friendliest cats.
This is definitely a cat area though. I mean, it's just giving me cat vibes. What's gonna happen is we'll see one cat and then we'll start seeing a lot of cats. Here, kitty, kitty. There's a cat.
Hello, sweetie. Thank you. Nice headbutt. Can I boop your little nose? Boop 1, boop 2. Oh, yes, you got a boop score of 2. Good job, kitty. Let's see if you're a lap cat. Can I hold you in my lap? He is a lap cat. Well, that's nice to know, kitty.
We actually were doing the catwalk before we started filming it for a few years. It's because my partner would use it as a way to get me outside and get me walking.
Oh, he likes to be held. He's cool with it. And he is purring like crazy. Oh, that is so cute.
I downloaded TikTok because I was gonna try to promote my music on there. And I just kept seeing all these cute videos and I was like, man, people would love to see these cats in my neighborhood. The cats in the neighborhood need to shine on this app. And by the 3rd video, it got like 100,000 views, which was insane for me.
God, something's gonna come out of the jungle. Oh, it's just a panther. Hello, panther. How are you doing? I miss you, Raven. You're so gorgeous.
All right, Raven, give us a stop, flop, and roll before we go, kitty.
Yes, thank you.
I think it was the timing because everybody was really scared. Everybody was kind of stuck in their house because of the pandemic.
One more, good job. It's Toast Malone. Kitty, Toast Malone.
I've worked in restaurants before. I made commercials for like auto dealerships. But honestly, nothing has ever been as fulfilling as filming cats. It's just wild to see, you know, cats having the reputation of not being friendly, just to see all these cats running up to me and just saying hi and wanting to hang out, just like old friends. I get so many people like, oh my gosh, your videos inspired me to adopt a cat. I wasn't really a cat person, but I was watching your videos. I didn't know they were like this. So that makes me happy knowing that more people are bringing cats home. That is the Catluminati agenda, by the way. Cats are going to be the #1 pet globally one day. Okay, I have to meet this cat. What's your cat's name?
Mew.
Mew?
Yeah.
Hello. So beautiful, and obviously a holdable cat because the cat likes to be held.
Yep.
Oh, you're so pretty. You just, oh, thank you. You're saying hello. Oh my God, look at that Bengal cat. Hello, Chloe. Can I hold her? Sure. Oh, yes, Chloe. Oh. There we go.
There you go.
I have a shoulder cat now.
Chloe. Right there. Yay.
Good kitty.
Gorgeous meow.
Oh yeah, this is my life. I love the Catluminati fans. Not only do I just have followers, I try to respond to as many people as I can. I know it makes people's day.
Can I get a picture with you?
Yeah,
I'm a
sure.
huge fan.
Thank you.
My partner and I watch your videos every day.
One of the things that made me very happy about, you know, building the following is that I could actually help people spread awareness about things. Being able to organize and help our local humane society or get the word out that they need more fosters. Whenever somebody reaches out to me and is like, oh my God, this happened to my cat and I can't do anything about it, then my fans, we all just come together and help them get the cat and the vet and everything. That is just, it's really rewarding. It just feels like we built a community.
I'm so happy you're here.
Thank you.
Like,
yes.
I'm trying not to get emotional right now. I'm so happy. Oh my God, it's so nice to meet you.
What's your name?
Kimberly.
Thank
oh
you,
my
Bob.
God, thank you so much. Your videos make me so happy. And
Thank you.
Can I take a picture
Yes.
with you? You just have such a wonderful selection of cats.
Thank you.
I don't think it was even possible at the point when I was a kid to even dream of what was to come. Playing on the biggest stage, being able to play all over the world. For me, certainly, it's a dream career. It's not just the sport that I've been participating in for all these years. I've been able to use sport to participate in life in a different way. It has been a dream for sure.
Wanted to first talk a little bit about the retirement and the photo, the picture that you decided to put with it, your childhood picture. Why did you pick that photo?
You know, that little kid that was playing all those years ago, I feel like I still keep a lot of that sort of joy and at times immaturity and, you know, willingness to do something that's maybe a little ill-advised on the field. But I look at the game, you know, in a lot of ways, I think at its essence in the same way now as I did back then. It is a game, it's meant to be enjoyed, and I feel like you're meant to have fun, and I know for myself when I'm enjoying myself and smiling, being free, and really that sort of essence of play, I'm kind of playing the best, so I wanted to kick it back to that little kid.
Did you think you would be this much of an activist, though? Like, was that always going to be a thread for you?
I think I have that streak in me, a sort of, I don't know, like a fairness streak or saying what I believe, standing up for myself and standing up for other people. I think it was a lot of events that kind of happened in my life as well. The experience of my brother being in active addiction from such a young age, his experience in the criminal justice system, our experience sort of peripherally in that, being a gay athlete, you know, being a woman, I think I didn't, you know, understand what that meant as a child, but I think getting into, you know, sports in particular, but just sort of understanding how all those things intersect. So it's a little bit of both. I kind of had it in me, but my life kind of brought it out, and then I think being in the profession of women's sports just being in sports, I think in general, just, rips it right out of you.
So I want to take a couple of moments. The pose, tell me about that, and was that planned?
I'm always, thinking in some kind of way what to do if you score, because that's just like the best part and the whole point of the sport, and especially in the biggest moment, and you can allow yourself to be taken by the fans and the crowd and the energy, and I think coupled with the message that was behind it. I mean, obviously the former president just tweeted at me personally and at the team. We were in the middle of an equal pay fight and we just filed our lawsuit. It sort of felt like the entire world was with us, and it just felt like the sort of perfect clapback, but also a sort of welcoming in of so many people, I think, throughout the tournament, fans that were supporting not only our team, but the sort of broader team of women's sports globally, and so it just kind of all came together in that moment. It was, very special.
And then the Medal of Freedom, like you go through so many things and it's like, and you got the Medal of Freedom, but it's like the Medal of Freedom. So like, what is that like, or what do you kind of take from that?
It was so interesting because it's obviously an honor and something I am very proud of, and I do think I deserve it. I think a lot of other people deserve it as well. A lot of the reason why I've been put in the position is because of kneeling and because of my stances on racial justice and speaking out about that. I'm always sort of a mimic or a microphone for Black people who are speaking and saying the exact same things and much better than I ever could, and they're sort of original ideas and ideas they've lived through. And I think that was part of why I wanted to make sure that, Cap's initials were on there and the 3 women who founded Black Lives Matter. And I think that sometimes people are just more comfortable in this package saying the same things than they would be comfortable, in Patrice's package or Colin's package or Alicia's package. So I think it was a moment of understanding that it's important for me to stand up there and to, accept the award, but also sort of bring it back to a big reason why I felt like I was even considered for it.
And with kneeling, how do you look back on that now? The moment to when you first did and the backlash?
I mean, I would totally do everything exactly the same pretty much as I did it. Maybe, I was gonna say maybe be a little bit more prepared, but I don't know if I really could have been prepared. I feel like I was prepared to speak the right message and to say the right things and to echo people who had lived experience, to echo Black people, and to be that ally. I wish more athletes would have knelt with Cap. I think that it was a moment for real deep change, changing of ideals and the way that people feel and think about things. I think that it was a real moment lost, particularly with NFL athletes, and I think particularly with white quarterbacks, to be able to support Cap in that way and support the message.
I've read that you want to continue on with these kinds of fights. Trans rights is something that you've been vocal about, social justice still. Is that what your plan is in retirement?
It's absolutely something I'm really passionate about. I feel like it's not even something that I need to be passionate about. It's just I think everything intersects. And so as passionate as I am about being able to live my full humanity, it's the same for other people. And I think having the opportunity to retire in the way that I am and free up so much more time to do that will be nice. It's always going to be sort of a core pillar of not just sort of my business and how I think of things, but just me as a person. And so to have more time to do that will be really nice.
Got to go to the penalties. But the twisted part of the penalties, because you missed the one, right? And obviously it's a magnificently huge stage. Yeah. But then you come back and you make that one and you carry on your streak. And I mean, that's the legit next goal that you score. How do you compare the two, or that little moment of August?
Yeah. I said for a long time, it's the worst thing that happened, you miss a penalty and you lose the World Cup for your country. I mean, I wasn't the only one that missed. I'm sure we all feel this way, but I would take that penalty again. And I think that's just part of sport. I think that's kind of part of life. It's things don't always go your way, and like that's actually okay. Being able to have the opportunity to, you know, step up again. I was nervous for sure. I was like, this could be like, not nervous to take the penalty. I was like, I want to take it, and I, you know, if I make it or miss, it's fine. Like I want to take it, and I believe in myself. But I was like, I just don't want this to like become a bigger thing. And I missed 2 in a row, and it's like this whole story that, you know, whatever. Yeah, if there's any sort of lesson to be taken from it, I guess it's just you always want to do it. And you want to put yourself out there, and you want to try.
When is the wedding?
Oh, yeah.
You have time now. Is it coming up?
We have time now. We're gonna have to sit down and decide if we have the desire to plan it or not. It's just so much planning. Oh my gosh, this feels really hard. I think we're both excited to just get into this year where we don't have our schedule, you know, down to the minute every single day. Yeah. But eventually it will happen for sure.
Y'all plan to truly take like time away out of the spotlight? I mean, is there an opportunity to really step away and, you know, go dark? Or even if you want to.
I don't think either of us really want to. I think we're both very excited about what is coming in women's sports, not just in our respective sport, but just like in general, and how we can continue to be a part of that. I think we've both fought, and other women obviously as well, have fought so hard, have created so much, have built so much. Now we're at a point of like, oh, this can actually be businesses. We can actually be part of the ownership of like the next phase of women's sports going forward, not just with teams or businesses or whatever, but like being some of the architects of it. But I think both of us are just like kind of like stepping back and looking at what is possible for women's sports in the next, you know, 10 and 15 and 20 years. And we don't want to go dark on that. That seems like a really fun and interesting place to be. And I think one thing that gets lost a little bit is like the love for women's sports in general. It's like not just your sport, it's like what we're building and what we stand for. We've always stood for so much more. It's like if you love the W, you love, you know, so much more about it than just what's happening on the field. I think same with the NWSL. So to continue to be a part of that, I think is really exciting for both of us. But we will be taking some long vacations and like chilling out and getting some beach time.
Well, thank you so very much for all of your time and everything. It's been really cool to watch you play, and yeah, good luck in your retirement.
Thank you, thank you.
I was like, oh, that felt long, but like,
yeah. But so this last one, so the next one, we have seen all of these videos. It's the what is it? Okay, the Klamath River. The Why Cedar is Sacred. That was like an earlier video we watched. Oh wait, maybe we didn't see this one.
Second.
Our
We didn't see
seals
that
and
one.
sea lions. Okay, and then we did watch What
hydroplane.
Is It Like to Ride a Hydroplane. So we'll watch this, Our Seals and Sea Lions Affecting Salmon Recovery. Let me try to find it.
Batch it over and over and over.
Seals and sea.
To hold themselves in their own identity.
People enjoy seeing seals and sea lions. It's inspiring. They're just beautiful to watch. They're fun. They're highly adapted to do what they do. You know, we were in danger of losing these back in the 60s. In 1972, the Marine Mammal Protection Act was put in place, and 30 years went by and these populations recovered. They're at an all-time high since we've been measuring. Pinnipeds are a success story in conservation. What's changed in the ecosystem over the last 30, 40, 50 years? Salmon have gone down. You know, we have a lot of salmon that are endangered. We're down to 4 to 6% of the salmon returning to the Pacific Northwest that we used to have. Pinnipeds are top predators, and we do know that they eat a lot of salmon. people started looking at that saying, wow, we have a lot of seals and sea lions. You know, are they part of the problem, or, you know, is it anecdotal that they're just doing what seals and sea lions do? I was part of a group of people that recommended, you know, what we need to do is pull all this science together and have an independent look at it. You know, do we know enough to make a decision, or are there really big questions that we still have to answer before we try and do anything about pinniped predation on salmon?
When we go out on these surveys, usually we're just kind of checking out the scene to see what sort of animals are we going to find for that day. And usually when we see some sea lions, we're also looking for if there's any signs of entanglement. Make sure we take out our binos and our camera.
So we're here at Whale Rocks, just at the entrance of Cattle Pass, and there's a big haul out here. Sometimes we see harbor seals here. Today, this is just totally stellar sea lions. I'd guess there's probably close to 100 animals on the rock and in the water. But the little guys are really, really fun to watch. Kind of makes you realize they're smart. They're like dogs, you know. They're intelligent. They're sentient creatures. Those animals are fat. They're really happy. They've finished their breeding season. They're playful. They feel good. That's a robust, healthy population. If we're going to remove those animals, we want to be pretty certain that we're going to cause the benefit that we want to cause. Otherwise, that's a pretty big animal welfare issue on our hands. You know, conversely, if we don't do something, then we're not going to save salmon, and that's a big human rights issue with the tribes and the First Nations.
This is something that we've been, on the tribal side, have been really pushing for the last decade plus. It's a constant battle with seals and sea lions. They've learned through behavior that if you come to Tulalip Bay, there's these nets in the water, and it's easier to corral fish into a gill net and rip them out of there than it is to go chase them out in the open oceans. There's times where we're losing half of our catch to seals and sea lions just because they're ripping them out of the nets before you're able to get to them. This has been, our way of life since time immemorial. If fishing goes away, we start to lose those pieces of our culture. We have 5,000 plus tribal members that we're trying to provide opportunity for, trying to provide salmon for, for cultural uses. Without those things, we're having to go buy fish from somewhere else. And as a fishing people, that's kind of, that's a hard thing to do. It's a treaty reserved right that the tribes have, and if we're unable to fish, then the treaty right is basically lost its value. That was something that was retained by our ancestors.
We have to recover salmon. There is no question about that. There are 138 different vertebrate species that depend on salmon, some of their life stage. They're a key component of the ecosystem. More importantly than that, they are critical to the survival of the tribes and First Nations. And I don't want to see their culture disappear on my watch. At the same time, I don't want to see us try something that's going to affect the sea lions and not benefit the salmon.
We're here on the first day of the...
Okay, so yeah, then the last one was the hydroplane. This last entry, we have not seen any of these videos from Connecticut Public.
The hair was kinky, and we take a fork and do our hair up. A fork and heat it up and pull the hair down and straighten the hair with a fork. Oh yeah, we met him. I met him before he was even president. He was calm, speak to your nice, that old country bro. And Miss Lillian, she was so nice, and she was a very old, wrinkled, but she was a nice though. She say, y'all come on in, and that's how she talked. The Southern, we would go pick cotton, chop the cotton, shake the peanuts, and we pull corn, and they were so friendly. And they gave us a little bag of peanuts and a little slice of pecan pie, and we went on our way. One day we were going up there and we saw these white horses with the sheets over their head, and they were standing at the end of the woods with them horses, and they were looking. So Carter went out and he waved his hand, and they disappeared. But if he hadn't did that, he would have came and got us out of there. We used to ride through in a wagon. We had no cars. We had a horse and a wagon. We would ride through and get a drink of water and ride on out. And when I got up here, he became the president. I said, oh my God, Jimmy Carter, little Jimmy Carter, you know, he come. And that's when I got up here, he was the president. But he wasn't that when we were down there. Andersonville, Georgia was the place where the soldier prayed for water, and water just shot up out the ground. A spring came. When I go home, I always go through Plain, Georgia, and look, and I don't know why people thinking I'm different, but I am different because I done seen a lot of stuff that go down, and I've been through a lot of stuff. We didn't get a lot of education. We had mother with. You learned being nice to people, treat people nice, and give if you had to give, but you had to be nice to people. You didn't slam to nobody. June 3rd, we're 91 years old. I wonder now how people can walk by and not say good morning. You're alive. You're breathing. What? You know?
Delicious things to eat. The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy.
It's not just watching a movie. It's very different.
I think it's just kind of a holdover from the 50s that you just come here. I don't think it's really changed that much.
Hi folks, what do you want to see tonight?
Michael Youngden came up here in 1974 to manage the Mansfield Drive-In, and it was in a sorry state of disrepair. Weeds and grass everywhere. He had to really clean it up, and he worked very hard to get it going. That became his passion.
Just thought that there was a way to make it work and that I could make something happen. And I was also thinking about the fact that someday I'd be the only one doing
this. I'm a musician.
I got my rock and roll dreams in my back pocket. Look out now when
I knew who he was, but then I was playing at the local bar here. And that's where I re-met him, and we started seeing each other then. It was his smile in his eyes, and I felt, when I was playing, I felt that he understood exactly what I was doing musically, which may or may not have been true, but I felt that he was very focused on my music, and yeah.
And it was obvious to me and my sister as we were growing up. Like we both have said that, oh, they gave us an example of what love truly is.
It's really hard to pinpoint like what my earliest childhood memory is here because it's home. You know, like if you ask somebody what their earliest childhood memory is of their house, it's hard to tell because it just kind of fades in because it's where I've always been.
Naomi came to the drive-in when she was really small. She was born in June, and we came that summer, so she was only a few weeks old. I'm walking around with her, and she's just looking around, like with the cars and the movies, and just very bright-eyed. It's a memory I won't forget.
You go into an indoor theater and everybody has to hush to watch the movie. Whereas at a drive-in, they sit in the car, they can talk to each other, they can bring their kids without disturbing the rest of the crowd.
Michael was a cancer survivor. He had cancer in his 20s, so he felt that every day was a gift. We lived life to the fullest. He did too. We loved to travel.
I think it was a wake-up call for him in that life is precious, and you never know, kind of what's going to happen, and every day, is just so beautiful. I was actually here, with him when he got the phone call, and I just remember hearing, his voice just kind of drop, and he got off the phone, and I looked at him and I was like, what was that about? And he's like, he just looked at me, he goes, I have cancer.
He fought it for a few years, but unfortunately that is what ended up taking his life.
Hurry, hurry, hurry! Step right over to our refreshment center for the most extravagant array of refreshment goodies ever assembled under one roof. Enjoy breathtaking, mouth-watering goodies, everything from a snack to a delicious full meal. At our refreshment center, you'll find a large variety of goodies to satisfy your hunger, your thirst, or your sweet tooth.
We've really gone out of our way to keep it 1950s, and it is, I think, a little bit more authentic 1950s. We kind of want people to feel like they're in a time capsule in a lot of ways and also not in some ways.
We try to keep it classic. We have a big old-fashioned popcorn machine. So there is some nostalgic, but then it also became somewhat high-tech in that we had to go digital or else we wouldn't be in business. There's no film anymore. So that was a big investment in 2012.
So won't you come and take a ride with me? I can't think of any better company than you and I driving all around town with the radio up and the top down. You see the clouds are gone, the sky is blue, and I'm in love with you.
As you can see, we have this beautiful 1957 Cadillac Eldorado Biarritz. We were at a 4-H fair, and Michael goes, "That's the car." And I'm like, "What car?" He goes, "That's the car." It's the car he always wanted, and he was able to get it.
It definitely brings me back to my dad. He loved that car, and I know that he wanted us to enjoy it as well. And having my mom drive it, it just reminds me of my dad driving it. And he used to love taking it out in the summer, and now it's my mom doing it.
That's all. All right, so I take it you boys are sitting there for the movie? Yeah, probably. Yeah. You two are chilling out up there?
If you had asked me 20 years ago if I was going to run the Mansfield Drive-In, I would have laughed and been like, no way, no way. Like, I always have loved the drive-in, but I never saw myself, taking it over or being, the person that's running it.
It was kind of a tough decision for me because there were parts of me that wasn't sure if I wanted to do the drive-in for my whole life or whatever that entailed, but I felt as though it was very important for me and my sister to kind of be involved in it.
I do it because it's just such a wonderful thing, and it's something too where people come here and make memories, and I'm not the only person by far that has memories of being here when you were a small child, and that's something that kids nowadays are coming and getting to make new memories. It's cool in that it's perpetual.
So my dad, his life was the drive-in, and that translated to our family. And I think that it grew past what my dad had necessarily planned it to be, because now it is something where the community sees it as a family event. And I think it does show how he started this one thing, hoping that it was gonna do okay. He kind of brought it back from when it was pretty much failing, and he made it into this really big, beautiful, family-friendly event, and it was like passing the torch.
They're here a lot, running the drive-in. They're doing a great job. I know Michael would be so proud of them too, that it's a dream come true that they're keeping it going.
In some senses, the volunteers are the stories behind the aircraft. They see themselves on what they did and what they can transfer on now to the repair, the restoration, the preservation of the aircraft, and to the preservation of their stories. In a way, it goes back. I'm an Air Force veteran. What we have together in a common purpose, something we do, something we love, I think something we're doing good for people. Restoring the aircraft allows people to see a piece of history. So that is the common purpose. But also the camaraderie is really nice.
You hear propeller engines.
Yeah. We have crews that do everything from machining parts to welding pieces together to working on the propellers, the engines, there's different crews, and then the aircraft itself.
The things that make this place so special are the people, the volunteers. Do I see myself in that work? Well, yes, I feel very close to a lot of people. You want to help, but my big problem now is I turn 90 years old and they think I'm getting old. I'm not getting old, I'm getting younger every damn day. And if there's help, I want to help. But somebody will look over and say, he's too old, he might get hurt. That pisses me off. I'm not that old, and I won't get hurt, and I want to be a part of it. Being a part of the whole deal is, to me, that's important. I can say I helped on this, I helped on that, I helped on something else, but I was a part of it.
I had been retired for about 2 years, and I decided, when you first retire, you say, wow, I got nothing to do, and then afterwards, sure, I got nothing to do, and I was looking for something, and I don't play golf, and I said, I'm going to see if the museum needs anybody there. So I filled out the online application, everything, and I got called in, and the guy said, oh yeah, I can use you, with your background and all. When I would come out to restoration, because I even know really what they did here, I went on the P-51. Boy, that was a great project because it was such an iconic airplane. I always loved the P-51. And here I got to work on one, and we took it a long way. My father's, I've got a lifelong love of aviation from him. He was drafted to fight in World War II. He was a B-24 flight engineer. On his 8th mission out of England in the 8th Air Force, he was shot down. And he spent about the last 10 months of the war as a prisoner of war. My mother at the time was pregnant with me, and so he didn't see me till I was about 10 months old. After the war, he worked for a few different aviation companies before settling at Command Aircraft in Bloomfield, Connecticut. We would talk a lot about aircraft and go to air shows and just watch the airplanes and all. I went to Vietnam in August of 1965. I flew 1 month as a gunner, helicopter gunner. The rest of the time, of course, I was a technician. I decided I would volunteer to be a crew chief on the next aircraft. I said it had to be a Marine Corps airplane, because we had nothing but Marines on it here. So I chose the Command HOK. That aircraft had never left Command. It was a test aircraft. My father was one of the flight test inspectors, so he worked on that aircraft.
I started 9 years ago as a volunteer. We're saving pieces of history that people are not aware of, need to be aware of and see. So just from an interest standpoint, also from a history standpoint, that we realize the efforts that were done in the past. The restoration volunteers, probably actively there's 55 or 60, and during a regular week I'll have anywhere from 35 to 40 on a Tuesday, a little smaller on a Thursday, and there's a crew that works on Saturday. Yeah, our volunteers are a mix of veterans, people from the industry, people from not. A lot of our people just love the technology as well as what goes into the actual aircraft. And you put it all together and it comes up with an end product that shows well in the museum.
They do love what they're doing. The accomplishment to take take an engine that is corroded and turn around and make it look like brand new again. Yeah, it takes a lot of love. Every bolt, nut, screw, everything is turned over, everything's cleaned up, everything's perfect. And when they get done, they're pretty damn proud of that. We got married before I went into service. My wife was 16 years old, and I was 19 when we first got married. My wife's name was Shirley. When I first came out of the service, I lived in Hartford, and then we later, with 3 children, we moved out of Hartford into Enfield. She was a fantastic woman to put up with me. I should have spent more time with her and less with the airplanes, but these are days I regret now. She passed away, and I had a son who passed away 2 years before her. He was very close to his mother. She was very close to him. They did a lot of stuff together, and it kind of drug her down. She just couldn't make it. And I've been alone since, but I'm doing okay. Well, I'm surviving because I do have these volunteers here, because after my wife passed away, there was a short period of time that it really hurt. So, yeah.
You know, in looking back on it, if I hadn't done this, I don't know what I would be doing that would be so fulfilling as this has been. It's changed me in the respect that I really thought retirement was going to be a bit different and a lot more boring, but it isn't boring at all.
Most Americans have no connection to the 20-year-long Afghanistan war, beyond reading the headlines, perhaps shaking their heads at the way American forces were withdrawn, and learning about the people at risk left behind.
People wanted to change after a long period of war, not knowing that that change could be worse. It was terrifying, and it was very sad and depressing to see all of that happen. It's hard to leave your country behind. Nobody wants to leave their country, but when things like that happen, you have to give it up. Because we played black metal in a country like Afghanistan, which is super religious, and they're against all kinds of freedom-seeking activities. They burn down musical instruments, strictly forbidden by Taliban. There was a lot of uncertainty, but generally we wanted to leave because we were threatened and it wasn't good for us to stay anymore. That was really one of the horrible moments of my life. I listen to everything metal, like slam, black, death, thrash metal. Every time I heard distortion, it would just sound very good to my ear. It's a way to express your freedom and to show like you can be a part of something very cool, part of a community that is accepting all religions, all races. I was just in the center of the city when that happened, and people were fleeing, getting away. A lot of people went home, a lot of people went to the airport. Some made it to the plane, some went home to just protect their families. It was quite stressful and it was a long journey, very tiring. We went to Mazar-e-Sharif first, which is another province. And then we were taken to a temporary accommodation, to hotels, and then eventually after 1 month we were evacuated using charter planes. That was one of the most exciting moments that I've ever had in my life. When we were on the plane and after 1 month, it finally happened. So everyone was excited, very happy. There was still a chance that they could return the plane or just shoot it down, but we made it.
I got a good workout. And I almost started to get angry, which is good. I really want to get angry.
I write music about war and peace. I was born in a war-torn country, and how terrible it is to have war. And I think that's the old message, and I want to express freedom through my music.
Okay. So we have a few options right now.
What was the verdict on the first portfolio?
Yeah, so I'm gonna get to that. Can we actually pause for a second? So Okay, so we're gonna finish watching the Washington Post submission, which we had started earlier. We have already watched the OnlyFans video, and we previously just watched the Flashpoint migration. And then there's 2 other videos, so the third one you can start with.
Обмірковували, що ми будемо робити, якщо почнеться війна. Ми не розмовляли про поїхати. В жодному разі ми не могли себе уявити, що це буде так брудно, так жорстоко і так нахабно, мабуть.
Не хотіли дружина їхати. Вона поїхала тільки з тою умовою, що я залишусь на Західні. Я кажу, добре, я буду тут. Я посадив їх на свою машину і відправив до листочки з Біха. Я піду на війну.
Попрощатися зі своїм минулим життям.
Суть в тому, що від долі не втічеш взагалі ніяк. Якщо ти маєш загинути сьогодні чи завтра.
Ми не просто пара, ми не просто коханці, ми не просто друзі, ми партнери, ми будували своє життя. Як партнери це дуже для мене важливо.
Чик-чик-чик.
Розлука, вона одні великі нерви.
Кожен день, вранці, ввечері, дзвінки, смски. Дружина знала, де я знав, чим вони займаються. Бо їхав в учебку, то зв'язок вже був рідко. Ну, кожного дня, але зазвичай це були просто текстові повідомлення.
Емоджі, які він мені кожен ранок, він пересилає мені його, я йому відповідаю. Тоді мій день хороший, спокійний. Моє життя перейшло в телефон. Причешу сразу, щоб тебе в школі узнали. Першу ось таку його відсутність і нема на зв'язку. Я просто заходила у ванну, сідала і ридала. Більше я нічого взагалі не могла робити. Чому ванну? Тому що Саша, там це було... Я не хотіла їх напрягати цим. Добрий ранок, таточку. О, маленький монстр. Стоп. Це теж, це великий. Добрий ранок. Привіт.
Це, звісно, складно, що він там, а я тут. Це перший раз, коли така ситуація та... Ще в скобочках такі, в скобочках.
Спочатку було зрозуміло мені, що важко. І зараз я бачу, що мені здавалося, що там якийсь час пройде, вони адаптуються. Стане якось легше, вони війдуть в цей ритм життя.
Щоб тебе поки було заняття, поки я їм об'ясню.
Але бачу, що не йдуть, легше не стане, вони важко.
Schaffst du das?
Сама перейдешь в около своей.
допомагає в нашій інтеграції у німецьке життя. Дуже допомагає програма, яка є у Німеччині інтеграційних курсів, де ти знайомишся з іншими українцями, де ти спілкуєшся, де тобі пояснюють, що треба робити, як це робити. Це дуже важливо.
Okay, und noch Aufgabe 12, meine Kindheit. Holland?
Okay. Ich war als Kind immer sehr glücklich, wenn ich mit meinen Hunden gespielt habe. Спочатку мені не дуже хотілося, ясно діло, що хотілося лежати під одіялом і плакати, і більше нічого не робити. Але ось такі маленькі кроки до соціалізації, вони дуже важливі, і я дуже рада, що ми їх пройшли і вилізли з-під тої ковдри і змогли якось адаптуватися.
Це ти мене в'їбало! Back! Go back!
Те, що здавалося тобі важливо тоді, зараз зовсім не важливо. Є територія, сіра так називаємо, да? І наша задача розвідати територію для того, щоб наші позиції могли зміститися, переміститися ближче і або могли здійснити штурм. Я не хотів розказувати, бо одне діло, коли ти знаходишся там, десь 50-60 кілометрів від передньої лінії, друге діло, коли ти знаходишся на самій передній лінії. Прошивка термала у меня есть, я фоткал. Мне нужна еще прошивка дрона и пульта Enterprise и прошивка 30-го Mavic 30T, которые тоже фотки одного и второго. Сделай мне, пожалуйста. Просто я не міг сидіти на місці. Це була злість, це було відчуття несправедливості. Воно зсередини. Я не знаю, може я зламаний якийсь, може щось не так, але знаходились там під обстрілом танків, який прямою наводкою по нам херачив, і снаряди розривалися десь там в 20-30 метрах і засипали землею, осколки за шиворот летіли. Навіть тоді не було думок, що от все, да, я вже їх не побачу. Добре, давай тоді уточнюй. По часу виїзду, я думаю, що треба виїжджати десь о 10-й і починати працювати десь 11-11:30, бо працювати будемо по скупченню особового складу, так, щоб вони не дуже активні були, не дуже там мали змогу вас збити. Просто пропустив я майже рік вже. І важливі моменти – це кожен день. Що я пропустив? Я пропускаю рік життя. Рік життя, яке мав провести поруч з ними, а вони поруч зі мною. Донька за той час, наприклад, вона вимахала там майже з мене ростом. Тобто я пропустив цей момент.
Я впевнена, що він зміниться. Більш того, ми змінимось 100%. Ми всі інші вже. І він вже інший.
Думаю, достатньо. Тут термухи до хіра. Класна. Така. Вона дуже тепла. 100% ми, ті, хто тут, і ті, хто переживе цю війну, вони зміняться. Вони вже змінилися, а в голові вони змінилися, всередині вони змінилися. Осторожно, свечку.
Так, я нервуюся, але це переростає в таке перманентне відчуття, так? Коли ця тривога завжди з тобою, і тобі її потрібно запакувати її десь так, щоб вона як умога найменше впливала на твоє життя, тому що життя не буде. Буде тільки сльози, ну, якась деградація. Сьогодні борщ забереш? Сьогодні дуже поганий зв'язок в Україні. Так, так, так. Чекай, чекай. Алло.
Що там, як?
Ура! Ти дзвониш, яке щастя. І я там почала читати якісь книжки про це, як мені його підтримати. Я якісь там дивитися дуже багато американських всяких програм на ютубчики, як це коли, як допомогти, як не дратувати його, як... Тут прийшла Саша, можу з тобою порозмовляти. Так? Поговориш з ним? Трішки, так.
Привет. Что там у тебя, порядок? Никто не обижает?
Да.
Да, обижает или да, не обижает?
Второй вариант.
Ты всем рассказываешь, что папа у тебя военный. Если ему хватило ума и смелости прийти сюда на войну, то ему точно хватит ума и смелости, чтобы приехать и побить всех, кто тебя посмеет обидеть.
Обязательно.
Что, маму дашь?
Трішки більше думати про нього, ніж про себе. Як він, як так, щоб психологічно ти йому міг допомогти. Бо класно, що ти подзвонив. А що про відпустку ще не можна казати?
Слухай, ну робота кожен день є і активні. Ми ж там тиждень назад трошки сходили вперед, піздюлеїв не давали. А добрячих. А так в цілому стоїмо, чекаємо, поки зброя нам доїдеш. Вже один раз зайти піздюлей дати, щоб вони вже не змогли клигати. Бачиш, як добре, що вас там нема.
Та я згодна, я згодна.
Ще літають ракети.
Я навпаки кажу, що інше життя існує. Що ми тут, що ми на тебе чекаємо. Дуже кохаю.
Все понятно. Выше нос, хвост трубой, і все буде добре для кожного з нас.
Two years into the Biden administration, inflation hit a 4-decade high. Interest rates skyrocketed, and many economists predicted a recession for 2023.
Threat of a potential recession.
If there is a recession, though.
Recession right around the corner.
So, okay, recession.
Coining terms like Bidenomics and Bidenflation, Republicans eyeing the White House have made it a top talking point.
We handed Joe Biden the fastest economic recovery. He promptly blew it to shreds.
Bidenomics. Bidenomics.
Bidenomics.
Bidenomics.
Bidenomics has been nothing but an unmitigated disaster.
Then wages started going up, inflation came down, and interest rates slowed.
Bidenomics is working.
These are complicated times because there are lots of things going in all directions.
Now, President Joe Biden is likely to avoid the all-feared election year recession. But as the 2024 race looms ahead, he'll have to overcome the messaging hurdles too, as he tries to convince most of the country of his economic stewardship. Presidential elections are shaped by key issues. To better understand how the U.S. economy could impact the next election, we set out on a road trip across the Rust Belt to find out if the positive economic news can turn around President Biden's dismal poll numbers. Or will Republicans use one of the president's biggest vulnerabilities to their advantage?
So we're starting a road trip here in Wisconsin, about an hour north of Milwaukee, on Chris Pollock's small dairy farm.
Family farms like this one have long been a symbol of the American way of life, but the agricultural landscape is changing, fueled by technology, industrialization, globalization, and of course, politics.
This farm has been my family since 1909. I've seen a lot of dairy farmers leave the industry because it's tough, especially in the last 10 to 15 years. You need a greater skill set. You need to know more about technology, better understand markets. Every farm is different, every farm is evolving and looking for ways, if they want to survive.
Once considered reliably blue, Wisconsin helped boost Donald Trump to the White House in 2016, thanks in large part to voters in rural areas. But in 2020, after ranchers and farmers borne the brunt of impact from then-President Trump's trade war with China, Biden won the state by a scant 20,000 votes, a margin that is expected to be equally as thin in 2024.
What has the government done for you guys?
When President Trump was in office, we got into a trade war at a really opportune time when the dairy industry had struggled for 2 to 3 years. And that kind of helped add another year of pain and suffering. There's pros and cons to what both presidents have done. They certainly have brought about different challenges, and as the industry has changed, we try to roll with the punches, but it's still always a challenge.
Profit margins on small farms are always thin at best, but adding inflation and long delays in supply chains are pushing American farmers to their limits.
It's frustrating to see that nobody's willing to work together. If you put 100 farmers in a room, we could find a way to come up with a solution, and I just don't get that feeling that's happening.
For much of his presidency, the phrase Bidenomics has been a pejorative to blame higher prices and inflation on the president's economic policies.
This vision is a fundamental break from the economic theory that has failed America's middle class for decades now.
Now, Biden is embracing the term, traveling the country toting his economic record, which he says is all about helping the middle class.
Left onto I-279 south toward Pittsburgh.
It's been a long day of driving, almost 10 hours in the car, but we're pulling into Pittsburgh right now to meet with some small business owners tomorrow morning about how the economy is affecting them.
Once an industrial city, Pittsburgh has undergone a dramatic change in recent years as younger people move into the city, attracted by the lower cost of living, further changing the political face of Pennsylvania.
We're a traditional Texas barbecue restaurant. We opened in 2017. We owned a place previously in New York City, and obviously you see what's happening there. It's like there's only so much you can do to recover from paying $20,000 for 1,400 square feet.
Strong job growth numbers have continued to outperform what economists forecast, but most business owners are still facing challenges in finding labor, particularly in the service industry.
Is it tough for you? Is it a challenge right now to keep staff here?
It was difficult from the beginning, regardless, but since COVID, impossible. Here you put an ad out and you might not get anyone, 0 people.
Talk to me about supply chain issues.
I feel like what's happened is my standards have now just decreased across the board. People complain because they can't get efficient service. I'm like, well, nothing I can do about that. If I order 6 cases of something and 4 come in, and then I run out early, nothing I can do about that, and I don't really apologize anymore.
There's only so much you could charge. Are you getting squeezed?
Oh yeah. our costs have gone up dramatically with the labor. The cost of all our meats have skyrocketed, especially for a meat that you know, 50% is waste.
I don't think I've ever sat down in a good restaurant and had the owner tell me my standards have lowered. Can that last?
And I feel like I'm a bad year away from living with my parents, right? And we're busy. There's a lot of worry. I worry every day.
Supply chain issues and inflation were common complaints no matter where we stopped. And while Republicans blame those issues on Biden, most economists agree the legacies of both the pandemic and Russia's invasion of Ukraine are to blame. We decided to head to Michigan as news broke of a possible strike of the United Auto Workers against the 3 major U.S. auto manufacturers.
We're here in Detroit outside a Ford plant, and it's happening right now.
This historic labor action was about more than just a contract for better pay and job security in the auto industry. It represents years of pent-up frustration from the American working class, who are tired of working long hours without being able to make ends meet.
I come from a Ford family. My sister works at Dearborn Truck. My uncle retired from Dearborn Assembly back when they were building the Mustang. I got cousins that worked in the Monroe plant. This is the family business.
And how long have you been working at Ford?
Like I said, I started temping at Ford in '96, got hired in here at MAP in 2012. Every man that works on a Ford should be able to afford the product. As it stands now, if you got a house note, car note, kids in school, there's no way you can afford an F-150 comfortably. Our pay has been here at one point. The economy's going in a different direction, and we just need to balance the playing field.
Workers in several industries couldn't be striking at a better time with both the support of the public and the president. Biden broke with tradition and joined UAW workers on the picket line.
Companies were in trouble, but now they're doing incredibly well. And guess what? You should be doing incredibly well too.
That visit came a day before Trump spoke at a non-union plant in Michigan, which Republicans are saying is a sign Biden is on the defensive.
Sean, I've been watching him on television. He's a good man. I think he's a good man, but he's got to endorse Trump.
Our endorsements are going to be earned. We've been very clear about that. Who the president is now, who the former president was, or the presidents before them isn't going to win this fight.
After 6 weeks of targeted strikes, the UAW and Detroit automakers reached an agreement, but auto workers are only a small percentage of the roughly 500,000 workers who have gone on strike in 2023. As we wrapped our road trip, a poll focused on the economy showed a modest increase for Biden as voters gave the president higher marks on the economy and jobs. While that means the White House's messaging might be making an impact, larger questions remain about whether that will translate into enough support for Biden to clinch a second term.
All right, so we have now watched all of the videos in the portfolios. I was just gonna, do you want me to go through and just remind you? Okay. So the first one from the Washington Post was OnlyFans, Flashpoints immigration. The Ukraine, 1,000 Miles Apart, and the one we just watched about the economy. The second one is the Alzheimer's, Mongolia.
What was the first one you said?
The Alzheimer's. Mongolia, beef, the better beef better. And the kidney, the animal kidney organ transplant. The third one is Tequila Forest, the fight for salmon parks, the giant trolls, The Seattle, the one about the Seattle cat community, and then the Megan Rapinoe, am I saying? That interview. So that is that portfolio. The next one is the Klamath River, the Cedar, why Cedar is sacred, to PNW tribes, the seals, the one with the seals and salmon recovery, and then what it's like to ride a hydroplane. And then the last one, which is the one from Connecticut Public, is Miss Jen from Georgia, the woman who worked on Jimmy Carter's farm. More Than a Movie, about the drive-in. Back to Life, the aircraft restoration team, and Metal Sam, which was about the youth from Afghanistan that played metal music. So this is obviously a little different than other categories because there's all these videos, but they should be judged as a whole package. So not individual videos, but all 4 videos like as one.
Could we have a few minutes to ourselves to kind of like...
Yeah. Yeah.
In the second entry, there were only 3.
No, there were 4. So the second entry is Alzheimer's, the Mongolia one. Is this
Mongolia was the environmental?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Right.
And then the beef and the kidney animal
Thanks.
organ. Yeah. And let me know if anyone needs like a refresher on what a certain video was or anything like that. Any thoughts?
Do y'all want to start from the bottom up again?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Sure.
So if you're starting from the bottom.
Now we're here.
Yeah. What do you think is? So we have 5. So 1 is definitely gone for sure.
Can I ask how folks are thinking, like what your
organizing principles are.
Great question.
It's hard because
Yeah.
they all had like some that were strong and some that were lacking.
I agree.
So there wasn't really, I didn't feel like there was one that just like jumped out as like the most complete package, but there were some that had, stronger pieces throughout, and some that had some really not so strong ones.
Yeah, I guess I tried to go through and think. I know we have to think about them holistically,
Right.
but I kind of went through just to figure out like which video itself felt strong or not strong, and then sort
That's
of
what
like
I
trying
did
to figure
too.
out like
Yeah.
which ones have more that feel stronger and not,
Right. And then which ones have ones that are like really pull the rest down.
Yeah.
So kind of like playing around with that. I really enjoyed the Ukraine being on both sides of that story. I thought that was really, well done. I mean,
Yeah, I agree.
Incredible access.
Yeah.
Incredible access, really smart storytelling.
Yeah.
I had not seen that angle.
I haven't seen that either.
Yeah.
Before. The thing that I really didn't like about their portfolio was those reporter-driven pieces.
Yeah.
Just like it wasn't really story. It just felt like more like TV news video, and
Yeah.
the
Those
video
didn't
itself
belong.
might have been good, but there wasn't really storytelling going on.
Yeah, I felt similarly.
I feel like that was an assignment.
No, for sure.
You know what I mean? Like,
for sure.
Yeah. But I think if you put like, the surprise of OnlyFans and that group, it also is elevated. Because that brought me into a world that I've not seen before. So those two together, I think, elevated. And even what it was, like the reporter-driven videos, I feel like they were still informative. And, in the format that they were, I thought they were well done.
They were well filmed, for sure.
Yeah.
They were well edited.
Would it be helpful to kind of like go through each submission kind of like that? Like we could, well, I guess we can't see them all the same way we can see the Washington Post, but is it helpful to look at then like the second entry and talk about which ones you think?
Yeah, maybe
we
just
can
like
look at our notes, like
Yeah.
what
Sure,
we've,
yeah.
I mean, if that's
just kinda go through
helpful.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely felt for the second. I mean, we saw all of these
Right.
before, and the Alzheimer's one was so strong. I think one of the strongest we saw.
Yeah.
And Mongolia was up there, but we weren't totally sold. I think it was beef was just above that, and then the organ transplant we were a little so on, right?
Yeah.
But it felt like there were three in the top-ish and one like extremely strong
Yeah.
piece.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think what I appreciated about this portfolio was I feel like I could tell that there was something really strong in every single piece, even if it wasn't necessarily, like some of them felt a little bit rougher than the others,
Yeah.
but it still felt like there was like a kernel of diamond within each one. And so in that sense, I felt like the instinct that this person had was pretty good as a reporter. It just needed a little bit more fine tuning maybe in the way that they structured certain
Yeah,
stories.
Yeah. I agree, and I think that portfolio, not that it should really matter, but it had the most, out of all the portfolios we're looking at, had the most videos that placed in their categories.
Yeah.
Yeah. I liked the variety too. I thought there was kind of an interesting mix of stories in there.
Yeah, we're like the first portfolio. You can tell that there was some like news assignment pieces. Like that organ transplant was probably similar for this journalist. And it felt a little bit more like a story.
So then the next one, is the forest, the trolls, the cats, and the I'm gonna wrap it up interview. Did any of those really stick out?
mean, the cat was just
Oh,
very
so sweet.
cute.
Yeah.
Just,
Very cute
yeah, so much fun. I
Great
feel like
character, yeah.
these were all good pieces, but none of them like wowed me.
Yeah, soccer was too long. I
Too
felt
long.
like.
Yeah.
The lighting setup was really distracting.
Yeah.
For a sit-down interview like that.
Mhm.
I also just didn't feel like it fit with the rest of the portfolio. The other three pieces felt like stories, and the last one just felt very Q&A. And
Totally Q&A.
I almost
It
wish they
wasn't
just
even
left it out.
They should have left it
Yeah,
out.
I agree.
Because there was no, yeah.
It just didn't fit with the rest of
Mhm.
the package.
It might have felt like, because in this category you have to have 4 videos, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you do
yeah.
have to have 4.
You
I
have to
see.
have
Might have had
four.
an option to
Yeah, maybe there
eliminate
wasn't.
it, but
Yeah.
I absolutely agree. It feels out of place.
Okay.
Okay. Next one is the river, the cedar, seals, and sea lions, and salmon recovery, and hydroplane.
I feel like those first 3 videos were nice, and then the hydroplane just sends it off the rails.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I
Yeah.
really still, I struggle with the Klamath River project. I felt like
That too, yeah.
it needed a better edit. It needed a better storyboard. There was some really beautiful cinematography. Cedar was strong. It was a really nice story. I enjoyed that one a lot. I enjoyed the seals and sea lions and getting 2 different perspectives from opposite sides was really nice.
Mhm.
And totally agree. Hydroplane just like
Can't.
No. Yeah.
Yeah, what did other people feel about the seal story? Because that was the first time we saw it.
Oh.
I liked it. I mean,
Yeah.
I thought it was a pretty. It didn't. I liked I think the tension between sort of this idea of conservation versus, having to. I felt like it was just an interesting sort of angle that I hadn't thought of before, so I liked that. The footage was like pretty good. I think the slow-mo was maybe a little. They could have used it at the beginning and then used it a little bit more sparingly near the end. But I thought it was a pretty good piece.
Okay, and then our final one, which is Miss Jen from Georgia, More Than a Movie, the Aircraft Restoration, and Metal Sam.
These are all really great story ideas and shot incredibly well. But it could have used a little bit more tighter of an edit. I feel like all of them could have. So I don't think it's going to rise to the very top, but maybe somewhere in the middle.
Yeah. I think there was a much stronger portfolio within each of these stories if they had gone on, like you said, with the tighter edit. Like each story had a nugget in it that I really loved.
Yeah.
And the cinematography was really good. But like we said, they really need an editor to bring that in.
Yeah. So that said,
It seems like possibly, or at the top, it seems like everyone is either feeling the Washington, like one of the first 2.
Yeah, one of the first
seems
2.
Like.
I wish that OnlyFans was stronger in the first one and was a unique story, but I felt like there were a lot of issues there. I felt like it was a very kind of a controlled environment. I felt like we got a little glimpse of the inside, but we didn't really get to know these characters that much.
it did feel very much like it was an advertisement. However, I thought, it's still it's interesting. Alzheimer's, I wasn't able to talk about this earlier, but I felt like just at the top, we go straight into, I just remember from just off the top of my head, it goes straight into naming the people that have had Alzheimer's, and I think it would have been an interesting intro to like bring me into the relationships of the family before telling me what the problem was. So there was some structure things, I think, with all of these stories that could have been done differently and more creative way. And I remember some structure issues with the beef story as well, where you're just like, it was just disjointed, and you would, you know, jump into like, I remember at the end they like jump into brisket and then you come back out. I wrote notes about it. I just think it could have been structurally smoothed out a bit more. I think both of those had some structure problems, but the story was there. The story was there in both cases.
I can't weigh in on the first portfolio, but I do agree with you in terms of just, I think the second portfolio, good footage, good access, good variety of stories. I think their weakest point is, I think structurally, they needed to work on the way that they actually, because the Mongolian piece that also stuck out to us, I think, at the very end, like the strongest quote was at the very end of the piece, and it felt like that could have gone much higher up. And so it seems like maybe that's a consistent thing that has come up in some of their pieces, is just the structure isn't as strong as it could be.
It didn't flow for me in a lot of those. And I think if you're looking at editing and like storytelling and arc and all of those things, I feel like the first group of videos does a better job of that. And I do think the Ukraine videos might be, it's definitely one of my favorites, if not my favorite.
I do actually have a little question. Can you pull up the, can you click on the Washington Post one? Okay, so in the project description, if you can see that. So in the rules, it says an individual entry is one in which a single visual journalist filmed, edited, produced at least 90% of the entry themselves. Acceptable help includes another journalist running a second camera during an interview, standard story feedback from editor or editors, and the use of archival content or limited external content not created by the entrant. The spirit of the individual competition is to recognize journalists who work nearly or wholly solo. And I guess I'm a little bit wondering if this actually even fits that.
Does that mean like they have to be the editor as well?
I think we may be seeing an editor's portfolio.
It's a little, I think, loose and possibly up for interpretation, but I guess I'm mostly putting it out there because it seems like possibly the second one is like literally one person filming everything, editing everything.
Oh, wow.
It looks like this, for example.
It looks like she did do.
So this is the second one or the first one?
Can I just give like...
It does look in the description.
I was going to say story 2, Whitney is the one who, or I'm sorry, the person who submitted it is the one who is like the lead reporter, producer, shooter, and scriptwriter. And then the video is edited by Julia Wall. And I would say that's the same for story 4 as well.
Okay.
So
if that helps clarify that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So they're all edited by Julia.
Just the it seems like 1, 2, and 4 are edited by Julia.
Okay.
And then story 3 is edited by the person who submitted it,
but also shot by half shot.
So all of these are shot by the same person and edited sometimes by different people.
So,
correct.
So I just want to,
does that, if the other people have, done almost all of the shooting and editing themselves, does that put this at an advantage because they had?
So the description or the rules are that it should be mainly by one person?
90%, was that what it
Yeah,
is?
90%. So.
And do we know, that's actually a good question, because I feel like some of the other portfolios, I wasn't really keeping note, but I think portfolio 5, the one from Connecticut, it seemed like there were also a lot of names that
Yeah,
were
right.
in
Shot,
the
but yeah.
credits, and so I'm wondering if we can just go through and
Yeah,
also
can we
see the
look at the
credits for
Yeah.
everyone else.
Yeah.
So that one I think is gonna be a little,
Oh, this is a little trickier.
not harder, but you know, it's after
Can we
each
see on the
video.
right-hand side? Did they, I don't know.
Oh yeah, I don't think they have the credits
No, no
there.
credit
Everyone kind of filled it out differently.
Mm-hmm.
there.
Let me see.
Yeah, let's try.
Yeah, let's try it.
Yeah.
So it's at 307 is the first one. It looks like this. Well, I'll just bring it up. Yeah. So it looks
Okay.
like this has more of just like the video is by this person.
Okay.
And then the next one is at 11, 12.
So produced,
And edited by.
Dave, videography by Dave Wurtzel, second shooter.
The second shooter's allowed if they didn't do the majority of it, right?
Right.
Can't tell if he edited it. It doesn't say he edited.
It says
Oh, it says at the
produced and
top,
edited by.
produced and edited.
Oh, sorry, I can't read it.
It's like
No.
very
It's
But the first one
pixelated.
didn't say,
Yeah.
right?
No,
The first
it
one
doesn't.
didn't
Video
say.
by.
Just video by. I think the credit.
Yeah, there was no editing.
So he
credit
must
on
have
the first
been,
one.
he must have been.
Yeah.
Too.
Do we know what the time code for the next one?
Let me see.
Daniel, it's a great and was pregnant. So he, with her and
Really great shooting.
Yeah, no, it's beautiful.
Mhm. I mean, all of these pieces were really strong shot.
Okay, so video by. Yeah. Okay, it seems like he's probably
Yeah,
doing
all
most
of
of
it,
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Check the last one. Middle Sam.
Metal Sam. Oh yeah, that also
Same.
says video by.
Yeah, video by.
It probably is like filmed and
Visual
edited.
director.
I wish we had industry-wide credit conventions.
I know.
That would be so great.
That would be so great.
It's so complicated.
The visuals director could just be the boss of the department.
Yeah,
Yes,
they
exactly.
might not
It could be
do
anything,
anything.
yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then we
Alright.
know for the second, third, and fourth portfolio that was largely just done by
Yeah,
one person,
I'm trying
right?
to check
Okay.
there's not credits in the portfolio
Okay.
for the second one, but yeah, I'm pretty sure. I mean, it seems like, at least for the Washington Post, like that these stories are like the same person's stories. There's just like an editor.
So,
Are they allowed to have an editor?
it says 90% of the work needs to be done by the same person. right?
So,
How are you
yes.
judging what is 90?
So
Are we
really
talking
hard
about
to-
like shooting, or are we talking about editing?
just, like,
what is-
every-
So
everything
accessible
together.
help includes another journalist running a second camera and interview, standard story or feedback from an editor, editors, and the use of archival.
I'm going to interpret this as the shooter.
Yeah.
This doesn't sound. I mean, doesn't sound like they're meaning they have to edit as well. I mean, I don't know if we include that in how we're judging whether or not they are editing as well, but
So an
because
individual
the way that they're denoting a second, you know, unless it's a second shooter, we're talking about shooting. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What do y'all think?
The first line in that description says an individual entry is one in which a single visual journalist filmed, edited, produced at least 90%
Okay.
of the entry.
Oh, it does say edited.
It does say
too.
edited
Okay.
as well.
That's pretty wild, actually.
It's also pretty tricky because if we're saying that some things that were weaker about the second portfolio was basically the editing.
Editing.
So,
but then, so we're judging them on their editing skills.
Right, but we're not judging the other person on theirs.
necessarily.
Yeah.
That's a really good point. Yeah, I do feel like it's a big advantage to have someone else edit your pieces.
Yeah,
Just
and-
getting
for
that,
sure.
getting
Yeah.
that second set of
Uh-huh.
eyes. It's like
Yeah,
it's
I
so
mean-
hard to edit your own work.
It says if there are other bylines on your entry, please consider first entering in a team category. Otherwise, you must include a note explaining the division of work between yourself and other accredited journalists.
And they didn't do that here, did they?
They did explain it in their
They
entry.
did explain it, yeah.
In the first one, yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
They say that it was edited by, but they're
Right.
showing
Oh, I
it.
see, but not in the other ones, yeah.
Right.
Hmm. Yeah, that's not 90%, I would say.
Yeah, if it said like editing help by, that would I'd feel a lot
Right.
different. But if it's like edited by, to me, signifies that they did all of the editing.
Dang.
Can we pause for a second?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we break?
Can we pause?
All right, so we're talking about the placement of videos in this category, and we had realized that this first entry, that the Division of Labor didn't meet the entry guidelines, which are that an individual entry must be filmed, edited, and produced at least 90% of the work by one visual journalist. The Division of Labor on this entry did not really qualify and fit that, so unfortunately we are gonna disqualify this entry. So now we have 4 entries to look at. The first one is out, and yeah, so the next 4 are up for debate. So I know we were talking about the second one as possibly a top.
Can we glance at 3 real quick? And just kind of look through just to remind me real quick.
Do you want to just like scrub?
Yeah, scrub through.
Just kind of.
The Lotus Center, beautiful. This is the substantial.
Oh, that's the dance.
The toxic G, high temperature.
Right, and to live up to their trust obligations to the resource and the people.
In 2001, eventually the Lord calls all the dams home.
Marine habitat as we can. By removing the Klamath River dams, we're going to open up 400 miles of additional spawning habitat, ecosystem back to where it should be.
Knowledge that the dams will be coming out.
Oh, yep, I remember this. And this was just in May. This tree right here is perfect.
Okay, so can we make sure that this person edited all of this stuff real quick? Are y'all good with that?
Yeah, that sounds great. So video and editing by the same person.
You touch my R.
Now is
It's over and over and over and over. We have so many generations after us that's going to depend on Grandmother Cedar Tree.
Beautiful cedars.
It's like, okay.
Oh, it just says video.
Yeah, I'm sure that's him. Yeah, too.
That we still have removed the if they do want
Experience a little bit.
The hydroplane.
I love how reaction it gets out of you every time.
Beautiful work.
Yeah. It's unfortunate because I think the first 3 videos are actually quite strong.
Yeah.
Even though
I think
structurally, yeah.
I think this portfolio is very strong.
It's just the last one that
But it's interesting because like, yeah, a video can
Like
really.
it could have been something like really fun, just half, at least half the length.
Yeah.
Well, it felt pretty fast.
But also that a video can just really bring something down, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's also knowing like what should be video versus what probably could have been text, which was like all of the background information she was giving at the top of the piece. So to be honest, I think now that we've had to disqualify the first portfolio, I think the other portfolio that felt the weakest to me out of the remaining 4 is the one that is the Salmon Parks, Tehillah Forest, the Environmental Artist, the Cat Competition, and the Soccer Interview with Megan Rapinoe.
yeah, so
Yeah.
the second one on this list.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I would agree.
Does everyone agree with that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does it get
Yeah.
honorable?
Yeah.
I mean, that's, is it worth an honorable mention?
Cat convention.
Really. It's a crowd pleaser. It really is sailing on the cats for me. Can we just look at Tehillah Forest real quick? Sorry. Sorry.
No.
No.
Oh, this is the one with
We
the
have a
going
saying,
through the
Hishuk
woods.
is Tawak. Everything is connected. What happens at the top of the mountain has a direct impact on the estuary. When you have a healthy forest, healthy river, healthy water, you have healthy salmon, you have healthy people. Trees protect fish, but we've cut them down.
People are really lucky they don't understand what they're seeing when they come out in their boat, drive around and look at all the beautiful Nootka Sound. Because it's really a patchwork of logging roads and new forest plantation with only scraps and fringes of old forest left. So what you're seeing is really a great big industrial.
Thank you. Do y'all need to see anything else, or?
No. I think it's just that last interview that really throws me off a little. I think just because I think it's so
such a curve.
I think it just kind of, I don't know, it doesn't match the rest of the package. It feels really out of place. I also think if you're going to include a studio interview shot, like you really should make sure that everything looks, because it's in a controlled environment. It really bothered me that the reporter was just so blown out compared to Megan, especially because she clearly was a big part of the Q&A.
Yeah.
That's very nitpicky though.
No, I felt that same way.
I was like, whoa.
Extremely distracting every time.
Yeah, it was just such a completely different lighting scenario.
I agree.
Especially because they had done such a job of lighting the other side of it.
Right. That was nice. And then you turn around and it's like you're in a different room.
Okay.
It actually makes me wonder, were they in the same room?
They were.
They were.
Yeah,
basically,
yeah.
okay. They showed the back
you
of
saw
her
the
head.
cameras and
Okay.
stuff. Yeah, but that's a good question. That's
Okay.
I would be comfortable with honorable. I felt like the salmon forest had its flaws, but also had some.
Had some really beautiful moments.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's do it.
That's true. I'm okay with that too.
Okay.
All right. Honorable.
Yeah.
What about? Do you have thoughts on third?
That hydroplane video was really, it's really dragging down the rest of that portfolio.
Yeah.
Was that the 3? Is that our third?
I think it is for me.
Yeah, I think it might be for me as well.
Yeah. I think so.
Okay.
I'm down.
All right. Third.
I think between the next two, the first one is the clear standout. For me.
The last one was just so interview heavy. Like there weren't a lot of natural moments. It was a lot of talking to the camera, and there were some really beautiful cinematography, and there was some really strong story in there, and they did an excellent job on their pieces. But even though Portfolio 2 has its flaws and story structure, I felt like we got, good storytelling moments in every piece.
Yeah, the last one was just it needed to be sharpened. A lot of sharpening.
Yeah. But they worked
With
together
structure.
nicely as a package.
Yeah.
They did.
Yeah, they were like
They
the
actually
same.
did, yeah.
They did.
It was
They
very
did.
consistent editing.
Yeah.
It was just
All really great feature stories.
Yeah, beautiful and aesthetically.
So
2 is 1, first place.
right. So yeah, that's first place, and then that's second.
Okay. So
Third,
first,
yeah.
second.
Okay, and then honorable mention. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Great.
Yay. Woo, amazing. We're supposed to be out of here by 9 anyway. I think we should call it.
Sure.
Okay. Sure. Sounds great.
And we'll just continue on our final video category in the morning. It's only 2 entries, but they're portfolio, so they're 4 videos. One of them, we do have 3 videos that we haven't seen.
Okay.
So we'll just start with that in the morning.
And then
Sounds
after that
good.
is presentation.
Presentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how many are in that category? And how many categories are there?
There's 1, 2, 3, 4 presentation categories and 1 innovation category.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think we're good. Thank you.
And were you still planning?